players. So it's really cool just how the comboing system actually connects together really well if you have the fights planned out. And you also saw there at the end when he was walking out of that last loading zone, he actually used FPS again with Chicken Little, which again gave him 2 or 3 free EXP points, which is important once again for an upcoming fight in this world.
All right, so this is an ambush. It actually, you have the choice of running inside the ship to skip this or actually fighting it out. That first one is much faster to just kill them all really quickly. He'll do another one later on. It's a little bit slower, but the EXP from Pirates is actually pretty high in this game, so it's worth it to take the EXP for a level later on that he wants to reach.
And if you didn't get enough of them, time for some more Chicken Little.
Oh. A lot of people will probably, well, I mean, most everybody playing this game for the first time probably just ignored summons, like, entirely.
I had no idea what they did.
You didn't know that they existed in the first place, but especially in a category like this, where you need mob fights, like, to be kind of like, you know, stunned like that. Chicken Little is incredibly useful, so next time you're playing this game, give him a shot, because he's kind of cool.
Yeah, the game doesn't do a good job of telling you what summons do. Oops.
Yeah, especially later on, we'll be getting a spell called Magnet. Magnet doesn't quite, but almost makes Chicken Little obsolete. That's the main reason we use him throughout the early game, is because of that whistle move. And Magnet lets us do some pretty cool stuff later on.
So this is the same sort of fight as like the summit fight back in Land of Dragons or Mulan World, for people who prefer that. He's just trying to survive for a minute. However, he gets a ton of money and EXP from this fight. And again, Blizzard and Chicken Little combo destroys these guys. However, because of how powerful they are, there is the you can actually die in this fight very easily. So that was, again, like really good reactions by Biz, always guarding those shots from afar.
That was a lot of kills, by the way.
Yeah, that was really good.
I usually don't kill that many.
I'm predicting 7 ethers.
Now is the worst segment of the world.
So in this ambush, he's just going for the EXP real quick.
Yeah, so there's a fight immediately after this ambush that Chicken Little will be carried over into, so he's going to be useful there as well.
Yeah, he'll basically be able to start a completely new strat just because Chicken Little's active.
Yeah, you level 2 and timeless, so.
Wow.
Yeah, you have a lot of Chicken Little to work with.
That's really not common, so I might play this really safe if it goes wrong.
So to again note, leveling up your summons as well as those drive forms increases the number of bars you get with the summon, I believe, or at the very least decreases the amount of time in which it moves down. And because of that, it means that you can have Chicken Little out longer. And at the end of this fight, we actually want to continue to have Chicken Little out in order to get maximum drive gauge again. Otherwise, he'll end up with 0 and have to be using a drive recovery.
And yeah, Biz is right now in the middle of one of the worst fights in the game, so we'll give him serious time from here.
Yeah, he's going to try to stay really far away from those circles that are appearing on the ground. Because if you get hit by a cannonball that lands there, it kind of locks Chicken's Little AI into using firecrackers only and never using the whistle, and that can be pretty bad sometimes. It also does a lot of damage, so it's not good to get hit anyway.
Yeah, he has trouble with these guys for some reason sometimes.
These pirates, by far, are probably the worst because of that. They can throw bombs and then be exploded by their own bombs, and from there, they're kind of... You can't really combo them or stun them while they are just blowing around.
That was not a good idea. I'm not playing this as safe as I said I would.
Yes. Okay, that was a great fight. Let's go.
And I just want to mention real quick, this next fight is the worst. It just rando kills you sometimes.
Yeah. And that previous fight, he did end up with like 2 bars left of Chicken Little. If he hadn't hit summon level 3, you ordinarily end in the last bar of it and are at a pretty high risk sometimes of not actually having Chicken Little at the end of the fight, which means he would not have 3 drive gauge right now.
I guess one last thing about summons is they can be hit by enemies, and when they are, your gauge goes down by a lot. You can lose like a full bar of summon gauge if they get hit by attacks, and that's often what happens in that last fight with Chicken Little, and you got really good luck in this part, so.
Very nice.
So from here, he's just going to be running straight to Barbosa. Barbosa, I guess as a little spoiler, he's really interesting. He works just like other pirates, and as you saw, pirates are also incredibly weak to magic. So I think I'll just kind of like let the fight speak for itself.
Yeah, it depends where like the Illuminator spawns. If it spawns in a really bad place, you're gonna have to like really wing it and react and hope Barbosa staggers properly, or else you're probably gonna die. It's like a kind of a scary fight, you know.
Okay.
So in addition to being able to die in this fight, Jack Sparrow can actually die, which will also make you lose the fight. So making sure that he only gets hit really at the beginning there is pretty important. But once we get out of Valor form, we tend to just use Blizzard and wreck the fight.
Oh no. Yeah, he turned into Roxas for one finisher. That was pretty scary.
Another instance of seeing magic being used as a finisher in order to end the fight. If he had continued to use his combo, it would have taken him, I believe, 2 more hits.
It could have pushed him into darkness too.
And yeah, he might have retaliated.
All right, so we're going to be going to Agrabah first. As we've mentioned for the entirety of the run up to now, our movement is basically just to go faster. It's via Valor form or a drive form in general. But here, what we're going to be doing is going to be leveling up Wisdom form to get quick run, which will be our main mode of going faster, of having faster movement. So that's why we go to Agrabah first rather than Halloween Town.
Yeah, and I believe before that we have our next song.
Sure. Yeah, and I guess the biggest thing I'll note about this gummy mission, it's the other like super scary gummy mission, so he has to play it kind of safe near the end on the boss. But the 4th of the 6 Disney songs that you guys donated for the most was a Friend Like Me, Genie's song from Aladdin. So here we go. Again, my throat's really sore, so go easy on me. Well, Alibaba had them 40 thieves, Sherazade had 1,000 tales. But master, you're in luck, 'cause I'm up your sleeves. You got a brand of magic never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp. You got some punch, pizzow, yahoo, and house. Yeah, all you gotta do is rub that lamp, and I'll say, Mr. Aladdin, sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order jotted down. You ain't never had a friend like me. Life is your restaurant, and I'm your maitre d'. Come on, whisper what it is you want. You ain't never had a friend like me. Yes, sir, we pride ourselves on service. You're the boss, the king, the Shah. Say what you wish, it's yours, true dish. How about a little more baklava? Have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you, dude. You ain't never had a friend like me. Burn it, no. Wah, nah, wah. Oh, my. Wah, nah, wah. No, no. Wah, nah, wah. My. Back, chicka, chicka. Can your friends do this? Can your friends do that? Can they jiggle? I don't know. Can your friends pull this out of the little hat? Can your friends go poof? Well, looky here. Can your friends go abracadabra, let her rip, and then make a sucker disappear? So don't just sit there slack-jawed boogie out. I'm here to answer all your midday prayers. You got me bona fide certified. You got a genie for charge of affairs. I got a powerful urge to help you out. So what you wish, I really want to know. You got a list that's 3 miles long, no doubt. Well, all you gotta do is rub like so, and oh, Mr. Aladdin, sir, have a wish or 2 or 3. I'm on the job, you big nabob. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't
never had a friend, never had a friend.
You ain't never
had a friend like me.
Wah, 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 bah, doo, doo, wah, bah, doo. You ain't never had a friend like me. Pooh. Yeah. Thank you all for donating. Right, and so going off of what, well, I guess to note in this first fight here, it's time to die again. A lot of these fights, they end in one of three ways. It's either going to end from you taking enough damage, so the game's going to push the storyline along. You deal enough hits, which is usually very high in these fights. You saw one of the exceptions was Beast Castle, where we actually used that at the beginning on the Shadows, is because you could deal a lot of hits very quickly.
Yeah.
Or if you just deal enough, or if just enough time has passed by to where the fight will end automatically. Again, there, one attack will provoke those Luna Bandits into killing you very quickly. Also, good luck. This is the hardest menu in the game.
Very difficult. It's also my favorite menu, by the way.
That's such a good menu.
Yeah.
All right, so Bloody, if you want to go back into what you were talking about.
Yeah. So he's going to be going into Wisdom form. I mean, it is also fast, but what he's going for is you level up Wisdom form via Heartless kills. And this is about the perfect time to do so because he's just going to be using the RCs from these little Silver Rock Heartless to kill a lot of Heartless really, really quickly. So he'll get a few here, and then he's going to get a lot right outside of Cave of Wonders. He wants to hit level 2 before entering the treasure room, where he'll make his big push to make it to level 2.
I'll just quickly go over some of the things we equipped in the last menu. The main one is the Reflect spell. The Reflect spell got a big damage buff in Final Mix, so it's going to be used a lot in this run, especially in the coming fight.
Yeah, and throughout this run, you might have noticed
I'm actually going to re-enter this room.
You might have noticed we're not really doing pretty much any optional Heartless killing unless
this
it's
might
faster.
kill me, but it's not a big deal either way.
This is one of the few exceptions this world because of the Wisdom form grinding and the easy ability to be able to kill so many Heartless so quickly. Wisdom, most of the time, anytime we do an optional fight, is because it's faster than doing, you know, the alternative form of avoiding that fight, or because we need to grind for one of our forms. Rarely do we actually do it for the experience gain that Sora gets, but we will explain later one of the key places where that does happen.
Also, while this silly little mini game is going on, I want to kick it over to Riz, since Riz has so much knowledge about the difference between the original Kingdom Hearts 2 and Final Mix. Kind of how the leveling is a little bit different here for the Wisdom form.
Yeah, so in the non-Final Mix versions of KH2, to get the Quick Run ability requires 80 Heartless kills. In Final Mix, they lowered that to 36. So it's a huge difference, and it allows you to very easily get Quick Run just in the run without spending forever grinding for it.
A KH2 English speedrun doesn't really have the luxury of that. They can't really just go for quick run, so they can't use this strat like Final Mix is allowed to.
Now he has Reflect, he's just going to keep provoking enemies into attacking.
And that's how much damage Reflect does.
Yeah, one-shots these guys.
Reflect is probably the most broken spell in this game, followed closely by Magnet.
So there he just wants to circle that Fat Bandit and bait out a move and then kind of react to it. You can either shoot a fireball at him, which you could guard back and then use a reaction command, or you could do the flamethrower and just run around it. Here, an interesting little thing, we're abusing this guy attacking you constantly, so we just reflect everything and do lots massive damage to kill all the small guys as well as the fat bandit.
Yeah, and we use Blizzard there to provoke the attacks because normal attacks just bounce off of his stomach, but Blizzard actually hits him.
Can't do this way.
Missed, I expect $1 more there.
Yeah.
That's
Aerial
at least
Spiral
33 cents, like a part of Aerial Spiral Whipped.
Next fight's pretty terrifying. I'm not saying I need like serious time, but there's probably a lot to explain in it.
Right. And this is where he'll get Quick Run level 3 just by, well, you're going to see there's a lot of really tiny Heartless that get killed very, very quickly. So this is the ideal fight. Like, this is kind of where the idea was spawned of getting Quick Run in the first place by Sonic Shadow Silver too. At the end of it, though, in this really, really small space right here, he's going to have to fight 3 fat bandits, so he's going to have to use a combination of Reflect and Trinity Limit to be able to kill all of them safely. It's going to require a lot of precise timing as well on the Trinity Limit.
It can be really hard to react because there's so many little Heartless on screen. He's trying to react to all of them for when to reflect. Because if he just throws up a reflect randomly, a lot of times it'll just go up and nothing will happen. It has to actually reflect an attack by an enemy to deal the splash damage.
Also, in this fight, all of those small Heartless actually drop HP orbs, and because there are so many of them, you don't see him tend to use a potion when he gets hit by that. He knows that he's going to be killing enough to be able to most likely pick up enough HP.
Hopefully this kills him.
Good. Nice. Okay.
That last part is terrifying because being in an enclosed space with 3 fat bandits that can almost one-shot you is ridiculous. So that has to kill them.
And to know anyone who might not completely understand those, if you haven't played Kingdom Hearts, you can only deal damage to those enemies with normal attacks from behind on their backside. So again, as Biz was saying there, being in that enclosed space with 3 of them where you can only hit them from the front or from behind and they deal all that damage is pretty terrifying. So he executed that fight very well. And even the reflect phase in the beginning went very smoothly.
Common at the start to quickly defeat the little guys that spawn after every HP gate here. Good way to get through those first 2 phases.
This is one of those beautiful fights of Final Mix where you're starting to become a god, essentially. All these abilities are starting to come into your disposal, and the fights are just mapped out so well. Also, this guy's being an idiot.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to walk in those fire pools. They deal a lot of damage.
I was playing it safe there.
All right, very nice fight.
I know we've kind of touched on it a few times, but to be up through Agrabah 1 with 0 deaths is actually incredibly amazing so far.
Very unexpected, based on our practice run, yes.
I'm pretty sure everybody was just dying all over the place and really worried.
I think we had like 4 deaths up until this part. So we're on actually a really good pace.
I honestly would not have been that disappointed if we had 4 deaths to this point. Well, yeah, I was part of it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah. Yeah, I manipulated the RNG. Yeah.
Are we singing a song on this one?
Oh. Are we doing one on this one?
Can I have my water right there?
Yes, totally forgot about this.
This is another gummy mission in which I can just kind of like idle for most of it, but you know, to be safe, I'm gonna just pay attention.
This is also the last gummy mission for a while, actually. This is 6 out of 7, and for a while now, it's just gonna be hopping straight from world to world.
There won't be another mission for about another hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the pace of the run starts picking up now where we don't have any more breaks after this gummy mission.
Would you actually mind getting up? I was just trying to think of the easiest way to do this.
Get out.
So everyone should go follow. This is one of my friends, Kung Fu Fruit Cup. She speedruns. She plays a lot of cool games, including the Kingdom Hearts on her stream. And dang it.
Oh, I have it on mine.
Oh, you have it in yours?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's bust it out.
Just so you all know, I have had my voice kind of go out this week, but I still want to give this a shot. So we will be tag teaming the song together.
Yeah, we each have half a throat. So let's go for this.
Okay.
Okay.
So just go.
Sure, just go for it. I'll follow it. We'll go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember, you got chorus, buddy.
Sure.
Okay. Oh man, I've just been watching. So. The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Don't conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know.
Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, let it go. Yeah, everyone's going. Away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm. Literally, everyone knows the song. The cold never bothered me anyway.
It's funny how some distance makes everything seem small. And the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. It's time to see what I can do to test the limits and break through. No right, no wrong, no rules for me. I'm free.
Let it go, let it go. I am one with the wind and sky. Let it go, let it go. You'll never see me cry. Here I stand, and here I'll stay. Let the storm rage on.
My power
Flurries through the air into the ground. My soul is spiraling in frozen fractals all around. And one thought crystallizes like an icy blast. We don't know. I'm never going back. The past is in the past. Ju. Let it go. Let it go. And I'll rise like the break of dawn. Let it go. Let it go. That perfect girl is gone. I'm not a girl. Here I stand in the light of day. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. Yeah. And big shout outs to all my friends who came out to help us out with these Disney songs. I was going to try to power through, but I had half a throat. So yeah, once again, go follow Kung Fu Fruit Cup on Twitch. She's awesome. And yeah, she does Kingdom Hearts. She speedruns, so she's cool. Yeah. Yay, thank you. See you, KFC girl. Oh, yeah, you want your phone? Oh, yeah, sure. I thought it looked nice, so I figured I'd take it. See you, girl.
You're in it? Oh, Frozen in Kingdom Hearts 3 is the best meme ever.
No, don't. It's not worth it.
Don't.
Frozen.
You just
Frozen confirmed for
You
KH3.
just destroyed the chat. I forgot.
But what about Star Wars?
Yeah, what
the way, I
about
hate
Star
this
Wars
fight.
and Marvel?
Where's Marvel?
Wins Marvel. So while we're memeing over here, Biz is actually in probably one of the hardest fights in this world, and probably one of my most difficult fights. But he's handling it like a champ.
Absolutely perfectly. So that hit was intentional. He took the ability experience back in AGDQ. with doubles your XP gained if you're at under half health, which allowed him to reach level 18 there.
We'll be using Experience Boost pretty extensively in this run, primarily in one location in Space Paranoids that we'll get to later. But it's incredibly helpful in order to get the levels that we want to. Also, Dance Call is Jack Skellington's limit right there. There's the first use, I think, of it. And it actually does quite a bit of damage. We'll be using it a lot throughout Halloween Town.
Dance Call is probably one of the last OP limits that the game actually has anymore.
Oh, yeah, I love Dance Call. When it doesn't like whiff, it's really strong.
How many dollars is Dance Call whiffs worth? That's what I want to know from Mist. Yeah, I think, is Dance Call the most used limit in the game now? And
it's pretty close.
it gets like 6 uses, considering you come to this world twice.
Maybe
which is
Trinity,
crazy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Trinity,
Yeah, probably group Trinity, yeah.
But unfortunately, both Donald and Goofy's limits were nerfed pretty hard in Final Mix, so they're not used very much in the speedrun. Goofy's limits aren't used at all. Donald still has a couple of uses, like you saw in Twin Lords.
Yeah, any of you who might have been familiar with KH2 speedruns might have remembered seeing Knock, Smash, and Whirligoof used everywhere. They do terrible damage in this version, so. All right, and Prison Keeper.
At least I won't get barrel, I think, in the next phase if this goes well.
So he's going to start this off with a Dance Call. There's actually a bunch of phases where Prison Keeper will change its form based on which of the kids from Block Chakra each have their own individual phases. So they'll change to one of them once it gets you in.
I'm pretty sure I hit it there, too.
No, you didn't. That was actually a pretty good one. This one.
Shocking's really hard to do there.
Oh, that was a poor choice there.
We're gonna do a couple combos here while he's waiting for his MP to refill.
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's fine.
The fight usually doesn't go that wonky, but I'm completely fine with that.
Dance Call from here should just take care of the fight.
Also, swag finish.
No.
I wish it was
consider any
easy
part
to
of
set
that
up.
ending, the swag fish. I'll take it. Sure, yeah, let's go ahead and pop in one donation on the way to Oogie Boogie.
Popping it in. $100 from Rory Extra Life. Good luck, guys. I hope you guys do me and the rest of the Kingdom Hearts community proud today.
Shout outs to Rory.
Shout outs to Rory. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. Also, Rebel, if you're about, I love your face.
Yeah, Runner's Choice is the Toji Sucks Tifa name, is it?
Yeah.
For FF7. Also, thanks, Rory.
Should we do a roll call right now?
Sure. Yeah, I guess we're 2 hours into our game, so we should probably do another one. Anybody waking up with us? Welcome to early breakfast edition of AGDQ 2015. If the runner wants to go ahead and introduce himself.
I am Biscuit047.
Make sure to go follow him on Twitch, as well as the rest of us. We're cool. Hey, I'm Spike Vachita.
I am JHobs296, and this is Albert.
I'm Bloody Biscuits.
I am Trizzle.
And yeah.
And this is Oogie.
And I hate this fight, by the way.
Hi, Oogie.
It has a one-shot in it, and it can combo you to death real easy.
Yeah, that fist slamming down is a one-shot, so always have to be aware of where it is.
Yeah, do you want some serious time for this fight for the audio
I don't think
cues?
it's going to matter.
Okay. Yeah, there's a pretty obvious audio cue for each attack, so.
If I die, it's pretty much out of my control.
I guess a note about this fight, I believe there's no way to speed this up shorter than 3 cycles, if somebody could.
It's a 3 cycle. Yeah. It's also an incredibly dangerous fight because of the lightning and the punch and the Heartless that are going to come in bags.
Yeah, he's going to be summoning Chicken Little here in a moment in order to deal just really with the Heartless that end up spawning on this phase.
And even then, it's not the best solution, but it's really all that we have at this point.
Yeah, these Heartless can very easily combo you into one of Ogie's other moves, or just kill you themselves. So we hope that Chicken Little will do his best to keep them away, and then luckily have the Fist kill them there.
Ah, a little early there. I'm going to be very safe here. Okay.
So we shouldn't go for the one frame now, because that'll send him to the wrong platform.
There actually is a one-frame trick in this game, believe it or not, and it's in this fight. It saves roughly 5 seconds, I would say. Basically, during the transition between the second and third phase, you can press triangle at the right time and get sent to center stage, where usually you would have to wait for it to actually become normally visible. You'll kind of see it blink blue for like literally a frame here in a second.
Yeah, but he can't go for it because he went to the wrong platform earlier, so this one won't. It looks like it will, but a lot of time it won't send to the right place. Oh man.
Yeah, that one was different than what it should have been, I think. It's not a big deal when that happens, though.
Something to note that we've kind of touched on, but we haven't really said explicitly. Limits in this game will make you invincible for the duration. And because of that, he will often use limits during times where you're at a very high risk of getting hit. Just throughout the run in general, but especially right there, using Dance Call during the second phase of Oogie to make sure that the Heartless on the platform were not able to attack him.
Lightning here is kind of a weird hitbox. You can get clipped by it as you're running past it sometimes. And if that happens, it generally leads to death, unfortunately.
So it's random there if Oogie had actually stayed at the middle platform or not. So Biz just had to respond very quickly to if he made another move. Otherwise, he'll get stuck over on the other platform and not get to deal damage for a little while.
Uh-oh. I don't care.
Just for him here, it was just to be safe. With the enemy spawn, it can be...
That was safe.
Yeah, that was good.
Hashtag didn't die.
For reference, pretty much almost every practice run I did die in this fight, hilariously enough. So that's nice.
That's also one of the more time-consuming deaths in the game, especially if you die in the third phase. It is a very long fight. That and Hades' Escape are both notably very long. No death is, exactly great in this game, obviously, but some of the more notably long fights or ones with a long lead up to the fight are the ones you particularly want to avoid, and they're usually the hardest ones to not die in.
Yeah, I didn't actually put that together, but Biz in his section actually got a lot of the worst death spots. The boat fight, among others, and one really big one we're coming up on in a little bit. Bloody, do you want to go and explain the trash that is this fight?
Oh, good lord. Okay, well, there are 3 phases to this fight. You're going to be seeing the use of Magnet. We just picked this up. It's really kind of odd, this combo. A lot of people kind of see it and don't really understand what's going on. Magnet acts as a finisher by itself, so with Finishing Plus, since we can use 2, you can just use Magnet Finishing Leap and it does quite a bit of damage. Right here, what he's going to be doing is he's going to be going into Valor form for the extra damage off of this reaction command. He got a little bit of extra damage off of the Reflect Magnet Finishing Leap, and this is looking pretty good so far. All he has to do now is kind of round up these guys. It's really finicky, though, as you can see, they kind of drop out of it a little bit, but... Oh. Yeah, this is looking perfect.
This is disgusting. Oh.
Except for the one guy who decided, okay.
This is where I'd be safe, I hope. Oh boy. Okay.
Okay, great recovery though. Yeah.
Almost the goal. Yeah.
You can see how quickly that went from perfect to, oh my god, I'm about to die.
Yeah, and it's like, it wasn't anything I did, it's just they fall out of the reaction command.
So those of you who might have noticed, Biz actually paused during the fight there for just a very short amount of time. In this game, when you use drive forms, the game actually has to load the data for the drive form from the disk. During that time, the enemies will move around while you're standing there in, just kind of one state of animation, waiting for the drive form to load. Pausing during that time means that the enemies won't move. Most of the time, we don't need to do it in Final Mix because the load is very long. But if we were playing this on, say, the 2.5 version on PS3, you actually pause for a good 2 seconds there, at least, due to how long it takes for drive forms to load. So you may notice in fights where there's a bit of a more tight timing that he will be pausing every now and then. And I don't think we've touched on anti-form yet, or anti-points. Is that something we want to maybe take this time to touch on?
Yeah, go ahead and say it now.
Yeah, this is a good spot to talk about anti-points. Well, you might be wondering if we worry about anti-form or if we... also, nice swag.
How new is that, by the way?
I just learned it before the run.
This strat was literally worked on 1 hour before this run.
It was a lot easier than I thought.
But yeah, anti-form is something that we want to avoid, and you might think that it's completely random and we're kind of just like hoping that it doesn't happen. We actually can calculate if anti-form will happen or not, based on a bunch of different factors. There's actually kind of like an internal chart in the game that counts how many drive uses you've done. And the general rule is the more drive uses you've done, the higher chance of anti-form. But it actually really sections it off into like 0%, 25% chance and stuff like that. So as long as we stay like, we have like 0 through 5, or our first 5 drive uses are completely free. We don't have to worry about anti-form. And what's really huge is that once we get a new drive form, like when we got wisdom form, it actually resets to 0. So at that point we can start using drive forms again for free. The next drive form we're going to get a little bit later on is master form. Once we hit that, we aren't really going to get any new drive forms, so we have to really start like counting and keeping track of all of our drive usages because we're going to be using them in very critical spots and we don't want to have anti-form show up.
We also just got limit form, which is a drive form that was added into Final Mix. It was actually not in the original game. Limit form is a really cool form that's kind of a nod to the first Kingdom Hearts game. You have 4 limits that were all in that game at your disposal when you're in that form. We'll be seeing it throughout the run from here on out, and I guess during the first use we'll probably touch more on it. But that also means that the anti-form points were set down to 0.
Yeah, and Riz, I don't know if you want to go into detail about an old route where we actually leveled limit form instead.
Oh, yeah. In the past, before we figured out wisdom leveling, once we got limit form from the Berserkers fight, we would go to Agrabah. There's a place there where you can level up limit form. We'd get to level 3 and get dodge roll, but that wasted about 2 minutes. And we figured out later that wisdom form was better. And quick run is faster anyway, movement-wise, than dodge roll. So.
Right. And with that, welcome to Tron World, otherwise known as Space Paranoids.
I hate this world.
Yeah. This is there are worlds.
Tell me how you really feel, Biz.
Light cycle is by far the most terrifying part of this world.
Yeah, another long death. One very last thing on anti-form is you actually, there are a few spots throughout the run where you cannot go anti-form. One of the most commonly used one is that if you are not actually in a fight, if you are using a drive form just during normal, out of combat usage, you will not go anti-form.
Yeah.
And so that's why most of the drive usages for movement throughout this run will be used before they enter a fight. Oftentimes at the very beginning of a room or right before entering a new room.
So I guess explain a little bit of that minigame that just went by. It's random where the box is going to originally spawn. It can appear right behind him, and as soon as he approaches it, it starts moving around. So you could possibly lose a little bit of time or gain a little bit of time right there. It is not random how many times it rotates around. For the most part, the box should end up about 2 or 3 spaces right of wherever it originally was after it's rotated 2 full times, or 2.1 rotations. I don't know, however you want to consider it. But yeah, so he can predict that pretty
Shout
well.
outs to camera angle making no sense.
I did that on purpose.
And with that, so the game actually automatically gave you both Chicken Little and Genie, which you're going to see Genie here in a little bit, a couple times. Right there, it's optional if you wanted to pick up Stitch. And Stitch, coming up here very soon, is going to be utilized. And we'll explain him once we get there. But for now, time for light cycles. This is terrible.
Yeah, it's very long, and you cannot heal. And you take about 2 hits, and then the third will kill you, I think. So, yeah, you want to avoid getting hit. Luckily, where enemy spawn is consistent, so you can do the same like inputs each time and be fine. It's just that first part is actually a little random.
It's the movement that's difficult to have the same movement every time.
Right.
Yeah, and if Biz had taken any hits in that, or just a hit, because after 2 hits you're dead. If he had taken a hit in that first phase, the health actually carries over to this one. So that's the big thing, is to make sure, because that fight's much more random, and you actually have to kill 5 of the space pornos heartless, whatever they're called.
Yeah, on top of that, the enemies in this light cycle are actually kind of a rock, paper, scissors situation. Some of the enemies, where the green enemies will guard, the orange enemies will charge at you, and the blue enemies will kind of attack. And there's also a white enemy that can use any of those moves. Because of this, you have to know how to react to each enemy and know that which ones to attack, which ones to charge, and whatnot. But more important than that is, of course, knowing where they will spawn and how many are going to spawn. So right now, Biz is doing a really good job of not taking any damage. Also, if you listen closely, you can hear a lot of the Heartless hitting the walls as he turns.
Oh, baby. I'm hyped.
Yeah, those shots just don't hit you.
Yeah.
Good job.
No damage.
Deathless light cycle is nice.
Yeah.
Again, some people are probably at home, like if you remember playing this game as a kid, and critical mode just changes everything, every bit of dynamic of your mentality going through this game. You might think, well, it was light cycle, whatever. If Biz was nice enough and had taken a hit for you right there, you would have seen how quickly you were at like 10% health.
Yeah.
And with that, it's time to show off the amazingness yet frustration that is Stitch. I don't know, who wants to explain what Stitch does?
I'll go for it.
Sure.
Stitch gives you constant MP refills, so you can have quote-unquote infinite MP with this guy. He also does a great job of deflecting projectiles and weak hits. So he's kind of your ultimate tank right here, as you can see. What Biz is doing right here is he's in critical health for a specific reason. There's this ability called Experience Boost. Once you're under 50% health, you gain double EXP. And this is going to be kind of where we do an EXP grind for about 2 minutes. Well, more like a minute 30. Basically, we're going to be getting a lot of levels right here. You don't get any more HP orbs here. And with Stitch giving you constant MP and keeping you safe, you get free experience really, really, really quickly. This is extremely important. First of all, we need to hit a certain level so that we don't do trip damage against hostile program. We'll be saving time there. And we also want to hit a certain level so that a fight later on will be sped up. If we do not hit a certain level, specifically level 30 before Genie Jafar, we automatically lose 30 seconds because of that. So all of this just kind of compounds together, just like how many levels we get so quickly right here.
Yeah, a good fight here will go from level 19 to level 24. So 5 levels just in this one spot.
In 2 minutes is kind of crazy.
It's by far the best place to get experience in the run.
To kind of contrast that, there have been worlds that we've gone through so far where you literally gain, I believe, 1 level. So to gain 5 in a minute and a half
for example, Beast Castle gives you 0 levels.
Yeah, so just let that sink in.
And we're done.
And again, there's a lot of stimulus going on the screen right now. There's just a lot of visual craziness going on. Yeah, to get to level 24 and then also towards... No, he used 2 ethers. Just noticing how quickly he was getting all that EXP. You notice all the levels that were popping up on the top right of the screen. And also just noticing how often Stitch was, as we say, was licking him so that his MP was going back to full. Biz did have to use 2 ethers in that fight, but that's okay. Because those are routed, or those are in the route. You're pretty much planning on having to use them. And they are in case Stitch is just not licking you and not giving you the MP, which is random. He does it whenever he wants. Also right there, a little thing that I was dumb, I didn't know about. It might have looked like Biz shot too far out with Quick Run there. He was actually trying to spawn other Heartless so that, what are they called, the Devastators?
Devastators, yeah.
Yeah, it's so that a Devastator in the main part of that room does not spawn because they can one-shot you and kill you. And with that, he picked up the Gaia Belt there, which he'll be able to equip later on for more defense, which again is important because we are in critical mode. And good luck with Hostile Program.
Shoutouts to this awesome fight.
Yeah. If anybody wants to explain kind of, I guess, how this fight's going to work.
Let's start off with Comet to quickly knock out a bunch of energy orbs so we can freeze Hostile Program. We're also going to go right into Master Form here. We just got this form. Master Form is really, really cool. It does an extreme amount of damage with air combos, as you'll see. So we're going to blast through this next phase with some Frozen and Master.
That little drop to the ground he did was actually intentional to restart the combo, to maximize all the damage he can do with Master
So we're in the
Form.
final phase of this boss fight now. That just happened.
Yeah.
And now he's dead.
Now he's going to die, thanks to this last comment. So I don't know if we've mentioned this before, but going into a drive form instantly heals you. So it gives you back all your MP and stuff. So he's able to go back into Comet right afterwards. And that was a perfect fight.
That is like when you're learning this category, I'll say, as someone who's been learning it lately, that is the first fight where you're just like, oh man, I like this a lot. This is fun.
Now the most terrifying segment of my part.
Oh yeah.
Every fight from now on.
Yeah, just real quick on Master Form there. All the drive forms, like we said before, have their strengths. Master Form is only aerial combos. Even if you seem to be on the ground, you actually do aerial combos. And you also can chain magic indefinitely, so that's why it's very easy to kind of reset the combo there during that fight.
So I guess in terms of the storyline of the game, this is the big like middle point of the run. And this is actually kind of a big boss rush they're throwing at you, and kind of a lot of mob fights thrown in there as well. I just, once again, kind of like we did with Riz, I want to make sure all of you guys go follow Biscuit047 on Twitch. He's an amazing streamer. He's one of the most well-respected runners in the community. Highly skillful. He would have been running 1.5 as well with me. Both very difficult categories. And he's top 3 in both of those games. So make sure you go give this guy a follow. Also, Kiwi here has made some amazing sub emotes for him, including Biz Steve, which we'll get to later on. But yeah, be sure to go give Biz a follow.
Biz Goffy.
Biz Goffy, Biz Albert. Shoutouts to Albert.
This fight in particular is incredibly dangerous because you're surrounded by these enemies. All of these enemies can one-shot you. There are a lot of instances in this run where you can just be one-shot for a single misstep, so thankfully Chicken Little does a good job of kind of taking care of them, as well as Magnet Finishing Leap also taking care of them. Like, everything kind of, like, seems easy, like, oh, he's just kind of going through the motions, but one, like, misstep and he is potentially dead.
Being a little safe there.
So when the dancers have their hands glowing like that, it means they're trying to grab you. If they grab you, you are dead. That is 100% instant kill. You also saw that he dismissed Chicken Little there, which might seem like not a very smart thing to do.
His party members.
Yeah,
that was not as safe as I thought.
You might wonder why I ever dismissed Chicken Little there. We actually need 3 drive gauge here, or at the very least we need to be able to get to 3 drive gauge because we're going to be using Genie in this next fight.
All right, so here comes Demix. This, for a lot of people, could be like a childhood misery dealing with Mr. Dance Water Dance.
This strat is really precise and has a lot to go into it, so I'll probably let either Riz or Bloody explain it.
All right, so what he wants to do, he wants to break all of these clones. He has to go through this mini game of just breaking 50 of these clones. But what's crazy is that you can actually use Trinity Limit and destroy lots of clones, and each of these clones gives you an insane amount of hits. So from that right there, he gets around 134, and he blows through an entire bar and a half or so of HP off of Demix. Now for the second part of this fight, he's going to be using Genie. Valor Genie's limit gives you some invincibility and also does a lot of extra damage to him. So we're going to be going through this loop right here. It's going to be one air combo, a couple hits, and then Valor Genie. And it's just going to constantly force him to do this move. And it just keeps him stuck in this, you know, basically infinite loop until he is virtually dead. And there you go.
Nice.
Now for the most terrifying part.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and just jump into one thing right there. You might have noticed that he was always doing enough hits. He was trying to abuse his revenge value, constantly pushing him right to the brink of his revenge value, and then using Valor Genie so he can get the iframes and deal some damage in there. You might have noticed, however, there was one point where Demix kind of got stuck on the wall, and he had to react to that accordingly and go straight into Valor Genie because he was going to start his retaliation phase at that point. However, to note, this series of 4 fights is the most terrifying part of the game. If he dies, he goes back to the last time he has free control of Sora, which is before Demix. And all these fights can kill him, as you can see. So, with that, we're going to call some serious time and see what he can do.
That was close.
A death here is like upwards to 5 minutes time loss.
If you died a Cloud, yeah.
Yeah, both the soldiers and the Morning Stars do tons of damage in this fight.
You recently acquired a new ability right here called Round Break or Vicinity Break. That circling move when there are a lot of enemies around you is actually really great at taking out lots of small enemies like the shadows there. So you'll see it throughout these fights.
He really wants a Rising Sun here. It's an incredibly powerful reaction command that deals with Morning Stars specifically right here.
Thank you, Tifa.
Tifa also does a fantastic job of dealing with Morning Stars.
Tifa, however, is really bad at fighting shadows, so even if there's like one shadow left, she just won't be able to kill it.
It's sort of a trade-off.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to who will hopefully be calling Toji Sucks in the FF7 run.
So shadows do have a move where they can pop up for 0 frames and pop back down. You actually can't hit them when they do that. There's nothing you can do.
And with that, in this final phase, we're going to be introduced to Limit Form.
So Limit Form levels up by completing these limits that he's doing right now. So that's 1 EXP. This will be 2. And he needs 3 to reach level 2, and that's all he'll need for the run. Limit Form is going to be used much later on to fight some endgame bosses, and you just need that extra drive bar that level 2 gives. So we got it. And now Cloud goes Super Saiyan here and completely destroys everything else. So.
And if you want to see him use Omni/more, donate.
Now you know how to be on an AGDQ couch. Yeah, a little subtle thing you might have noticed there, and it's a technique that's actually going to be used later on in the run as well. You might have noticed that Biz actually threw an ether up in the air before he even used the limit. That's because the animation of the ether going up in the air and then him starting the limit actually goes off and then the ether takes place. So it makes it to where he gets 1 free limit there, or 1, you know, essentially for the use of an ether, and then 2 more afterwards, which after 3 uses of limit, getting to the final phase of them, that's what gave him level 2.
I'm pretty sure it's Steve.
So to explain what's going on with this Steve and Kyle nonsense.
Oh, it's Steve.
That has to
By
be
the
Steve.
way, this is, in my opinion, the worst fight in the game.
Yeah, so here we're using these Heartless. Oh, they're actually coming from this Heartless to actually spin in a circle and a Sparkle Ray, I believe, to spin in a circle and deal a lot of damage to a lot of enemies at once. There are 1,000 Heartless in this fight, and they're not actually all loaded. The PS2 wouldn't be able to handle that. They just kind of simulate that they're all there. So throughout this fight, we want to continue to grab one Sentry here and use Sparkle Ray over and over. The the Heartless that actually gives you good Sparkle Rays over and over, we like to affectionately call Steve. And the one that decides to give you a long windup after giving you one good reaction command, that's actually Kyle, because we don't like Kyle.
Kyle's a jerk.
Kyle's a jerk. Sorry if your name is Kyle.
But no, we're not. Kyle sucks.
That was a Kyle move right there.
Yeah.
Steve's already dead.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Oh, dude.
Steve has risen back from the dead.
Oh no. So it is extremely easy to die in this fight. We do have the ability once more, which lets you survive combos. So if you take a rapid amount of hits all at once, you'll survive with 1 health, but even still, it can be really easy just to get killed by a cheap shot in this fight.
Yeah, it's just another fight where you're constantly having to react to what's going on around you because it is the most random fight in the game.
So for the last 100 or so, he's spinning the camera around a bit. That's just to help load in the last 100 Heartless. So the Sparkle Rays kill more.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
And
that
with
was
that,
really good. That was a good segment. Are we still deathless? We are still deathless.
That is 2/3 of the game without a death. That's just absolutely incredible.
Good luck, man.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. And it just gets harder from here, too. It's not like it gets easier.
That's why we saved the best for last.
There's no really easy way to...
Yeah, so while we're kind of getting switched around here.
Yeah, while we're solving around, just keep skipping and I'll hand it to Bloody.
We have
if we lose a few seconds,
Mr. Bloody Biscuits here, who is the current world record holder of this game, switching in for the last leg. And really everybody who isn't already following him needs to go follow him immediately because he's going to be doing a fantastic job. We all already have total faith in him.
And during this highly choreographed switch, how about a donation? Just poke it in. $75 from the hand. Been watching for years, but I'm finally able to donate to this amazing cause. Love the work you all are doing, and I hope we can keep preventing cancer, saving frames, and arguing about animal welfare for years to come. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cool. Good job, man.
All right, so we're headed to Beast Castle first. Oh my god, the camera inverted. Okay. So I'll be changing the config here real quick. We're actually here just to get a stronger Keyblade. We'll be coming back here to finish the actual thing a little bit later on.
Is your customize all that you want it to be?
No, actually. Yeah. This is a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely not used to this. Forgot about the customize that I was supposed to be changing here. Thank you. There we go.
We got there in the end. Okay.
I can't believe you got through that. I would have died like instantly.
So you can tell.
So
right
the
there,
most gigantic choke in the world. I apologize for that because that is definitely not how that is supposed to go through.
See, Bloody right there calls that a choke. Every one of us would have died there, I believe. If your customization.
I wouldn't even mess with it.
When you have such intense muscle memory
thank God. Okay.
running this game, those customize, which we actually
I
can
am
use,
finally back at home. All right.
we can use up to 4 spells.
Yeah, I changed the config, but I forgot about the customize and beast, so that was kind of like the worst situation to start with.
We can use up to 4 spells there by holding L1 and pressing one of the 4 primary buttons.
We just have to explain this part real quick while he's re-entering the room. It's actually manipulating bulky vendors. What it does is when you enter a bulky vendor room for the first time since resetting the console, every time you re-enter it, it sets a flag for each bulky vendor to appear. So he entered it 3 times. That means every single bulky vendor we come in contact with, we can get. They'll all be there.
And to explain, bulky vendors are prize heartless that using RC on them will give you about 2,000 experience. So they're pretty important to get.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, just being able to react like Bloody did in that fight when your muscle memory is so ingrained into using these customizations.
Oh my god, I was panicking.
Reflect and magnet timing is really important, as you probably noticed there, and being able to quickly dodge around all those attacks. That and recover is insane. You can see basically when we have these 2-second fights that look like they didn't take a lot of work, this is what happens when they go wrong. And it gets pretty scary very quickly.
Yeah, that was a disaster to say the least, but didn't die. So
didn't die.
Hooray!
Also to note, you might be wondering why he isn't doing the rest of Beast Castle. You pretty much have to split up Beast Castle because it's faster map movement, kind of like we did the first trip there, where after you go all the way to Beast's room and do that kind of section of the world, you'll then warp back out and then warp back into the other part of the world, like back near the first part. So yeah, he really was just kind of breaking up there and conveniently getting the Rumbling Rose, which is the Keyblade he currently has attached, which gives him another finishing plus. It's actually much more useful in the other versions of this game where we don't have finishing plus like in critical mode, but it's still very useful. It's the most powerful Keyblade we have to this point, and it still gets a couple of worlds worth of use. And will later be equipped onto Valor once we get another Keyblade, the True God Keyblade.
And for example, in the beginner mode speedrun of this, because we don't have finishing plus, Rumbling Rose is pretty much used for the entire rest of the game because we need that extra finisher. So it's a very good Keyblade.
I think the biggest time saver with Rumbling Rose is actually specifically this fight, simply because of Master Form. Master Form destroys this fight. The idea behind this boss fight is to keep Grim Reaper from teleporting around. The less he teleports around, the faster the fight goes, so I'm going to be using a lot of magic to do that.
So just like with the Pirates and Barbossa, Grim Reaper is able to be frozen like this.
Alright.
Yeah, and to kind of reiterate for anybody who might have been joining us recently, Finishing Plus extends the number of finishers that you have in a combo by 1. Finishers almost always, I believe, do more damage than the regular combo hits, and oftentimes, such as the case with Master Form there, will stun the boss very well.
There's a slight BGM glitch in this fight. I'm not sure it's going to be too noticeable.
Yeah, I don't think we mentioned it at all, but this game does have BGM glitches in the original PS2 versions. We think it's basically if you skip a cutscene too fast, it probably can distort some songs.
I'd also like to note that Master Form, it stays level 1, and it's still that good. So, anybody out there who's like, oh, Master Form, it's not that good. What are you even talking about?
It's incredible. And there is an old route we used to do where we did level Master Form, but because level 1 is already so strong, it took too long to level to get enough benefit from it. So we just use that level 1 anyway, and it's still amazing.
All right, I just picked up Peter Pan. He's going to be useful in some fights a little bit later on, but he won't be seeing much showtime until a little later. Right now we're just doing a little bit of medallion collection. There's a neat little trick you can do here with Magnet and Solo Trinity. You keep on hitting him straight back into the magnet and produce a lot of hits. Gets you a lot of drive back as well as dealing lots of damage.
So something to explain about Magnet is every time it pulls in an enemy, it also deals damage. So abilities like Trinity knock the enemy out of the magnet, and then the magnet pulls back in, dealing extra damage. And that gets used with Group Trinity as well a little later on.
Like, while Reflect is probably the most broken spell in this game, Magnet is probably my favorite spell because it has so much use with other things in the game. You kind of like synergize a lot of limits and other moves to produce a lot of damage.
Yeah, and one of the big uses of Finishing Plus throughout this run is using Magnet followed by a Finishing Leap or by another ability, as well with Reflect in similar situations. That is something that makes Rumbling Rose in Beginner, of course, very, very needed.
So yeah, these are the fastest gamblers you can get taking this path. So that's why we didn't just stay in the other part, because we don't have to kill any pirates to get to them. So we skipped this room.
Something I'm not sure we touched on during the first visit. Pirates are, vulnerable to Blizzard and all magic, as we said before, but they actually can't be hurt unless they're in the moonlight. And because of that, it's really annoying to
swag.
to kill pirates when they're in locations, especially when they spawn in locations where they might not be in the moonlight. That's why we try to avoid them as much as possible during these medallion fights. One of the reasons, rather.
And with that, we're actually already at the boss of this world. To kind of just explain right before he starts the fight, all we're doing on this second trip is you're trying to essentially unlock the path to all the other Disney worlds. So all we have to do is defeat Land of Dragons, Beast Castle, Port Royal, Halloween Town, and Agrabah, the second trips for all 5 of those. And they're all relatively short, and then we can move on to the final dungeon of the game.
Yeah, the game doesn't require us to go do Pride Lands at all, Atlantica, Hunter, and Bigger Woods, except for that first time we went there for a minute. We can skimp Olympus too as well.
Never have to go to Space Paranoids too, yeah. So there's a fair amount the game doesn't make you do, which is kind of convenient because I know Riz has an opinion on all the worlds we don't go to.
They're all pretty bad speedrun-wise, especially in Final Mix. I've done an all-worlds run where you go to all those worlds on Beginner, and you don't have much you can do in those extra worlds.
Right here, there's a little bit of tech. He's about to turn invisible, but if I actually just target him in midair and Land of Thunder, he just still hits him, even though he's supposedly invisible. It was discovered semi-recently.
I'm not sure we mentioned it, but this boss actually collects a bunch of medallions, and while he has those medallions, he's invulnerable. You need to knock all of the medallions out of him and put them back in the chest in order to make him vulnerable again.
And right here, once again, I'm preventing him from teleporting as much as I can.
Yeah, in the last phase of this, he's about to suck up all the medallions, which normally for casual people is a nightmare to deal with, but we have a pretty interesting way to knock them all out.
Yeah, 882 coins right now.
So every Thunder knocks out about 50 medallions, and Master Form Thunder hits several times, so this takes care of this phase extremely quickly. Hopefully Goofy is helpful. And
not fast enough, but still okay.
Goofy can be using Goofy Bash there to knock MP orbs out, so you can get full MP for this part, but he didn't get lucky
there. We go.
That was good, though, getting that reflect.
That's also the only planned use of Cure throughout the game.
Yeah, there you go.
That is probably my least favorite boss in the game, casually.
A lot of people hate it, yes.
And we make quick work of it there.
Yeah, this world is not nearly as bad as most of the others in the second visits for a speedrun on crit.
To note, the AGDQ couch is made for 3.5 butts. So we're doing what we can. All right. So that takes care of Port Royal. That unlocks his path. He can either go to Halloween Town or Agrabah right now. He wants to go to Halloween Town first because of the Keyblade you get at the end of this world.
The God Keyblade.
The God Keyblade.
It has one of my favorite designs as well, and it also is probably just the strongest of all.
Yeah, you'll be seeing in the level 1 data org after this run where we equip that Keyblade a lot. It's because it just boosts ground combo damage so much. It's, a lot of people are like, why not use Ultima? Well, Ultima doesn't have the damage boost that you get from Decisive Pumpkin.
Why not use Oblivion?
Dreamer, why aren't you using Oblivion?
Are we going to get Ultima in this run?
We are definitely getting Ultima. Are we
going to be Sephiroth?
Oh, we're fighting Sephiroth in this run too, definitely.
Sweet. Oops.
This is the best speedrun ever.
I think your foot is on my cord here.
Yeah, and that's kind of something we haven't really talked about. again, Decisive Pumpkin does have the highest strength for the Keyblades we care about, but also its ability combo boost, I believe, is incredibly useful. And in this game and in the run, using Keyblades for their abilities is almost ridiculously more important than using them for their base stats. The stats don't nearly affect it as much as their abilities in most cases.
Okay, so as you saw at the beginning of this fight, Dan's Call does have like a magnet ability at the beginning of it, so we have used that to bring all the kids in at once so we could just quick kill them and throw them in boxes. Yes.
So we RNG manipulated or luck manipulated these bulky vendors to show up in this room specifically, so I'm going to go ahead and set up. Normally they're supposed to be random, but because of the RNG manipulation, they will always spawn right here. There's 2 specifically here, so we get lots of EXP. These guys yield about 2,000. Almost 2,000 EXP per.
That is actually something different in Final Mix. In the other versions, they give around 1,000 instead of 2,000.
So now, why, Biz, why did he summon Stitch there right at the beginning?
Just for a safety measure, so Stitch could parry all the enemies that would be trying to attack you while grabbing the bulky vendors. Like, you're invincible during the reaction command for bulky vendors, but afterwards you're not.
Those enemies can all one-shot.
And with that, let's see what Peter Pan can do.
Forgot to summon him, but that won't be too big of a deal. All right, so this is going to be Peter Pan's first entrance. So we're going to round them, all these enemies up into this area right here. There's some really, really annoying Heartless later on, but if we do this correctly, we just get all of the presents.
Yeah. Doing
those Heartless right there can go die somewhere, please.
The graveyards one-shot you.
This fight used to be such trash.
No, we used to have like 5 different strats. Like we would just cycle through them, and none of them really worked out. And then we finally just kind of settled with Peter Pan, and I think he's a keeper this time. I think he's gonna stick around.
Yeah, it will almost like never fail if you do it right.
Because the fights, well, actually, let's get hype, because this is the best part of the game.
Dude, I love luck. I love presents.
So yeah, to explain a little bit how this minigame works, the little red ones, we have to get 100 presents. Red ones are worth 1. The little yellow ones are worth a little more than that. The green ones are worth more, and the brown ones are worth a lot.
Okay, here we go.
It's completely random what they're going to come out with. So this is not Billy Joel.
There we go.
All right, baby, we'll take
solid,
that.
yeah.
Pretty solid. It can be horrible or it can be amazing. It'll just shower you with all the big boxes in the world.
And the other important thing, because it gave them to you fast enough, after I think the kids had just gotten out on the floor at that point. Lock, Shock, and Barrel can go out and start knocking boxes off of the platforms or off of the little arena you're in. So
Yeah.
But either way, that little stupid minigame's over with. Time for the boss of this world, the experiment, where we will once again hopefully see some Peter Pan action and see the real usage of Peter Pan in this run. Starting off with Dance Call to push him all the way through his first phase. Riz, do you want to know kind of the best way to use Dance Call or the proper way to use it?
Yeah, if you just start with one of the buttons, and then because you can use both triangle and circle for each part of the limit, but you just alternate between them with a slight pause in between to get the most damage out of that. So you can see that a ton of damage with it. Peter Pan's other ability is, as you attack, he also attacks with you, and that can keep a couple bosses stun locked, as you're seeing. The experiment can't really do anything right now. Sick ground combo.
Ooh.
I'll take this a little safe, yeah. Oh.
Well, that's okay,
That's good.
because
We can see the third ability of Peter Pan, which is Tinkerbell's Auto Life. So that's... Ooh,
Smart. Yeah, I was gonna say, we actually have a known crash in this fight, but we know how to avoid it. It's basically when you're doing the reaction command to form them back together, if you get killed while you're throwing it, the game just crashes. That was a good save.
Yeah, so nice.
He knows like all the backup strats.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to getting punched in the mouth.
When we count like deathless runs, we actually don't count the deaths where Peter Pan saves us because we only count them if it like goes to continue.
It's only really a 15-second loss there. I mean, sure, if you want to count it as me dying, I actually did indeed die, but I didn't actually like lose the full amount of time there.
Yeah, it'd be like the same thing as using Mickey on Cerberus. Like, we never count that as a death.
Right. Yeah, it's really interesting that with all the summons, it's not just like one overpowered technique with each of them. All of them have like multiple uses within the run for why we want them. And the nice thing about Peter Pan is not only does he allow you to get those really cool stun loops on certain bosses, but also it's a free re-raise with having Tinkerbell in the fight as well. And Peter Pan stays out to keep the combo going. And so with that, probably in all the second visits to the worlds, I personally consider this to be the worst because of these first two fights. You know, you're sitting here right now, they've given you all these overpowered techniques, and this is the last to know. That's the last bulky vendor that we're grabbing. It's mainly to try to get level 30 by the boss of this world, Genie Jafar.
He will. He got
We're
level
guaranteed.
29.
We're guaranteed this one. Yeah.
Unless he like ignores every enemy on the carpet escape.
Yeah. I wanted to be absolutely sure that we hit level 30 there.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
Very safe.
But yeah, so these next two fights are terrible. All these like cool techniques and overpowered spells are, you know, we're not taking away everything, but Donald and Goofy aren't in this fight. They're all of our limits except for Solo Trinity. We can't use any of our drive.
We can't even use Solo. We have no access to limits, summons, drives. Our party members, we have nothing for the most part.
And instead, controlling these fights is a lot harder than he's probably making it look right now.
Yeah, like he had to use it. You can skip using an ether here, but the enemies were too spread out, and it's basically luck. It's really hard to control that.
Had to use an ether, but it's okay.
It's not terrible because your potion and ether use in this game, it's a little loose. Like, there are definitely some backup potions and ethers that you get throughout the run to where, you know, inevitably something's going to go wrong in these fights. There's enough randomness to where it's kind of almost intended. All right, a couple of emergency ethers in particular.
Yeah, the route gives you some leniency. If there was not any leniency, this would be quite the route.
Yeah, Riz and I pretty much didn't really waste any ethers either, so like Bloody has a lot to fall back on if strats like don't go well.
To note what he's doing there, he's actually chasing the illusion of Jafar. The controls for the carpet are actually really hard to get used to at first. They're very slippery. Your momentum kind of carries a little bit. You don't really stop on a dime. And there's also a faster version when you're moving the carpet a set direction for a while. You'll start moving much faster, and he wants to be moving that as much as possible. So at different times you'll see him actually do a quick little loop with the carpet. That's in order to continue his momentum, because if you change direction very quickly, it actually will not immediately stop your momentum.
Come here, you. There we go.
That's very nicely done.
Again, another instance of really how good the combo system is in this game. How what he was doing there was he was kind of baiting out an attack from the enemies, reflecting that attack, and then immediately comboing that into another magnet in order to constantly keep the enemies staggered and keep them from using their attacks. Because again, the fights might look easy on critical mode here. If he lets the Heartless have an inch, they will take a mile and they will kill you. Especially those Crimson Jazz, those large red enemies, they do tons of damage.
The Crimson Jazzes have, I think, 2 or 3 one-hit kill moves at this point, so we have to take care of them, and the Fortune Tellers 2-shot us. So,
and to note, he moved in a specific way there to despawn all the enemies around the switches.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they would just interrupt you when you're trying to shoot the blizzard one.
You could YOLO, but you'd also die.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
It's like a slick, like 2-3 seconds you save if you don't despawn them.
Yeah. Worth it.
Worth it.
Yeah, the suicide strats are worth it.
Also, shoutouts to Cutscene Skip. Wait, what?
For whatever reason, there isn't a cutscene here. It always feels like there should be. Yeah. So a lot of times, a lot of will just accidentally pause there.
A lot of people
expecting a cutscene.
When I started out, I would just stand in place, kind of expecting it, and then you'd be standing there for a second, like, oh, okay.
To kind of add on to that, we never mentioned it at the beginning, but every loading zone actually fades in from black in this game, I believe, and during that time, you can actually move Sora before you can actually see him. So throughout most loading screens, you're actually going to be holding forward to start moving a direction, or potentially spamming square to use quick run. And so when Bloody says that you would just stand there for a second, you might not even notice it when it's originally happening, when that happened to him. But actually, he should have been moving during the time where you couldn't see Sora.
Yeah.
So it's those kinds of little optimizations. Again, I tend to be the one that calls them out all the time because they interest me so much. Is that, you know, that might be a half a second every loading screen, if that. But that half a second adds up over the, you know, hundreds probably of load screens we have throughout the run.
So of note on this is an auto-scroller. We can't speed it up. Our main goal is to get EXP, so we hit level 30 before Jafar. And a lot of this is based on the way you kill enemies. Killing them as fast as you can spawns even more on a lot of segments, and you can get a ton of EXP from this just by optimally killing everything fast. And
another thing to note is the ability experience boost doesn't work in this section. Experience boost only takes effect.
I wanted it to so bad.
It only takes effect when Sora gets credit for the kill. And in this room, because it's the ground killing the enemies, experience boost won't activate. Yeah. It would make things a lot simpler, but...
If you were strong enough to one-shot them, though, would that count?
I would assume so. I haven't put the time into doing that.
With that, we're going to be walking up to Genie Jafar here in a second. If you want to get in one quick donation before we get there.
Here's a quick one, $30 from Hagalaz. Hey guys, I had to donate during my favorite game with some of my favorite streamers, obviously. My grandfather has been battling lung cancer for about half a year now, and he's winning the fight for now. It's amazing what you guys are doing, and keep it up. Also, gimme that Kingdom Key.
Shoutouts to the Kingdom Key, which is a prize for donating here.
I have who the person is that donated this. This is awesome looking. Yeah, I think if you donate like a minimum of $15 during the course of this run, which you've got
25.
Whoops, my bad. False advertising. $25. Then you will be entered into a drawing to win this. Genie Jafar, let's go.
It was supplied by KFJ.
Riz, please explain how this fight works, because you are the master.
So when you're on the carpet, some of your attacks are changed, slide dash being one of them. And if you, for a lot of times we're kind of, you know, matching out our combos pretty quickly to, you know, do it fast. But in this fight, if you do that, you actually get a lot less damage. So for your slide dash, you want to actually let go of the attack button during them, so you can get the full damage, which speeds up the fight a lot. And other than that, there's an HP gate at about 1.6 bars that if you break it with a finisher, Genie Jafar will just go into his desperation move, which wastes about 30 seconds and will probably kill you. So avoiding it there, he's going to do the RC one more time, and that should end the fight.
Yeah, a lot of people usually have trouble with this fight on critical mode casually if they're not a high enough level, and seeing it done like this is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and because we're level 30, that works out. At level 29, you actually do so much less damage that the fight takes an extra 30 seconds. Wow. So it's pretty important to get level 30.
That's also, as I understand it, one of the more consistent fights in the run, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. There's no luck involved in that fight.
Yeah.
It's actually my favorite fight in the game. So.
Yeah, if you're on an RPG, it's pretty nice having a fight where there's no RNG involved.
If you wanted to know how to fight Genie Jafar on like German, PAL, PS3, something, Riz probably has a strat for that because he loves this fight.
I think Riz has uploaded probably well over like 7 Jafar strat videos or so.
Something like that for various difficulties and versions of the game.
Yeah, the strats between versions changes usually with that fight.
So now we're going to finish up Beast Castle. I went into the parlor earlier. You might have noticed it. You might also have missed it. I went in there to activate the save point so that I could save warp straight to the parlor and activate this fight.
So he has to be very careful against these Dragoons. They do have a one-shot, so we want to kill them as quickly as we can and keep them stuck in Magnet.
He's still alive? Okay, you're not getting me this time.
If you notice right there, Bloody actually used the jump command, which is used by using the lure and reaction command. That jump command is going to be very helpful in the next fight, which I'm sure a lot of people will be pretty amazed by if they had trouble with Zaldin, our next boss, as a kid.
With that, let's go ahead and give him a little bit of serious time for this fight, because there's a few cues he's looking for.
Mm-hmm. This is also another childhood fight that a lot of people had a lot. If you remember the guy with the lances that destroyed you, then this is the guy. So if I do this correctly, then hopefully this guy gets destroyed. Wow, that is a long time since I've seen that.
So that was actually bad RNG that Bloody got there. He wants him to do just his frontal attack so he can guard that. Nice.
That aerial dodge is pretty precise. I have to land it to get all of the learns.
And if he misses that aerial slash, he's dead. That's a one-shot, that lance attack. Also, honestly, that's some pretty impressive mashing that Bloody has to put out right there to stock 9 full jumps there. So
we skip his desperation move basically by stopping right before the HP barrier on Zaldin and then getting 9 more jumps so we can kill him. That's also why we didn't kill Zaldin earlier. We wouldn't have been able to do that. We wouldn't have been strong enough, but now we are strong enough. And just a little bit more about that fight, we did go into a drive form because it does more damage with the jumps.
And that's actually the last free drive use we have. We routed it so that after that, if we were to go into a drive in a fight, we might get anti-form, but in that fight, we're fine.
Yeah, we do have a chance of going anti-form in any fight that allows it right now, but we will be fixing that soon.
However, another thing about anti-form is if you're alone, if you don't have both Donald and Goofy, you can't go anti-form. So we'll see that in this fight here against Riku.
There are a lot of instances in the rest of the run where I'm by myself, and I still have access to limit form, so I will not have to worry about anti-form there, and I can just be safe.
So Riku doesn't get staggered ever, so he just kind of sits there and eats damage. Which is great with limit form.
Nice.
That's like perfect luck.
Yeah. Whoa. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that was so good.
That
wow.
was really good.
All right, so now that we don't have to worry about drive uses too much, we can actually use the fastest mode of transportation we have, which is Wisdom Form level 3, which has access to Quick Run level 2.
Overall, Wisdom Form is not a great form inside of combat, but its movement is obviously very fast. So that's pretty much its main usage, and to give us Quick Run.
It has its uses in some fights if you were to use it, but
you'll
not really.
I say that.
Yeah, in data.
But in data org, you will actually see it somewhat, or not somewhat. You will see it in fights.
Yeah, one of the notable uses of it, I'm sure we'll touch on it later as well, is that you actually get MP haste, and I believe MP haste there as well. You get drastically reduced MP charge, which lets you use a lot more magic.
So we talked about this earlier with the Magnet Trinity. The Trinity is pushing all those enemies in and out of the Magnet, which deals damage to them, but also increases the amount of hits that the Trinity gets, allowing him to end this fight in just one Trinity. Hopefully. Here he has enough.
There is one bolt tower that was kind of lagging, so there might be
And
a
he
little...
got
Oh,
it.
there we
That
go.
was good.
There we go.
So normally if you did just a raw Trinity without a Magnet first, you wouldn't even come close. We're doing it that way.
Yeah, that fight normally would be really scary if you didn't do that, because you have the assault riders and bolt towers surrounding you that can just hit you from all angles. And we also want to pick up all the money, so money like gets dragged into you automatically when you win a fight if they're still around. So that will help us buy ethers later.
And he actually equipped Jackpot on Donald, which increased the amount of money right before that, after the Riku fight.
Yo, this BGM glitch, I'm digging it.
Again, he wanted to dismiss Chicken Little there because he wanted to get to 3 drive bars like you just saw right there. Again, in case it wasn't completely clear, summons actually take up the drive gauge just like your drive forms do. So you have to route out how you balance using both of those.
Yeah, summons actually always take 3 drive gauge, I believe, and as do Valor and Wisdom. Limit form takes 4, and so does Master, I believe, and then Final takes 5 drive gauge. We won't actually be getting Final Form this run unless we're lucky.
Don't speak too soon.
And Final Form or bust. But this is a really cool strat, so I'm going to leave this one to Biz or Riz to explain.
You can explain it.
All right. Well, so he is using Valor Genie once again for the invincibility and just the extra damage that does. He's not going to actually do the very last part of the punch because it would send him flying off of Storm Rider. He'll only use the first 9 hits of it. Yeah. And again, that's just for extra damage. And he has a lot of damage right now, so that's going to pause for just a second there. If he had attacked too early, it would have broken Storm Rider's HP gate and sent him into the last phase without getting enough damage on him. So that's why he paused there for like half a second.
Yeah, we have to stay on the back as long as we can for this fight to make it go this fast.
Oh my god. It's happening.
Oh, baby.
It's happening. Back there for just extra chip damage. Here we go. Yes! Oh. Yes! RC finish! Perfect fight.
If I may, that fight can last as much as like 20 seconds longer or something if you get all the way to the laser. So that's pretty ridiculous that it ended in the RC there.
That was worth it. that was all of the worth it.
Oh my gosh. All right, with that, we have finally completed all of the revisits to the Disney worlds. We've unlocked the paths to all the Disney worlds, which is good enough. The game says, all right, cool, we made you go around and do enough BS. We'll let you go to the final dungeon now. So now there's one final gummy mission. We'll go to Twilight Town and then off to the world that never was. With that, again, we told you guys we were going to be doing 6 Disney songs. We did the top 6. The number 2 donated for was actually Be Prepared, Scar's song from The Lion King. And for that, I'm going to ask my good buddy Ghoul02, also from the Tropical Freeze community, to come up and help us out with this one. So,
hello, everybody. I never thought hyenas essential. They're crude and unspeakably plain, but maybe they've a glimmer of potential, if allied to my vision and brain. I know that your powers of retention are as wet as the warthog's backside, but thick as you are, pay attention. Thy words are a matter of pride. It's clear from your vacant expressions. The lights are not all on upstairs, but we're talking kings and successions. Even you can't be caught unawares. So prepare for a chance of a lifetime. Be prepared for sensational news. A shiny new era is tiptoeing nearer.
And where do we feature?
Just listen to teacher. I know it sounds sordid, but you'll be rewarded when at last I am given my dues. And injustice deliciously squared. Be prepared.
Yeah, be prepared. We'll be prepared. For what?
For the death of the king.
Is he sick?
No, fool. We're gonna kill him. And Simba, too.
Great idea. Who needs a king? No king, no king. La 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 la.
Idiots! There will be a king.
But you said...
I will be king. Stick with me, and you'll never go hungry again.
Yeah, all right. Long live the king. Long live the king. It's great we will soon be connected with a king who'll be all-time adored. Do.
Of course, quid pro quo, you're expected to take certain duties on board. The future is littered with prizes, and though I'm the main addressee, the point that I must emphasize is you won't get a sniff without me. So prepare for the coup of the century. Be prepared for the murkiest scam.
La la la.
Meticulous plannings, tenacity spanning, decades of denial is simply why I'll be king undisputed, respected, saluted, and seen for the wonder I am. Yes, my teeth and ambitions are bared. Be prepared.
Yes, our teeth and ambitions are bared.
Be prepared.
Thank you so much to Gulo, too. Also, thank you to Ghoul for providing us with all the lyrics throughout all that. I want to thank you guys. I think, you know, the Disney songs was something we kind of threw on at the end of when we were trying to come up with donation incentives for this. I believe that raised over $5,000 by itself. So between that, the bidding war, and the level 1 data.org RTA, the donation incentives for Kingdom Hearts raised close to $20,000. So thank you all so much for your generosity. You know, I'm not going to lie, I think the Kingdom Hearts community, we felt almost a little jaded being kept out of the marathons for the last 3.5 years, ever since Summer Games Done Quick 2011. So seeing that chunk of change raised for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, we're honored to be here and get to do this run, and thank you to all our fans out there who support us day in and day out as we do these RTA attempts. It really was a lot of fun, so yeah, awesome. And with that, that's the final going mission, and here we go, the final stretch of the game.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll just talk about level 1 data.org real quick, because that's after the run, we met the incentive to do level 1 data.org. It's a boss rush category in which we're going to be fighting all the data organization members at level 1. In 2FM, they threw all the optional super bosses from the organization all in one room conveniently, so get excited for that. Bloody and I will be doing all of those fights right after this run.
It is truly the craziest boss rush you'll ever see in any game. 13 absolute super bosses, all of them can easily kill you, and you're at level 1. So a lot of the things that we have in this game, like the technique Once More, we don't have access to, which again keeps us from being combo killed. Essentially, we'll stop at 1 hit point. There's another ability you'll get at other levels in the game called Second Chance. That prevents you from getting one-shotted. You don't have access to abilities like that. So should be pretty crazy, and I'm really happy that they gave us the extra 30 minutes on the estimate to fit that in. But
shoutouts to Muffin QT for taunting the sniper.
Never taunt the sniper.
No.
I love you, Muffin, I swear.
He loves you too.
So this fight is awful because you have Mickey helping you out, and he does everything except for help you out by knocking enemies out of your magnet randomly. And then to top it all off, you need Stitch to constantly restore MP, and sometimes he just doesn't want to do that. So you have two characters that can just wreck this fight for you and make it really slow.
Yeah, in a lot of cases throughout this run, your party members actually do more harm than good. We'll be seeing it again later in the Axel fight, most likely, although he can sometimes help you out.
Yeah, like as we saw, you know, the creepers spread apart too much from getting hit by Mickey and such, so we couldn't quick kill them.
Okay, great.
And there it is again, yeah.
Samurai spawn in twos, and when one gets knocked away like that by Mickey, it can be really tough to get a fast fight. He's back in the magnet at least.
Yeah, this is one of those fights that's very deceptively complex. You have to be listening for audio cues from things like creepers. You have to be keeping an eye on the samurais that get out of the fight. And you also need to be watching your MP, because if at any point it goes down near or into MP charge and Stitch is not refilling it, then you have to switch up and stop using magic or pop an ether. So there's really just a lot to be taking stock of, and that really doesn't let up the rest of the game. Most of the fights are going to be like that from here on out.
The plus side to that fight, though, is it's incredibly hard to die. Like, Stitch will parry probably almost every attack in there except for like a creeper drop down, I believe. So you're relatively safe from getting trolled at least.
You would skip that out of that real end.
My mind just kind of naturally tells me to just pick them up when I see them.
Yeah, so there are other categories of this game that people have routed out and made. Riz mentioned earlier the All Worlds category. Bloody actually made a really legitimately cool category called Gold Crown Run. When Bloody might have an opportunity, he might tell you a little bit about it, more than I can, but it's essentially 100% without dumb.
Yeah, it's 100% it is defined by us by completing the Jiminy Journal, and the Jiminy Journal has some interesting stuff, but also a lot of non-interesting stuff, such as grinding for synthesis items, doing a lot of odd mini games, and not a lot of it is really interesting. So Gold Crown is more just basically fighting the super bosses and doing all of the mini games from the organization mushrooms, and kind of like routing that out and seeing it kind of change is really interesting. It's a really long category for sure, but it's kind of interesting that people actually take so much of an interest in it. So I'm glad that people like it, I guess.
And Bloody is thinking about actually routing that out even further post AGDQ, one of his projects. So who wants to explain why this fight is absolute trash?
Axel.
Yep, Axel and Assassins are a nightmare in this fight. He can get cheap-shotted by an assassin killing itself if he falls out of magnet at the wrong time.
Okay.
Like that.
Yeah. Like that explosion is a one-shot.
Yeah,
so.
it kills you in one shot, and there's nothing you can do about it if it hits you.
Yeah.
Nice. Surviving that fight is always good. We were doing a practice run of it, and Biz, I hate to call you out on it, but Biz actually died 4 times on that fight in our race last night. No, I didn't even get to that fight, but yeah, that fight is pretty trash.
Yeah, it's hard to control the assassin. Sometimes they just don't get sucked into magnet. They fall out. They can just pop up and kill you. It's a terrifying fight.
But thankfully it's behind us, and now we are on to the world that never was. This is the final dungeon of the game, and it's essentially like a big boss rush. And the first one is a Final Mix exclusive. Instead of just a cutscene, you'll be fighting Roxas here. If you're terrible like me, you die to this guy like 18 times.
He's an extremely hard fight.
They threw this guy in, and his output on damage is ridiculous, and his DM is also unbelievable.
So people say it's the hardest
serious time.
Do you want serious time, or would you prefer we explain?
Go ahead and explain.
So this fight is really all about manipulating revenge value. Different abilities that you use, from a ground hit to an aerial hit to any really sort of magic. Everything has a different revenge value that it tacks onto a fight. And because when an enemy actually retaliates, the revenge value has to drop down to 0 at a natural level that doesn't abruptly adjust to 0. We use that to manipulate this fight and be able to take care of him pretty quickly. And this is a fight that, for those of you who haven't seen before, can go really wrong really fast. Definitely a hard one at anybody's first time.
Yeah, a lot of people, like I said, consider it the hardest storyline boss in the game.
It also looks really cool.
Yes.
That's a really technical fight. There's a lot of inputs going on at once.
That fight is really where you test if you can mash, and both Spike and I know from learning that fight that there are times where you think you're doing absolutely everything right, and it turns out what you're doing wrong is you're not pressing your button quickly enough. And because of that, what happens is you don't necessarily die immediately. Roxas will actually not retaliate. And that's a really big part of that fight, is you need to make sure that you're doing everything as quickly as possible so that you're always hitting his revenge value, not letting him drop all the way back to 0 when it retaliates, and making sure that you force him to retaliate exactly when you want and can continue to loop him like that.
So Roxas gives us 2 things. One is the Keyblade equip. The other is a Combo Master. We'll get in that later, but for now, the Keyblade equipped has a special ability that forces you, when you use a drive form in combat, to either get anti-form or final form. Either one is fine for our purposes. We just want anti-form and final form both lower anti-points to the point where we can use a drive on Zigbar.
Final form or boss?
Yeah, that final form has an extremely low chance of appearing. If it does, it's insane. Okay. Held our breath.
Everybody wanted it. So I could like.
Your menu to get super screwed up.
Yeah.
Final form actually, for most people, would actually hurt you because you're very used to the menus of the drive form at the bottom of the command menu there. And Final Form tacks on an extra one, so having to go into something like Master Form and knowing that you need to adjust your menu because Final Form is there is pretty hard to do. Luckily, Bloody here has played this game a million times and actually knows a strat for this fight with Final Form, so we were really hoping for the 3% chance that he would hit Final Form there and be able to show it off.
You need serious time for this?
Yeah, sure. I would like some serious time. This fight is pretty ridiculous.
Might be the hardest fight in the game.
The DM skip for this guy is quite unbelievable. I'm amazed it even works in the first place. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, baby.
Yes.
Yeah, so just like try to go over that. We were able to skip his desperation move by just looping him in the last phase. It is pretty precise.
His desperation move is unbelievable, and he becomes into the state where he just does not reload at all, and he shoots blue lasers, which are all one-shots. So if you miss that, it's basically death. I'm not even joking. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, yeah. Just also, like, yeah, it's incredibly precise with when you have to do like duck flares and combos and stuff. It's like if you get DM'd, also like we don't have much for dodging options, so we can easily get just destroyed.
You also saw him pause in the middle of the fight, and that was because Zigbar can actually use different moves.
I needed a pause buffer to check which move he was going to use.
Exactly.
So now we have Luxor next, and he's actually a very different fight in this game. It's actually not HP based, it's actually a time bar. Every like hit you do decreases Luxor's time bar, and that's how you win. So we're gonna also be looping this guy in the second half of the fight as well.
So hitting him as a die lowers your form gauge and allows you to exit the die form much quicker.
Yeah. This final mix too, where they added that in.
Yeah.
And for those of you that remember Ars Arcanum from Kingdom Hearts 1, we never really touched on it, but this is it, right in limit form. Bloody will hopefully be using this later in the fight in order to skip the final minigame, which is actually Luxor's DM.
So here he's basically looping him by making him retaliate on the ground. And if he does it well, he can just do this the entire time without Luxor. He can do one of two things. He can do this mini game, which we do the reflect strat here, or he can jump at you with cards.
He'd rather see him do this the entire fight. This is the better RNG.
Yeah, this is the kind of luck you want in this fight.
This is amazing.
There is another attack he could do
Yeah.
if he thinks about it.
There we go.
Oh,
Okay,
here it
I get to
is.
see the other one.
However, that is, it's a little worse. And he needs to do actually 3 aerial hits because that gets him back into the loop, as opposed to with the other one, you only have to do 1 aerial hit.
Yeah, so he's about to hit his desperation mode, so we're going to try to skip it now.
Okay. Should be good as long as he gets it. And he's going to use the same ideas in the other fight earlier. He's going to throw an ether and then, oh, okay.
No, I'm not.
He had enough damage where he didn't need to use the ether.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you'll also notice when he is using ours, he ends it a little bit early. Basically, ours does not add revenge value unless you do the finisher. So we stop it right before the finisher, and that just so happens to allow us to continue a combo too. So that's used in quite a few fights from here
You saw
on
that
out.
on Roxas as well. It blows through about 2 health bars on a boss.
Yeah, Solo Trinity as well does not add any revenge value, so seeing, you'll see that combo, you know, kind of a lot where you go from a hit into a Solo Trinity into a hit into Ars Arcanum, just doing as much as possible to keep his revenge value low while attacking him. Also, shoutouts to a really cool strat.
Yeah.
It's
So
going to blow everybody's mind.
the way this fight works is he has this berserk gauge. Once he brings it to max, then he'll just go into this mode where he's like constantly barraging you. But he has to charge it after I break him out of it. So right here, I'm going to be getting all of this damage on him with this loop.
Right here, it's important that he pins himself in between the wall and Saix so that Saix gets caught in all that reflect splash damage.
All right, so his berserk gauge is about to hit maximum. But the thing is, Peter Pan is amazing, and he does things like this.
So Peter Pan attacking while you're attacking keeps sunlocked, and he can't break out of this. Fight's over.
Yeah, like his revenge value is skyrocketing. He's already well past it.
He should
just-
be hitting me back, but Peter
Yeah.
Pan's dagger is preventing Saix from doing literally anything. So I can just do this, and the fight is literally over.
You're probably wondering why we don't just spam this on every boss. It's because we either can't use a summon then, or it's not effective.
That's also, you know, it's a pretty easy strat to kind of pick up and everything, but it's very hard to do that consistently. You have to jump and use your aerial spiral in 1 extra hit as quickly as possible, and you want to try to let aerial spiral get in 2 hits at the very least, if you can. It's not required, but the trick is to make sure that you keep doing that loop without dropping a single combo, or he can potentially break out.
No roll of shame.
Oh.
He already knew it. He was avoiding it.
He's ready.
So here on this menu, we're going to re-equip Magnet, set up items, seal Riku's items, and we're going to take off 2 of Riku's abilities that we don't really want for any fight he's in.
That's something I don't think really mentioned is that in all these menus with party members, we're taking the items that they have just because they're more useful for us. A lot of party members have ethers and stuff like that.
Yeah, they have some pre-stocked items, but it's to our advantage to just steal it from them and to hoard it for ourselves because it's more useful that way.
He's fine. They don't one-shot you. If they did, it would be terrifying.
Alright, Xemnas 1 acts a little differently than he normally does in other versions of this game, but the principle is kind of the same, almost extremely similar to Roxas. We're going to be looping him for the majority of the fight, and then once he's in range, we're going to be using Limit Form and preventing him from using his DM by just doing this amazing combo with Limit Form.
I think this is a lot of people's favorite reaction command coming up, by the way.
Oh yeah, there are 3 parts to this. You don't just mash triangle, you wait, and then you use that, and it does about a full bar of damage, I would say.
Worth it.
Okay. Alright. My fault. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is I'm not going to try that strat out. That was a newer strat that I was trying out and didn't really work in my favor. He's supposed to launch all the way down to the end there, but I just kind of went for something that I knew was not going to work in the first place, so I'm going to try it a little differently this time.
Yeah, a lot of people remember this fight as being like really easy, but on crit, when you're under level, that's what happens in this fight.
So yeah, like I said, one mistake, you're dead. That's kind of the story of this category.
That's pretty much, that fight was pretty much what's going to probably happen in Data.org at some point.
Yeah, and all of the strats in this game take a lot of practice for the most part. It's just a lot of getting it down to where you know exactly what you're going to do and exactly what's going to happen. So kudos to Bloody for trying a strat that he's less familiar with. And it's just unfortunate that kind of thing can happen when you're altering your methods on the fly.
So basically, like, he's abusing revenge value to make him teleport every time. If you don't do that, the fight gets really scary.
Okay.
It's actually kind of a little messy when he uses that attack, but Bloody handled it fine.
Yeah. Okay. That was good. We took a bit of a risk there by doing that hit before limit form. A lot of the time, that'll add too much to his revenge value, and he'll teleport out of that, but it worked out.
Yeah, in that drive recovery we grabbed for safety, this would have been the last time we might have had to use it if that strat didn't go well. But now we're good. So this is the start of the final boss segment.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
You're not?
You can if you want.
I guess we're not.
Screw skyscrapers.
The people at home know what I want to say, but I'm not going to say it.
I'm
Thank you
sure
to all
there's
the people.
emotes all over the chat now.
We apologize for whatever just happened to Twitch chat.
So yeah, a lot of this is just getting through some reaction commands to get to the actual fights.
Oh, there's so much screw skyscrapers right now, dude. Also, Bloody also has sub and has some really cool emotes, including Bloody Stare and other Bloody Stare and skyscrapers.
The two best emotes on the internet. All right.
So here, Magnet has enough range to just instantly knock all these enemies into the engines here. And Stitch is there again just to refill MP.
All right, so do we want to explain this upcoming core fight and how it's actually kind of terrifying?
Well, first, okay, when you throw out a magnet on the core and start attacking it, you can actually spawn a wave immediately. So what you don't want to do is start attacking the core, because then you're going to activate the claw attacks, which can one-shot you. So we skipped that, but the terrifying thing is we have to deal with assassins again, and they like to suicide on you if you let them. So we have to keep like constant magnets up the whole time to prevent that from happening.
And again, the suicide attack will one-shot you, so... If any of them get out for even a second, they like to use that suicide, like right there. Okay,
he was waiting for it though. So. If he didn't do the RC, he would have died there because he didn't get staggered by magnet. It's just a thing that happens with them sometimes. And now this is the second wave. And normally there would be like claws coming down trying to snipe you, but the magnet on the core itself kind of has like a weird property to it where it kind of skips that for now.
If you're super lucky, Stitch will just keep licking you and keep refilling your MP, but it's pretty much routed in that you're going to use 4 ethers in this fight. Bloody's already had to burn through 3 of them, it looks like.
Yeah, I personally always feel like we have to use 4 ethers here.
Right.
Like, you can't rely on Stitch at all in this.
I'm going to dismiss Stitch. We need to get a drive back to 3 to use another summon on the next fight. And once it's at 3, safer just to use the Riku's Limit session to deal the rest of the damage to the core.
One of the big advantages to using Session here, other than the fact that it actually deals a pretty good amount of damage, is that you're then invulnerable throughout this entire move, and it's very long. So being able to use that while the claws are
this
attacking
just slices through health
is really nice.
Yeah, it makes that segment much safer.
All right, going for Chicken Little strats. The safer thing to do here is to use Stitch, but I've recently re-picked up Chicken Little, and we're going to see. It's faster to do it this way. We'll see how it works.
Zemdas's Sword Swipe is a one-shot, so we have to make sure we reflect through that every time.
We get hit on purpose there. That forces Chicken Little's AI into using this Firecracker attack, which deals chip damage throughout the whole fight. Overall, it saved about 5 seconds. Oh man.
Oh, this again.
Oh dear.
Shoutouts to Zach Braff to hold it.
Nice.
That was the most rando fight ever, by the way.
Chicken Little can sometimes mess with Zemnis's patterns, creating weird situations. And those water clones that were out, they do one-shot you, so it can be pretty dangerous.
Again, the alternative to that, the safe version you can use is the Stitch strat, which should be consistent every time. I don't think there's anything random to that.
No.
And with here, most hype fight of the game, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yeah, this would probably be a good place to read donations. The only thing to really note about this is they actually made this fight go a lot faster, and the next fight in the final mix version, they kind of shortened it up. I guess they thought the final battles were a little overly bloated, but yeah, we got about 2 minutes here if you want to read some donations.
And read donations is what I want to do. But before that, let us go over again our wonderful donation incentives here at AGDQ 2015. We have a few that are coming up that still need to be met. After Ocarina of Time, the last game of the main marathon, we have a $20,000 donation goal to stream the Super Smash Bros. Melee finals of the tournament that has been going on here, as well as a speed run of Smash Bros. Adventure Mode. So that is at about $3,000 out of a $20,000 goal. So if you want to see that, which I do, that is what my my donation host choice is for, then put in your donations for that, as well as an Ocarina of Time glitch exhibition that will also take place after Ocarina of Time. That is at about $16,500 out of a $25,000 goal. So if you want to see that glitch exhibition, put your donations toward that. Also, Final Fantasy VII is coming up in a bit, and you have the chance to participate in a bid war for the for the character name of the main party characters of that game, as well as the classic save or kill the animals in Super Metroid, which will be after Final Fantasy VII. Donations, we have them. $100 from Furcase saying, "Dat Kingdom Key though." Thank you for your donation. $200 from Wazian saying, "Loving the late night crew destroying some Kingdom Hearts and actually doing a great job with some of Disney's finest songs. You folks make gamers around the world proud. Donating for more of my beloved Ocarina of Time, because that's always a good thing." $600 from Gold Phoenix. "Greetings from the best member of the Kingdom Hearts community. I couldn't make it to AGDQ this year, but I have a special question for Mr. Bloody Biscuit, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Bloody Biscuit, sir, but do you fight Sephiroth in this run?"
No.
Well, I'm glad we settled that. Put this towards naming Tifa. Toji sucks. $124.43 from Nimn1. Hello, this is Nimn1 donating 1,000 Swedish kroner for killing the animals. Everyone is trying to come up with something catchy to say about this, but I just hate animals. That's all. And that's all you need.
And with that, Blue Eyes White Dragon has been slain. The only thing to really note about that fight also is it actually is pretty easy to die in that fight. You take massive damage and you can't heal. It's kind of like the light cycle phase of Space Paranoids. But with that, there are 2 fights left, Armored Xemnas 2 and Final Xemnas. Do we have anything we want to say about Armored Xemnas 2?
He's very HP barrier based. He will knock you away after you hit each HP barrier. There's nothing we can do about that, but we have to be very careful about how we combo him, what he's going to have to react to if he retaliates or not, and throw out a reflect like that to make sure he doesn't get hit. And then when he gets knocked out, we're going to try to go for the most optimal building to get back to him.
The nice thing is the attacks Armored Xemnas 2 does aren't really random. They follow a set pattern, and also the buildings that you have to go to follow a pattern as well. So this fight is pretty consistent.
I'm going to go for the consistent strat here, since trying out new strats didn't really work out that well last time.
Yeah, also you saw Bloody do some aerial dodges right there, right after coming out of the building RC. That actually lets him avoid the snowflake attack that Xemnas can use, and instead be able to just drop right down and continue attacking him, being perfectly safe. That snowflake attack you can use as you're on your way back.
Not going to go for it. There is a crazy fast building that you can go for, but most of the time it gets knocked away because the building is just at your altitude.
Yeah.
It probably requires a little bit more working around with, but it's just not going to go for it here.
The buildings are a one-shot if they hit you too, so we do have to avoid them.
There's also kind of a little interesting trick that can be done in this fight. When you're really far away, you can actually use an ability called Magic Lock On and use, I believe, a Thunder to hit Armored Xemnas and then immediately lock on and use a Trinity. And that will get you to him instantly, but it's actually not worth it for the time it would take and the abilities you would have to unequip, I believe, in critical mode.
So now we have Final Xemnas, and he's going to open with a grab move, but we can skip the grab animation and go right into the reversals, and so we're basically going to be timing reversals with Reflect to get damage on Xemnas during this whole segment.
Perfect.
So now he's going to use Session to set up for the next use of Limit Form and get him close to the next HP barrier before he goes into his laser phase.
Okay.
BB has to be very careful about not pushing him outside of the boundaries. You can see on the outer parts of the wall. You can push him out there and you can't follow him there.
Depending how that combo goes during Limit Form will depend on whether or not he does lasers or grabs you again. So it's one or the other he does. This is a lot safer to deal with. It's just a little slower than the grab move.
There we go.
Okay.
So
No,
we're not quite out of the
yeah, I
woods.
have to mash.
Basically, Bloody needs to be mashing.
If you look at Riku's health, he's about to die. If I let up on the mashing, then he'll probably die, and I'd have to restart the whole fight.
Yeah, triangle and circle both need to be mashed as quickly as possible here in order to make sure that none of the lasers hit either character.
Yeah, unfortunately, if Riku dies, the fight does end. So it is a bit scary when he's one hit away from death here.
Time is coming up here.
Yeah, time is coming
time in
up.
about a minute and a half.
Now, how are you ending the fight?
A minute now.
Minute, yeah.
Are you using?
Can you put this in the PS2?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get ready for Dead Orb.
Yeah.
Okay, so time will be right when Bloody actually uses Thunder on Final Zemnis. I'm sure he'll call it as well, but
it'll be white completely, and then it'll fade from white, and then time will be right around there.
Beep.
Yeah, there are beeps to some sound effects in this game. I'm surprised we just heard probably.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
Quick shout-outs to everybody that supported us, like getting all of these people here in the first place, and for having us, you know, have the honor of giving this fantastic run.
I know we had about 25 people back at home.
Right about now.
Time.
Very good.
That's really good.
Very good.
That's an awesome time.
Yes, he said 47.
That's beat both of our PPs, man. That's amazing. Holy crap. That's amazing.
I feel bad for choking at the very end.
Oh, no.
This.
Can we please point out that one death is ridiculous, especially when the last third of this run is just, you know, a very long boss rush for the most part.
All right,
and
so
having one death throughout that entire thing is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, we had like 6 deaths, I think, in practice or more.
Yeah, this was a fantastic run. We don't, well, I mean, we do have some time, but we would like to get straight to data.org, so if you could just press the power button real quick. All right, so we're going to be setting up an RTA that you guys donated for. It's basically, as people have been explaining, a boss rush of 13 super bosses on the highest difficulty. I hope you guys are ready to see some bosses get destroyed, because if you thought these strats were crazy, you have not seen anything yet.
Yeah, anybody who thought that was pretty cool was about to realize what cool is.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so this is going to be run by both of us.
We're
going to be swapping fights, basically. Oop, I think I knocked over your water.
This is going to be a little tough. Oh.
We're using, oh wait, are we using my controller?
Yes, we're using your controller.
Okay.
Spike, if you could just plug in his controller.
Yeah, so I guess I'll go a little bit more into what this category is. I believe this category was actually created by Biz over here.
Yeah.
It's hardest difficulty critical mode, and only at level 1. There's actually an ability in this game called EXP0 that allows you to not gain any experience while you have it equipped. In critical mode, you start with this ability, so you can actually remain level 1 the entire game. This
No. We're only going to be using one
Using
controller.
the same controller for this.
No. Take out my controller.
We didn't rehearse this.
Yeah, so I came up with the idea for level 1 data.org because they're all conveniently in one room, and they're all the hardest fights of the game generally. So it's a common challenge on critical mode is to beat them all at level 1, because you can get there at level 1 and beat all of them. But RTAing them is insane, because we have to try to beat them first try every time. So going from each fight and trying to change our mentality for each one after another is really rough. But also, it's a really fun category that took off in our community.
I want to check your customize. I did the best that I could.
This category is
you already did that? Oh, cool.
Yeah, I did that part. Check your customize real quick. See if that's all looks good.
Yeah.
Put the estimate at 40.
I put comment on as well.
Yeah, that'll
all right,
for
we're good.
the 40 minutes we have left on the 430. Bloody Biscuits and Biscuit 047. Both of them, they're co-oping it basically.
Yeah, we're switching back and forth.
And
Biscuit 047.
And just to kind of talk about the preparation that goes into making a file to be used for this, you need a lot of elixirs in this and mega elixirs for this. In fact, you need around 80 elixirs and 70 mega elixirs, something like that.
1 second, just to say, this is how easy you can die in this, by the way. This is intentional. It actually manipulates RNG.
Yeah. So get prepared for that.
That is actually RNG manipulation.
Yeah, we're not joking.
Yeah, that's not a joke. That'll give us the right RNG for the first fight in the run.
Shoutouts to a he run for discovering that.
Provided I don't mess it up. It's a pretty tricky strat to do consistently.
Are we doing a timer for this?
I think we're gonna have to.
We start timer on fight load.
So Biz, why don't you just call time when they should start the timer?
Yeah, okay. Get ready and time.
So right here, he wants to get him to retaliate right there with that quick combo. He's going for really insane strats right here. He's going for what I was doing basically in the run, which is aerial dodging all of his lunges to get learns. It's really insane because he has to constantly be doing it. He also needs specific visual and audio cues.
If you take a look at that health bar in the top right, you'll notice all the data versions of these bosses are much harder than the regular versions of them. Zaldin has a lot more health than he does in the story fight.
Okay, he got 9 learns off of that one. He needs some learns. He can sandbag some of them, but he needs like as many as he can get.
Also, if you could see Biz's controller right now, he is mashing as furiously as possible. That's going to happen a lot throughout this run. It's an intense run that basically never lets up, so.
I think I should be good for him to retaliate on the last one.
Yeah.
If not, oh well. Alright, sweet.
Alright, so now he's retaliating. He's collecting learns from this. As you can see, it's a lot faster. He wants to go into final form to perform a really, really cool combo right here.
This final form combo he's about to use is actually incredibly difficult to pull off.
What he wants to do is he wants to start combos and then reset them. It almost creates a sort of infinite combo, if you think about it. And he got up fast enough. Very good.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, so if I mess that up, then the RNG gets screwed up and the fight's really slow, so I'm glad that one at least went well. Now Bloody's going to be doing the next 3 fights?
Yes.
Do we have the notes?
I can... I got this.
Okay, I think we can wing this.
Okay, here we go. I'm probably going to room save, but let's see here.
Definitely.
Yeah, so room saving is basically just... Oh, I also...
Customize,
Yeah. Thank you for reminding. All right.
Also, Biz, did you describe what kind of the restrictions are of a level 1 run? What kind of the rules
are? No, I did not. Because you can like farm stat boost, we did have to say, you can't use power, magic, or defense boost, because you can farm them infinitely on these guys and boost to like level 99 stats. So it's like, it would be a little bit less exciting, I think, if you were doing level 99 damage, because it's pretty like consistent to avoid most attacks. So even though you can die in one hit, like we can avoid a lot. Alright, so this fight is pretty terrifying with the way we do it. We can also skip the desperation move in this version of the fight as well, so that's what Bloody's going to try to do. And Xigbar has a very hard time, as well as most bosses, breaking out of final form. We can kind of just keep it going for a while if it's done properly. This is going to be a little bit tricky because of the height. But all that matters is getting the damage in now. It doesn't really matter.
Also, as terrifying as this fight is in the story, in this fight he shoots his bullets even faster.
The magnets there are definitely staggering him long enough.
And he doesn't spend any time reloading, so it's even more difficult.
So 2 rounds of reflecting bullets basically staggers Xigbar. He does not reload in this fight at all. That's why this fight's so much more difficult.
Come on, there we go.
So basically we're going to knock him out of this transition right now. And now we just have to bring him to his HP barrier before he desperation moves so we can set up for the DM skip.
A lot of these bosses have their strats centered around skipping their DM. DMs are usually time wasters and very hard to dodge.
All right, let's go for the insane strats.
Yep. This is a really sketchy strat because if final form whiffs at all, he can go right into his desperation move.
It also just looks incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is such a cool strat. It's so much better than the old one we had, which is basically spam reflect, which took forever.
Yes!
all 13 of these fights can be very terrifying, very challenging. That is, I think, agreed by both of you, one of the worst.
I think it's
even
worst.
casually, yeah, that's pretty insane.
It's a really poorly designed fight because he can't react to everything. It's just random when he shoots, when he teleports, stuff like that. All right, he's doing Luxord next, and we all hate this one too. It's you have to spam a minigame, and we didn't do it in the any % because it's slower, but in this it does a lot of time damage to Luxord.
So your reaction timing has to be on, because if you look in the bottom left at how fast the circle is moving, it is unreal.
And it has like random slowdowns too you have to be careful about. It's really tough to perfect this fight.
Yeah, all of the minigames
Off to a
are
great
much
start.
faster. All the minigames move much faster than they do in the story version, so it's much harder to actually time landing on the circle.
Fortunately, the cards do not one-shot you.
Okay.
So that's how important it is to make sure we get that mini game every time so that we don't have to dodge around and potentially die.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Too much revenge value.
Interesting.
Okay.
So right there, he broke out of the loop because of an aerial dive that was used by Bloody, just due to the nature of this stage and how it has that slanted area at the front. That kind of goes to show how specific revenge value is. Just because he used an aerial attack instead of a ground attack, it messed with everything.
So ideally, a good fight would be him spamming the minigame the whole time, which he's not really doing, but this is also safer than doing the minigame. It's just a little slower. And we usually reset to this fight a lot because messing up that minigame once is a good loss of like 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, and unless I'm mistaken, Bloody will actually not be skipping the final minigame, Luxord's DM, and in this, you actually can at level 1, it was discovered,
It's
but
slower.
it is slower than actually completing the DM, even though he's invincible during most of it.
All right.
The trick is all of that time left on Luxord's time gauge will completely disappear if he successfully completes the final minigame.
Yeah, so one thing of note is they added an extra attack at the end of his desperation move before he does the minigame. So you do have to watch out for that, which is that attack. And the minigame goes a little bit faster now, so it's
Watch
tough.
how fast. He's actually pause buffering there because
I have to get
it's
the timing
such a
down.
small frame window to get that last circle. Very nicely done.
Who's next?
I'm taking Roxas.
Okay, yeah.
It was a real sloppy fight, but I'll take it.
Yeah. We kind of routed this out earlier to be a little bit different than our normal route, so we don't have to switch back and forth constantly.
This strat, well, this strat here was discovered kind of in practice room, like right before the run. I'm going to be going for it the first time. If I fail, then I'll just kind of go for the safer stuff, but here we go.
Shoutouts to me for telling him to do
this
this.
strat is probably one of the coolest strats in all of Data.org, if not the coolest.
That flash step right there, which is similar to sliding dash, parries his opening move and is ridiculously risky to go for. And he's going to do it a lot.
Oh god.
It's really scary parrying these attacks with a flash step.
It's about a 1 to 2 second time saver each time. And it looks awesome.
So after a few cycles, he's going to do a dual stance if we don't do anything else. And we actually want that, because then we steal his Keyblades, which is right now. It was in the worst place, but he got it.
So these pause buffers that you see are usually because the timing on the command menu selecting the right one is very, very tight. Also, this game in general has really great music. We completely glossed over it during the run because there's so much going on, but this fight in particular just sounds amazing.
Yeah, this strat is really awesome though, because it's a lot of like, we have to manipulate the revenge value, so we can't do like extra hits or anything, or it'll get screwed up. So basically we have his Keyblade, so every time we attack, they kind of swing around and hit Roxas too, giving him a lot of stagger.
Don't worry, that hit happens. He's used to it.
That was incredible.
I know that's Bloody's favorite fight. It's mine as well.
I have way too much fun with that fight.
I think that might be Biz's least favorite fight.
It used to be my least, but the strat now is really consistent. It used to be a super random fight, and it was first on our list.
So again, I just want to ask the question one more time, because I'm sure a lot of people are still asking in chat. Maybe they came in later. Why are we using Decisive Pumpkin? Are we not allowed to use Ultima Weapon? What's the deal there?
Decisive Pumpkin has 6 strength and the ability Combo Boost, which enhances the power of ground combo finishers. So though other Keyblades might have slightly better stats, like namely Fenrir has 1 better stat, it has worse abilities than Decisive Pumpkin, which overall leads to Decisive Pumpkin actually having the best damage output for ground combos specifically. So most of the time we're going to be using ground combos on these guys. We actually use quite a variety of Keyblades here, like for example Axel. We use the Keyblade that we got from Atlantica because it has Blizzard Boost.
Yeah, and to go again into just how much preparation goes into a file for this, let alone learning the strats. You have to beat the game with all worlds and beat all of the optional bosses, basically. All at level 1 on critical mode. In order to just begin to get a file for this, you then have to do a lot of grinding for Mega Elixirs, and ribbons to keep you safe.
It's pretty self-explanatory. Blizzard just kind of wrecks him. Does need to be specific about how he does it, though.
Yeah, that last Blizzard before the RC there was purposely not a finisher. It was used to manipulate him to actually use an RC instead of using his DM because he hit near the barrier for his DM. And then at the end of the fight here, he uses another, the second half of that RC because you have to beat him with the ground return to normal. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that fight's really consistent. It's just scary because the Fire Floor bringing you to 1 HP is terrifying the whole time.
If you make a mistake, then you're dead.
Yeah, and we have to get rid of the Fire Floor to kill him too.
Welcome to critical mode.
And to kind of bounce off of what J-Hobbs was just talking about, how it takes so many, like it's probably going to take you well over 20 hours to actually make a level 1
DP
data org file to do this.
No, you're fine.
All of these 3 runners that you just watched, they all have really good YouTube series that, you know, or have a lot of strat videos, and Biscuit actually has one that helps you find out how to synth grind the fastest and how to actually do level 1 data org fastest. So definitely go follow all their YouTube channels as well.
This fight's pretty scary.
Alright, so Vexen is insanely weak to fire, so we go Final Form and we just Fire Rocket the heck out of him. He wants to stop at a specific point in his health because right at that specific point in his health... Oh my god. That was a bit risky.
So if he didn't use Comet right there, Donald's limit, he would have been one shot.
Yeah,
and
well,
there is basically no
he would have gotten destroyed by the gigantic ice barrage right there, so he wanted to be incredibly safe.
To also kind of explain the basic mechanics of this fight, that data bar you're seeing in the top left, while the targeting circle is underneath Sora, that data bar will continue to increase, and after it's hit at least 1 bar, Vexen will actually summon Anti-Sora to come and attack you. Anti-Sora hurts a lot, so we decide not to ever let him summon him in this fight.
So you saw he didn't bother skipping Vexen's DM. There's a strat to do that, but it doesn't actually turn out to be faster. So
it's just really, really wonky, and it's faster to just go through it and deal with it.
Alright, so now Bloody's playing again for the next 2 or 3 too.
Let's see.
I'd also like to point out that I think the first run of this Biz estimated at being around 2 hours. I think it was around an hour and a half or so. This category is now down to 30 minutes. That's how much work has been done, put into an arbitrary category that was just kind of invented on the fly.
Yeah, this won't be like a 30-minute run because we're like switching off menus and such.
Yeah.
Like we're doing this kind of on the fly.
It's come down to very optimized menus, knowing exactly which order you're going to be doing the bosses in order to reduce the number of menus you do. We didn't talk about that much during the run, but menus take time, obviously, and are often reduced to be as infrequent as possible.
Okay, so Larxine's a lot of people's most hated probably data org fight, but we have a really cool strat that if it works, it's really easy.
If it works, she is actually the fastest fight out of all 13.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Robin Williams.
And there's not really much RNG to it either.
Final Genie is crazy, you'll see.
And since there's 2 clones out, we're hitting her with double damage and hitting a revenge value. So it's retaliating every time we hit them with a finisher, which is dealing insane damage. And he pause buffer there to get final off in time.
What you're seeing here and is used throughout several of the fights where the runners will actually... Nice job. The runners will actually use 1 or 2 of the final form Faraga combo, regular combo attacks, not using the Faraga finisher. Because of that, they can actually keep these bosses looped. It does something weird with the revenge value. I'm not sure we even 100% understand it, but...
Final form Faraga, if you don't do the finisher, should not add revenge value to bosses. That's how we're able to like stagger them for a while. The Keyblades have to smack them while spinning around though, or else it will add revenge value if the fire's the last thing that hits them. So Psyx is another pretty interesting fight with the way we do it. We pretty much get them stuck like near a corner. And if the strat goes wrong, we're just going to Peter Pan it, but if not, the way Bloody's doing it is going to be faster. And it's more standard revenge value abuse, making them attack you. This strat is very mash intensive. He has to do 2 blizzards, a reflect, and mash out a slap shot into explosion really fast, or else it won't work.
Also, that's something to point out. I believe Combo Master comes into big play here. Reflect normally, if you want to do the damage, you actually have to wait for it to take effect. When you have Combo Master added, which allows you to continue combos even if you don't land certain attacks, it means that you can get that slap shot off and let the reflect finishers or reflect still do damage, which allows half of these strats, but especially this one, to even work.
Yeah, without Combo Master, Reflect will end the combo unless Reflect is a finisher. So that's why you can be able to continue his combo after the Reflect.
Very nice
right there, he had to react to the Blizzard, the first Blizzard not making him retaliate, so that was a really solid play. Combo pluses, that's it.
What are you doing next? Lexus, yeah. Combo pluses and config customize.
Yeah, the fact that they're doing these also with no notes is actually very impressive.
We wrote some out, but they're in my backpack somewhere, so we're kind of running this by memory.
We've run it enough where we know generally what each fight entails.
Yeah.
The trick is they are doing some of these bosses out of the normal order that they would, and these bosses are, you know, it's possible to do them in any order that you prefer, with the exception of Zaldin wanting to be your first one due to the RNG manipulation. So these runners usually probably have different routes in which they do these bosses, and to be able to kind of do these customized menus as well as these altered menus on the fly is very impressive.
That's the amazing thing, is that you can do this route in any order that you want. There's really nothing holding you back.
Yeah, we don't have a rule against the order you do them. All of us do Final Zemnis last because it just feels right, basically.
Waiting for that one guy to just do it like seconds.
Oh, just wait.
Rory actually did Final Zemnis first.
That is amazing. All right, so right here, what Biz is searching for is the ground retaliation from Lexeus, where he will do a rock combo of 3 rocks. So he'll throw out the slide dash and then the slap shot, and then reflect the first 2 parts, and he'll get just enough time to get in the third. The 2 individual finishers actually have their own like damage that come out. He messed up a little bit here. Okay. Now what's amazing is he might actually be able to get off this DM skip.
Or it will get me killed, one of the two. Yeah. I'm gonna be safe. So now he's gonna DM me.
Yeah.
So you get to see this.
This DM is pretty ridiculous. He literally throws the earth from under you to attack you.
Is, as his power number goes up, his attacks get more and more aggressive and stronger, and the rocks come out, you know, bigger.
Yeah, you actually can get one shot by a lot of Lexis's moves at the end.
Guard break, right?
Guard break, that's it.
Yeah, another thing to note, kind of one of the subtleties of that fight, is when he's using the 2 reflect finishers in the beginning of the loop, he actually has to delay them. So he has to do 2 attacks, 2 uses of circle that are based on a very specific position, and then delay his reflect finishers, but still make sure they're a part of the combo. Doing that delay is ridiculous because you feel awful. You feel like you're not going to keep it as part of the combo, or you're not going to end up reflecting it.
I botched it because I assumed he would attack maybe a little faster.
Also, just to note the little gimmick of this fight, that little number above his head stands for what level you're at. If he hits you once, you die.
Yeah.
So if you're at level 99, you can take 99 hits.
The number is a doom counter. It represents your level, and it represents
I don't have a combo plus.
how many hits you have left before you die by the by his scythe. So if he hits you with the scythe, then you will lose that many. If he hits you with the scythe, then you will lose numbers from your the number from the top of your head.
So I forgot the combo pluses.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna have to do this.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a very small frame
Slower
window
strat.
when Marluxia teleports to the middle of the stage there, where you can actually stagger him and skip one of his most deadly attacks, where he summons 3 pools and attacks you at the same time.
I don't trust myself.
Actually, using fire, normally we use to hit over multiple frames. You can also use reflex and carry on that first one into 3 reflex and use that damage. Or you can also do what Biz did the first time, which was use a slap shot, which is insane to use because it does not hit over a very long period of time. So it takes very precision timing. And he just did it again. But it's unbelievable, the timing of that slap shot.
I'm not believing it myself.
I'm pretty sure Biz is one of the only people that ever goes for it, and I mean, he doesn't even go for it most of the time because he's using the reflex.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is sketchy.
If you go for the extra hits, you might make it.
Now, when you see R's get ended there, and then Biz is actually using another attack before using a new R's, that's because if you go straight into another R's, you will not continue to stagger him.
Yeah!
Very impressive.
Good job.
Fight there.
Combo pluses.
Nice improv. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I did not want to have to do that fight on the fly, but still got DM skip, I guess.
Yeah, there are actually about 3 or 4 different strats for that fight, based on whether you want to use combo pluses or not. But I know both of these runners are used to using the combo plus strat, which abuses Combo Master. To be able to adapt quickly on the fly there is really impressive, and kind of shows the experience Biz has with this category, since that the 2 combo plus strat didn't always exist.
Marluxia's my favorite fight, so I know like a ton about it. So like I was prepared to deal with whatever happened.
Okay. Room safe here to save all of the menu changes that I did. That's why we keep moving back and forth between this room.
Yeah. So Bloody is doing Zex and Demi next.
We're gonna be burning these guys to death.
Getting deathless to this point in a marathon run is pretty. Not too bad.
You're gonna jinx me. That's why.
Hopefully not in this fight of all fights. This fight, normally Zex is supposed to bring you into book world, but we have a strat to skip that if it doesn't go wrong. And we sent the party members to Relentless Attack, and when good old Gaffi uses Tornado, it actually does not add revenge value if you attack them while he's attacking, so you're gonna see that in a second. So right here, well, eventually he'll use it. There we go. So now he's not getting any revenge value while he's doing Tornado.
So I can go ham.
Yeah, you can go ham at fires. And then he's going to go into final form when he gets 5 bars and then just wreck him. You wouldn't be able to do this with the double final form strat without setting them to relentless attack, so that's crucial.
Believe it or not, there is an entire universe that we just skipped through that fight.
Yeah, there's an entire another
A lot
half
of people
that
have
stage.
trouble with this fight casually because Book World is completely random and terrifying.
Who doesn't love Book World?
I believe about 9 or so different moves out of the 10 that Zexion has are in Book World. So
this fight is probably the one that I'm most concerned about. It's really volatile, like trying to keep this guy you know, from attacking in the first place when he can just break out and destroy you instantly.
Yeah, so unlike the regular version of this fight, we have to go through multiple waves of clones. So that was the first wave. There's 3 more to go through. So the best way to dispose of them is what we're doing. This wouldn't change at a higher level. We would still be using Wisdom Form.
Now, you can't just hit these guys to activate Wild Dance. The clones actually have a little bit different properties, and they're a lot more resilient. You actually have to use Blizzaga in order to activate that if you want it.
Yeah.
But the best way to just kill them instantly is by just using Firaga with Wisdom. Wisdom is way more efficient.
Yeah. We don't have second chance once more, so if the clones did attack us, we would die. So we have to be very careful not to like accidentally throw out a wrong spell or attack them physically. Fire is the only thing we really want to do to them.
yeah, Wisdom Form actually allows you to keep moving while using that fire. It does that kind of little bit of a dash attack to it. That's one of the reasons they use that in this fight, so you can quickly get around and hit as many clones as possible. And again, we see the use of Goofy Tornado here to be able to continue using fire full combos instead of just one hit.
So Goofy Tornado allows me to do this.
Careful of the wall. Yeah, same thing as Zex. We basically are just like wrecking them. And you know, something interesting about Wisdom Form is the first Firaga of it adds revenge value, but they can't retaliate for some reason. It's just the weird knockback it has.
There we go.
So this fight also kind of relies on Goofy a little bit. You want him to use 1 to 2, maybe 3 if you're incredibly lucky, elixirs during this fight. Goofy is incredibly random. There he just used 1s, that's really nice. But if he doesn't use any, you could potentially run out of all of your Mega Elixirs because you can only stock so many. I believe it's 8. Is it 8? 9, I don't know. But you can only stock so many Mega Elixirs, and you have to use all of them in this fight.
Yeah, he's really good on Mega Elixirs. There's no way he can run out.
Yeah.
So 99 clones in 30 seconds. Here we go.
Yeah, a lot of people also have trouble with this, but Wisdom Form Firaga is the best way to deal with it. Especially as he's in the corner.
You can't kill Demix until you do this minigame.
Yeah. This is one of the only, I believe, 2 DMs you can't skip at all.
Yeah, you can get him to 1 HP and keep hitting him and keep looping him, and it will not matter whatsoever until you do that final minigame.
Alright, no combo. We already have combo pluses on.
Decisive Pumpkin.
Decisive Pumpkin, that's it?
And Highest Ribbon.
Oh, Highest Ribbon, okay. I would have forgotten that. Alright, so we're down to the last set of 2 fights, which is technically 1, which is Xemnas.
Xemnas has 2 forms. A lot of us dread this fight simply because if you lose to Final Xemnas, then you have to start from the very beginning with Xemnas 1. So it's not necessarily that the fight is insanely difficult, it's just that he can one-shot you, for sure, if you mess up, and if you die, then it's just a disgusting amount of time loss.
Close enough.
That's fine.
Yeah, and Xemnas 1 has a pretty consistent strat, but part of that strat actually involves you most likely getting hit, so it's still an incredibly scary fight.
Yeah,
that's why he wants
Final
all the
Xemnas
ribbons he
is
wants.
Terrifying. Don't be surprised if I die to it. There's a couple cheap things that can like happen in there, so I'm gonna try to play it safe as I can though.
So to note the basic combo he's going to be using here, he's going to be reflecting Xemnas' attack, using a slap shot to carry his combo, which will allow the first reflect to deal damage, reflecting again, carrying the combo, and using another slap shot, and then following that up with the guard break finisher. So this is a really intense kind of loop, alternating between a spell an attack and a spell and an attack. And if everything goes well, that actually deals a lot more damage than if he just comboed him normally. Getting hit there is what normally happens, and he uses Trinity in order to make sure that he stays safe throughout the second half of the DM. It is unfortunate that Xemnas decided to use 2 DM so quickly, though.
Being a little safe there.
All right, so once you hit right around 5 bars.
Hopefully there, yeah.
Yeah, it was like right on the fringe.
Yeah.
You can never be too careful.
On that one.
So even though Xemnas had 5 bars of health left, he's going to get down to 1 HP from this move.
Yeah.
That's why we don't skip it.
If you nail him with finish, then it just instantly puts him at 1 HP.
I'm really glad we have to do this RC in both runs. Yeah, that was the first half. We still have to get through Final Xemnas, and he does have a way to kill me in probably 1 hit if he wants to.
Yeah, believe that or not, that was the easy half.
Oh yeah, that was the easy fight. Do you have Riku's ability?
Took all that off.
Okay.
And he's on Sora attack too.
Okay.
So this fight is actually revolves around RMG more or less. There are 2 attacks that Xemnas can use here at the beginning, or during this beginning phase, rather. That is a very precisely timed dodge roll. You actually gain invincibility frames during dodge roll like that, and if he uses that vine, you actually will get 1 shot, I believe, if you don't time the dodge roll properly. Combo Master again lets him use Reflect here into a sliding dash to carry the Reflect damage towards where Xemnas is instead of where he summons those orbs. He also has to make sure that he keeps his positioning so that he does not knock Xemnas out of bounds or he can't continue the loop. So this is a very technical fight. This is really nice. I believe you want the orbs over the vine.
No way.
It's fine, it's fine.
I know. It was just looking so amazing.
Thanks to the ribbon, I don't take a lot of damage there.
Yeah, some of these hits are actually intentional. He can get lucky and parry them, but he wants the reflect damage to land on Xemnas. So instead of continuing his reflect combo and parrying all of the lasers, he's actually going to intentionally get hit or get lucky and parry, but still make sure that he lands the reflect damage onto Xemnas. Also, only 1 of those 2 versions of Xemnas takes damage.
That was amazing.
Yeah, so
I didn't expect this.
Assuming Grizz doesn't drop his controller, this will have been a deathless Data Org run, which is
yeah, Riku fortunately is almost full on HP. I was a bit worried.
Now,
do we want to? I think we have like a little bit of extra. Do you want to show, maybe have Spike do a fight and show like how tough these really are?
I think we need to go with
we didn't
Infinity
die.
Finish.
No, that's true. If I don't know, dude. What do you want to do?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
All right.
We'll sacrifice Spike.
All right. So time once again is coming up after this final kill.
Are you going to do Infinity Finish? You have 9 dragons.
Okay. I'll do the swag finish.
Yes.
So you're doing the swag.
I have to. Both runs, man.
Yeah, dude. This is pretty crazy.
You guys did great.
1 death across 2 runs that are littered with deaths.
I literally did the worst out of all of us. I feel terrible.
You probably had overall the best fights, though. Alright, let me not instinctively use session here. So whenever we are not like on some record attempt, we usually end the fight with a little bit of, not that, a little bit of swag, hopefully.
Infinity!
Time.
Wow.
You want to do a fight? So I guess before we leave, we're just gonna have Spike do one fight.
Just to show how tough it was, since
we would have done this
kinda
at the beginning, but we had to do RNG manipulation on Zaldin.
Sure, I'll do Roxas. Yeah, I didn't
Rock,
know.
I think
do you have
Spike's
Rumble
gonna do
on, by the way?
Roxas.
I was heading off.
Okay, off. And
Don't forget to do the customize. Just give
just
him a fighting
customize whatever
chance.
you want.
Yes.
One kind of thing we didn't get to touch on, just while we got a moment, they're kind of figuring this out. The where all of these super bosses are is actually at the end of a very tough series of rooms called the Cavern of Remembrance. There's also another category, because this game is so long, you know, some of these arbitrary categories that are shorter have come out and have gotten a lot of optimization in them. There's something called the Cavern of Remembrance, which RTA, which is also at level 1 and does not allow the use of summons or elixirs, and that can be done in 6 minutes, but it can also take an hour and a half. Basically because of 2 fights.
Shoutouts to Asa. The core RTA is his baby.
Yeah, that's his baby, and it's kind of just crazy some of the arbitrary categories that have come into this game that have gotten so much attention.
Okay, so to note, I've never done these. This is blind as poop, so let's see how we do.
Also of note is he does run crit, so he does know the normal Roxas strat.
I'm going to give you one tip, and that is to guard.
Okay.
And don't do the crit strat.
Don't do the crit strat. All right, let's go.
All right.
I felt pretty good about that.
So,
That was good.
so that was Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix.
I hope you all enjoyed.
Quick shout outs to the, I think, 25 or so people sitting in TeamSpeak at home that were probably killing all of their sleep schedules wanting to watch this run. All of them did an amazing job, and we wouldn't be here without them. So thank you, all of you guys.
Yeah, I guess I just want to say once again, I know Puexel's in the back as well. We're the old boys, along with Axel Ryman, who I hope is still watching at home. It was a real joy, I guess, starting the Kingdom Hearts community back then, back in 2000, you know, up through 2011, the last time this made an appearance. And, you know, I got to stick around and watch the entire community grow so much over the last few years. Like, everyone you see back here, this is crazy. Yeah. So many people, okay, it started with like Bloody and Riz, it felt like, and all of a sudden Biscuit, someone dragged him into actually wanting to do full game RTAs, not just this level 1. You know, we got new people like Jay Hobbs has just been on the scene for less than a year now, 6-8 months. You know, bunch of amazing people here, finding strats all the time. And not just, you know, we got to showcase one of our favorite categories in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, Critical Mode, but also getting to show people speedrun Birth by Sleep all the time, 358 over 2 days, Recom, all the Kingdom Hearts games, every category you can think of, people do. So I want to plug real quick. Yeah, we have our own leaderboard system. If you want to get into learning these games, please go check out KHLeaderboards.com. Is what it is, yeah. We also have strat videos there. Again, I recommend following all these guys, Bloody Biscuits, Biscuit047, Terizzle, all the people who did the runs. They will help you. The YouTube videos are great. Our buddy Sonic Shadow Silver too. He has a lot of great strat videos, no damage videos of a lot of complicated fights. And I would recommend going and checking out our entire team page on Twitch, twitch.tv/team/KHSpeedruns. I asked the Kingdom Hearts speedruns that we're all a part of, and it's a surprising like 4 or 5 pages worth of runners, and pretty much any time of the day someone is running Kingdom Hearts, one of the games. So shout outs to everyone at home, shout outs to everyone for helping us get here. We love you all, and thank you very much, Mike and the crew, for having us. We love you. Thank you. With that, let's go half-coordinated and Vanquish.
And a big congratulations to the Kingdom Hearts community and the fun runners for that amazing pair of runs. And now we're going to have a wonderful commercial break. Ugh. Ugh. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. You are tuned in right now to Awesome Games Done Quick. 2015, we are benefiting the Prevent Cancer Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization that focuses on prevention and early detection of cancer via research, education, outreach, and advocacy. Their staff has worked toward this goal in countries such as China, South Korea, Australia, Canada, England, and other countries spanning a total of 6 continents. PCF has invested over $138 million over the last 29 years and funded more than 480 grants and fellowships. We are Awesome Games Done Quick, which is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live communities. SDA proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning, planning, and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit the website at speeddemosarchive.com. SRL is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They are also hosting a short series of races starting on January 17th titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page at speedrunslive.com for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. For more information about Games Done Quick, you can follow at Games Done Quick on Twitter and see more information about the event on gamesdonequick.com. We have plenty of donations that were sent in during the Kingdom Hearts 2 run. $50 from Sup of Soup. Love me some AGDQ. Kingdom Hearts is one of my favorite game series and so happy to see it in the marathon. Good luck to the runners and in return send some my way so I can snag that Kingdom Key. Thank you for your donation. $25 from Joel Phillip. Been loving the marathon so far. Figured that now would be as good a time as ever to donate. Now that we're entering the last day of the marathon, best of luck to all the runners closing it out. $50 from Voxmasher, one of the best events of the year, as usual. Thank you to everyone for doing this yearly Simply Awesome. Had to donate during the Kingdom Hearts run. Love the series and singing Disney songs. Sign me up. Signed up you were. Thank you very much for the donation. $30 from Anonymous saying shoutouts to the runners for being on track to finish at a literal 10th of my recent Kingdom Hearts 2.5 playthrough. This donation is for my niece Delilah and all her friends from Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. Cancer sucks, especially for kids. Let's keep a few more of them out of those rooms. Thank you for your donation. $25 from Alice W. Another fantastic AGDQ. I'm now 11 years in remission from Hodgkin's lymphoma. Keep on fighting to wipe out cancer for good. And $150 from Zavian saying, keep up the awesome work all. Thank you very much. $75 from Anonymous saying, I love watching this event and am really enjoying this run of my favorite game. Thank you to the community for everything you do and the way you have brought gamers together to support a great cause. Thank you very much. Your support is very much appreciated. We have also, my friends, on the table, donation-wise, we have wonderful donation incentives, including, but not limited to, a streaming after the Ocarina of Time, which ends the main stream of the Super Smash Bros. Melee Grand Finals of the tournament that has been happening here at AGDQ. That will be on stream if the incentive is met, as well as a speedrun of Melee's Adventure Mode, which should be very interesting. It will be run by Fuzziness. And that is a $20,000 donation goal. We are currently at about $2,900 for that. As well as we have on the table an Ocarina of Time glitch exhibition, which is a $25,000 incentive, and we're now at about $16.6 thousand. So if you want to see either of those things, put in your donations for those. As well, we have, coming up in a little bit, we have Final Fantasy VII, where you can donate, participate in a bid war for the names of the characters, of the main party characters, Cloud, Barrett, Red 13, etc. You also have less than $700 to go to meet the Omni Slash incentive for defeating Sephiroth with the wonderful Omni Slash. Those are some of our donation incentives that are coming up on the way. The donation queue is clear, my friends. Ooh, just about. $25 from Alex saying, I love the AGDQ every time I get to do it. I commend you all for taking something you enjoy and are good at and using it to help out humanity. Humanity still has good in it, and I'm glad to be reminded of it. Putting this toward the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Glitch Exhibition. I'm very much looking forward to that one. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jackson. It's been fun to be here. We have Vanquish coming up next, and it's going to be a whole bucket load of fun. So stay tuned to Awesome Games Done Quick 2015.
Hey folks, Studio here, going to be on the hosting station for Half-Coordinated's Vanquish run. Half-Coordinated's preparing right now. I can see him working away, setting up his run, and actually we have a donation already from Colt. Broke my sleep schedule for Vanquish. Good luck, Half-Coordinated. As dem weg. And just a quick reminder that Twitch will be making a donation to the Prevent Cancer Foundation based on the maximum number of viewers watching AGDQ at once. For every 1,000 viewers watching the stream, Twitch will donate 50. So if we reach 200,000 viewers, that will be $10,000 donated. So tell your friends, spread the word, post it on social media, tweet about it, make a Facebook post, tell your mom, tell your dog, going to class or something, tell your teachers. I guess it's the weekend already, so that ain't a possibility. And a quick reminder that 100% of subscriptions, or of revenue from subscriptions to the Games Done Quick Twitch channel will be donated to PCF. You also get a fabulous set of SCA emoticons, and more importantly, whichever emoticon wins from the Kill 'em or Save 'em Animal Bid War for Super Metroid will be usable by any Games Done Quick Twitch subscriber. We got to give a shout out to our sponsors over at TinyBuild. TinyBuild Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game Speedrunners, available in the AGDQ 2015 Hubble Bundle. We have a $25 donation from Jack Bond. This is my last donation this time around. I had a lot of fun and still can't wait to find out what's in store for the future. As always, my charity budget is reserved exclusively for GDQ, so keep on doing what you do and you'll always have donations from me. Thank you, Jack Bond. We appreciate what you've done. I see a game screen on. I see microphones attached to half coordinated, and applause for it. Should be getting started underway, hopefully pretty soon. Gonna bust out the long factoid while we're waiting for setup. The money raised by AGDQ is enabling the Prevent Cancer Foundation to continue its tradition of forming partnerships to bring free cancer screening and educational programs both nationally and internationally. The foundation is currently working to develop a vaccination campaign with a global service organization that has 1.2 million members and 30,000 chapters in 200 countries. This vaccination campaign is to reduce the 600,000 cancer cases and more than 250 deaths related to cancers caused by the human papillomavirus. Oh, we got a title screen. We got thumbs up.
What?
Hey.
See, that's a sick joke.
The stream missed it last.
Oh, that's not funny.
All right, we got Laz, half coordinated. Can you speak? Can the people hear you yet?
Hello, hello. How's everyone doing?
Hello, my name is Guy BB.
Yeah, let's do a roll call. Let's go on. Pull in for this.
Half coordinated.
I'm getting my Mountain Dew.
Oh man.
Good name.
All right.
Yo.
Wait, do we need to do roll call real quick?
Yeah, do it, Laz. Come on.
All right. Well, who wants to start? Half, go ahead.
Oh, is my mic even working?
Yeah, totally.
It's working? Good. All right, so this is Vanquish. Do we have the hand cam set up even? Is that on? It's gonna be where this controller is right now.
Just try to get his entire lap area. It'll be perfect. All right.
Here, hold this.
Sure. All right, beautiful.
I feel there's
Okay.
not as much distinction between a hand cam and a crotch cam half the time.
Are we all set up there?
All right.
Is your mic on, Guy?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. We'll do a quick roll call.
So I'm Voligen.
I'm Guy BB.
I'm Laserlong.
As I said, I am half coordinated. I'll, before I start the run, I do just need a little bit of a preface. I do actually normally play one-handed. However, in most cases, I would be bracing the controller with my right hand, just for stability purposes. In this case, however, soda percent was missed, so I get to be hydrated throughout this run. The reason I play one-handed is because I have a physical disability called hemophoresis that actually lowers the coordination feeling on my entire right side. So it's not really to show off, it's out of necessity, and I do hope we will have a good bit of fun today. The run will be on casual difficulty, mostly because yes, boo, casual difficulty. I give everyone permission to call me a dirty casual once. But after that, do with an open mind, watch the run. It is more for certain strats that are not possible in other difficulties, such as QTE skips, and to give a better, more enjoyable pace for the watch.
There is a reason why he does play casual, and like you said, he'll explain it throughout the run, and it makes a whole lot of sense as opposed to running on normal or hard.
Yes. All right, and I am ready to go. Are we ready for a countdown? All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so trying to explain a little bit of the story for this game. There's basically 2 real stories to this game. One is that there's a space station that we're getting to that got taken over by some Russians, and they used it to literally microwave San Francisco. The space station was designed by a scientist named Professor Candide, who also designed this suit that I'm wearing. And we're there to save him and take back the space station before the Russians do more bad things with it. Explain the suit as well. It is called the Augmented Reaction Suit, or as they often call it, the ARS. So I am wearing an ARS right now. It's very comfortable, form-fitting, and we're going to have a good time with that. I would also like to challenge all of the donors during this run to be as punny as possible, be it about soda, be it about the run itself. We're going to have a good time with that. Now, the other story for this game is the true star-crossed bromance between your player character, Sam Gideon, and Lieutenant Colonel Robert Burns. Just look at how muscular and beautiful this man is.
Man, if only I had Burns of my own.
I know.
The true bromance.
Yeah, you know, here, Half Coordinated and I are really appreciative of this story because we have our own bromance between the 2 of us.
Pretty jealous.
And, you know, in fact, our bromance is so strong that we want to represent it during this run. So you've already donated $1,000 to get Half Coordinated to put a soda bottle in his right hand. But if you donate another $1,000 right now to the Hold Hands % incentive, we will replace the soda bottle with my left hand. And we will share the true spirit of bromance for the entire rest of this run.
Please support our love.
My hand just feels so cold right now.
Oh.
That noise, dude.
Okay, so coming up, this is actually one of the harder missions in the game to do in the speedrun. It might be beautiful, it might not be beautiful. Hopefully you won't be able to tell the difference if it's not. So, still gonna have some fun, and oh man. By the way, we're playing in German, thanks to all of the wonderful donators that did go for that. It is the most amusing language by far, and you will see later why.
Just made the German restream have an easier time.
Exactly. Okay. So we don't want to get headshot kills there. Already an upgrade drop. That's wonderful luck. We really want as many upgrades as possible throughout the run.
Yeah, so what Half's gonna do with upgrades is he's gonna kind of prioritize the shotgun the first couple of minutes, like the first couple of missions here. Then afterwards he's gonna switch to upgrading the rocket launcher for another fight later on in the run.
Now bear in mind, he's going for very precise shots here. Doing it with one hand. I don't know if you're paying attention to this, or if you've ever played Vanquish, this isn't an easy game by the stretch of it, even with 2 hands. And so yeah, keep that in mind while we're doing the speed run. Also,
it's also worth mentioning that Half Coordinated is by far the best speedrunner of this game. There isn't really even any contest.
The closest time to my record time is that I've even seen claimed without proof is 13 minutes behind me.
So what's going on right now in this particular section is he's clearing a lot of enemies out, and he's also using these walkers to do a lot of damage to certain enemies.
Yes, and also I destroyed that dropship with the walker because if you just let it fly away, it actually takes like an extra 20 seconds for these enemies to go spawn. So that saved a very significant chunk of time right there. Alright, now we're going to boost before we can even see ourselves, because why not? And go downstairs. We're so good at games.
Yeah, so with the drop ships, you kind of have to destroy them quickly. That way they don't fly off. And if they do fly off, you have to wait for them to despawn before you can like progress through the game.
Yeah, and also destroying those drop ships prevents enemies from spawning and from inside. Saving a lot of time. That's one thing that would not work on harder difficulties. You cannot destroy them. They're just too tanky as far as health goes. Everyone say hello to the Argus. He's our best friend. He's giving us a bad pattern because of his tough love. We really want him to shoot that main cannon on the front at us instead of doing these grenades.
There we go. You might say he's being a bit of a pain in the arse.
He is.
I'm not leaving.
You're not leaving? I don't want you to leave. Please don't leave me.
I will never leave you, Half.
Thank you, Lula. I feel so reassured right now.
So now that he's destroyed like the Argus scroll for this form, he's gonna shoot a bunch of missiles and then transform into like a walking robot. He's gonna have to do the same thing.
Yeah, there's no way to like skip this like the transformation animation, so he just runs around and picks up some ammo. If you pick up another copy of a weapon you already have while you have full ammo for that weapon, it counts as a partial upgrade.
1/3 of an upgrade, basically. And this is kind of random if he'll actually let me shoot his face properly. He was kind of nice. And now we really want to get a good bit of damage on this core. We can, hopefully, these beams will also be nice and not take me out. We're not so lucky today, unfortunately. So we could get a QT skip, but that was not possible due to that luck there.
Yeah, when the Argus core is exposed, it sends out like those yellow beams everywhere, but where they go is pretty random. So like you just kind of have to hope they don't hit you. That way you can one cycle the Argus core and finish this boss quickly.
But it is entirely up to luck at that point if the beams hit you. So we get to see a pretty cool QTE at least. Get to spin around some bullets because why not?
Yeah, a lot of the QTEs in this game are really cool. You just gotta skip them all to go fast.
If you haven't played this game casually, it's very, it's simultaneously both very anime and also very America. It's pretty great.
That is a good description, I approve. Alright, so we finished up that mission. Now I'm actually going to try to explain the movement in this game. So we are boosting all around. That uses up the green meter in the bottom right of the screen. And also that same meter is used for that slow-mo effect that I'm using called augmented reaction time. So by the way, we're using our arse to make art. So it's pretty good.
I think Andy Warhol did that once.
Yeah, he probably did. Good guy. But the boost meter does run out, which is a problem. We don't want that to really happen. So there are other ways to move fast, including something I like to call melee dashing, which we will see in a few moments. It's also important to note that I'm actually doing something called drift boosting, where you start a boost in one direction and hold 90 degrees away from that initial direction to go about 1.4 times faster than intended. And I pretty much do that every single time I'm boosting in this game.
It should be mentioned that this section that he just boosted all the way through is really dangerous and can easily go very wrong.
Alright, and you can also shoot grenades to detonate them. It's pretty fun. It's very useful. Also makes the explosion larger for some reason.
Physics.
Physics, exactly. So many physics everywhere. Take them out, try and get these guys as well. Now we're gonna shoot this pilot, because shooting the pilot of something obviously makes whatever they're driving explode instantly. There's no other possibility. Alright, we got another upgrade drop, so we're decent pace on upgrades for this shotgun. We'll be hoping to get to rank 5 before the end of this first act. Alright, and we're already at rank 3, so that's definitely very good. That was actually a very solid, that was a pretty solid mission, I think. I'm pretty happy with it.
All these cutscenes we're skipping, dude.
I know, all the bromance that we're missing between Sam and Burns.
Don't worry, there's a lot of bromance to donation comments right now.
Oh,
oh yes. Okay, so we're using the heavy machine gun here just for some extra easy damage on those guys. Grenade drop, let's pick that up. We like having grenades. They make us happy. They comfort us at night and lull us to sleep so we can sleep soundly. Okay, that's not what they do at all, but I can pretend. We just take these guys out here. Leave that next grenade drop. We want that to stay there so we can spam them a little later. And by not killing this first guard blocking bot, it kind of made them all group together for us. And I just got forcibly overheated from taking damage, because bad.
Yeah, so what happens there when you get forcibly overheated is it drains your entitled boost meter until you overheat, and then you have to wait for the overheat to get over and then recharge the boost meter.
Exactly. That is what happens, and it makes us sad every time.
Yeah, the proper management of your kind of heat thing, meter in the bottom right, is really, really crucial to speedrun, because if you overheat, you end up eating, you know, several seconds, I'm not sure how many, a lot, too many, of just not being able to boost.
Not being able to boost, no slow-mo available, and you move 30% slower, and you have less invincibility frames during your roll. It's pretty rough. Yep. I don't feel like I properly explained melee dashing earlier. What really goes on when that is happening is I'm doing a melee attack with the assault rifle, and then after that I do a roll and immediately cancel the roll back into a melee attack. So you'll see that throughout the run a few times. And since there was a grenade drop out there, we can just kind of spam these. This is sort of a hidden loading screen for us to have some fun with. Okay. We really just need to take out this guy, and then we're good to go as far as waiting for one particular NPC. So, Jay Mendez, go on, Mendez. We believe in you. Mendez, you can do it. No, that's totally the wrong way. That's totally the wrong way, Mendez. What are you doing?
As
You'll get
you
there.
can tell, the ally AI is kind of... Sometimes it seems like they don't know what they're doing.
Alright, so now we have the lock-on laser. It's a very handy weapon because we don't even need to aim. It's the perfect weapon for Fulgen. Just going forward here, it just locks on for us, takes out all those enemies nice and smooth. It's very beautiful, very, very good. Too bad, though, it doesn't have a whole lot of ammo, so we can't really use it very much throughout the rest of the run.
Yeah, the lock-on laser is like the best weapon behind the shotgun, and behind the rocket launcher, and then behind the assault rifle.
Pretty much. That's fairly accurate. But those are DLC weapons, and we're better than that now.
Yeah, Flicky.
Oh! Shots fired. A lot of shots are being fired.
All right, and now would be a pretty decent time for donation comments.
All right, well, kind of low on the pun front, gonna be honest about that. Prototype X has $10, and he says, I guess you're really gonna quench your thirst with that soda. Cherry Doom has $20 saying, so the thing about cancer is it sucks. We also have some donations that aren't puns. $300 from Killian Voss. Hey, AGDQ, I've been watching your marathons in the past years, and it impresses me every time how amazing these runs are. So deep in the night, I'm looking for some fun because of the time difference. Good luck to all the runners, and keep up the great work.
All right. I will do my best, sir.
Oh, on a side note, what's your runner's choice, by the way?
Oh, my runner's choice. Hold hands %.
Naturally. Gotta keep the bromance alive. On the side note, hold hands %. Let me get the numbers on that. Currently at $3.95. I think some donations should be headed there right now with your runner's choice, but not even halfway there.
We'll get there. I believe in them. I believe. All right. And try and pick up the shotgun here. We have rank 5 shotgun, which is very good. At rank 5, the rate of fire of the shotgun increases by 25%, which will make a certain QTE skip possible later. Very good job, Sam, huddling against that wall. The interact button and the cover button are the same, which causes a few disagreements at times. And we just let all of those enemies blow up, because why not? And now we're just going to boost through, and we're going to do a checkpoint reload here. This gets rid of a lot of the enemies I just kind of went straight past, and also brings the armored vehicle that we were escorting up closer and gets rid of any damage on it. So that way, and we have to wait for that armored vehicle to reach the end of this tunnel before the next sequence will trigger. That's very important, very nice to do. Here, we're going to try and blow this guy up. He has kind of a flame pack on him, and that explodes. He dropped an upgrade. It's very kind of him. I do appreciate it, Romanov.
Yeah, so like we mentioned earlier that he was going to prioritize the shotgun and then do the rocket launcher. After this mission, he's going to start prioritizing the rocket launcher and get it to level 3.
Yes. That rank 3, the rocket launcher does get a 20% damage boost, again, hopefully helping us get another QTE skip reliably. And more donations, if there are any.
All right, well, we have $200 from great and powerful Gary. Thank you to all the runners for doing this. I lost my father to his long battle with cancer this past Monday, and this stream has kept me going all week. If it wasn't for services like the PCF, we would not have had the time with him that we did. You guys rock. Thank you so much. We have $100 from Anevo. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for this marathon. Love it since years. And, of course, we have a few bromance donations. Lawyer Dog has $50 saying, make the shark bromance happen. Ostem Weg.
Shouts to Lawyer Dog. Fan.
Ostem Weg.
Kapikowski has 181 has $20 saying, I've been waiting all marathon for this run. Vanquish is easily my favorite platinum game. This money is absolutely going towards allowing your bromance to flourish.
Oh, thank you.
And Dolph 189, $50. Bromance %. What am I to hold back your love?
All right. So we just used lock-on laser there. Now we're going to see some good shotgun leveled up action on these particular Romanovs. Basically all these larger robots are called Romanovs of some sort. And that clears them out nicely. Oh wow. I think we got hit in the head somewhere.
That guy was a hero.
He was a hero robot. He is the hero that all the robots need. Let's see. This guy does not want to be attacked by me. It's actually rather smart of him. Okay, now we're going to get the rocket launcher. We are going to take advantage of the fact that our arse is rocket proof. We do not take any damage from our own rocket launcher. That's pretty fun. Just waiting for all these enemies to pop up here through this nice, beautiful drill there. Look at all them souls. These enemies are actually invincible until they drop, so I had to wait a moment. Oh wow, I timed that perfectly. We actually got that Romanov in the first explosion as well. So that was really nice. Alright, picking up the upgrade for the rocket launcher. Gonna take a look around, try and get a few item drops that might be useful. Hopefully we find some more grenades. Grenades are always what we want, basically. I'm not seeing them though, so we just gotta keep going.
Oh man.
Alright, and now for part of why we're playing German.
Part of.
Take a time to enjoy all these German comments.
Aus dem Weg.
This line basically means get out of the way, and he says something that sounds pretty funny in every language, but in German, he just says aus dem Weg with so much like fury and you know, aggressiveness. It's just beautiful.
I feel threatened. Don't you?
No man, I'm one with Sam.
I'm so happy right now.
Man.
All right.
Oh, thank God we got German.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna try and take out a few of these before I boost on in. They kind of decided they wanted to hide. That's probably a good idea on their front. Yeah, they decided all to go behind things, and I can barely see right now. Who needs vision, right? One hand, no eyes. Good.
Really one-upping yourself here.
I know. All right, so normally, let's see, let's go ahead and shoot a rocket, because there's the professor we're supposed to save, but he's explosion-proof, so it's fine.
That was a really good shot, too.
It was a good shot, got all of them at once. That's actually kind of uncommon. Here's the boss fight for this act. We kind of just stun him with an EMP grenade, and he doesn't like that. Now we'll do 2 shotgun shots, and he should get stunned again. Shoot, boost kick, and boss fight is over.
Very nice.
That's actually fairly precise, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, so normally you get a QTE there to finish them all.
Yes, that did skip a QTE that costs about 20 seconds or more to even trigger. So it was very good that we did get that skip. I'm happy inside.
Quick question, Half. Is there a difference between the PS3 version versus the Xbox?
As far as I know, there is no real difference. Everyone that has ever tried to speedrun this game has run it on PS3, so I don't even know if there's difference in loading times.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And if you have more donation comments, here's a decent time, but there's a much longer period coming up soon. Leave that up to you, studio.
All right. We got $100 from Kung Fu Jesus saying, donating during the Platinum Games block because they are the best. Here's to Bromance %. Maybe next year we'll see some God Hand, eh?
Shout out to God Hand. It is also a fairly interesting speed game and Platinum games in general.
We have a $50 comment from YOLO Swag 360 No Scope Hacker of Doom. I have to say, it's like this guy is playing this game with a soda in his hand.
Oh my God.
I'm so happy to read that name.
It took a while for me to even realize exactly what was said there. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Crimson X Mana has $20 saying, hey, Half, good luck on your run. May you and Vol'jin's hands be the spear that pierces the heavens. That's beautiful, man. And $25 from an Annihilator saying, Aus dem Weg.
What? Did you just...
How did you do that? You wizard. Isn't he behind us right now?
Yeah, I can see him right now.
He's literally right behind us.
Alright, so we're going to make use of a lot of melee dashing here because it's a long period of boosting. An interesting thing is that you also tend to get stunned less while melee dashing rather than boosting. So we kind of want to use that when we're at risk of just getting shot, which is a lot of times. But another thing about melee attacks is they auto-lock on. I'll explain that a little later because I love this strat if we get it. So we stun him a bit, turn right around, and boom, hit that weak point. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. He hates it. We love it. And everyone wins except for the Argus, which is really what we want. That's not an Argus. It's a Romanov.
But we still don't want the Argus to win.
We don't want the Argus to win. No one likes Arguses.
Don't worry, I'm sure there'll be an Argus before too long.
Okay.
Reminder, robots weren't hurt during this run.
What are you talking about? That's a lie.
Yo, Voligen. Yo, Voligen, get that soda out of half-coordinated hand, because we got some hand-holding to do.
Oh my god. Okay. There we go.
I'll help you out capping this.
Okay. Okay.
I've been waiting for this for a long time.
So have I.
Oh, you're so warm.
Your hand is pretty cold. Was that like fresh or?
No, it wasn't completely fresh. It did get like an 30 minutes, hour before.
Okay.
But it was pretty fresh.
This is really good timing too because now we have an auto scroller.
Yes, we have a 9-minute auto scroller. Like that's the best part of a speed game, right? You know, the thing where you can't make it go faster. For a full 9 minutes.
Yeah, Vanquish really hits like all the kind of all the top speed tech things. You know, quick time events, auto scrollers that have quick time events. Oh, it's beautiful.
Auto scrollers with stealth at one point. Get hyped for that later.
I've got a lot of questions about that, but I'm just gonna wait to see the answer.
Oh man, I'm just shooting these guys with turret. Everybody likes turrets too, right? Turret sections.
Turrets are pretty great.
Yeah, it's nice and powerful.
Is there any RNG? Like that's all you need right now.
RNG, not in the auto scrollers. I don't really think so. There's a lot of upgrade drop RNG. And grenades are also never guaranteed drops. And you really want grenades, so you can get kind of messed with there as well. So I think I kind of forgot to do something, but no, we're fine. We're fine. Because I was thinking maybe I would need to reload the checkpoint for these rocket launchers, but I would have to pick them up first, but we're fine. We'll reach rank 3 when we need to. Guaranteed.
I know it can be distracting to hold hands with me.
It can. It's kind of hard to think about anything else right now, but I think we will make it through.
By the way, is this visible on the hand cam? Because man, all right.
All right, good. Good. You can hold it a little closer.
Oh, we can definitely hold it closer, Half.
Oh. Okay. So this is still auto-scrolling. I don't really need to take these guys out too fast, so I'm just using the assault rifle and take them out at a somewhat leisurely pace.
Is this the casual part of the run, the relaxation?
What?
Is your chance to go ahead and relax and enjoy the Vanquish scenery?
Yeah. This anti-gravity magic going on right now, though. Pretty impressive. It's kind of great how they're standing there, but when you blow them up, they fall. I don't understand.
I told you, man, physics. This game has all the anime physics.
All of them. Now we're basically going to be waiting for a little bit here. So while we wait, I'm going to smoke cigarettes. Sam really likes to smoke him some cigarettes. Pretty good.
Prevent cancer.
Prevent cancer. And gotta take this guy out first, though. Otherwise, we might actually make the auto-scroller longer.
So I know it might seem non-obvious, you know, why he would be smoking cigarettes, and we're talking about preventing cancer here, but it's actually a very ingenious plan. Would you like to describe it, Hap?
Yes. So Sam has this magical portal to access all the cigarettes in the universe, and he is trying to smoke all of them, so no one else has to suffer their ill effects ever again. He's working really hard at this. Look at him go, guys. Look at him go. He is a martyr. He is a martyr for our cause of preventing cancer.
What a great guy, dude.
Just work at this. Come on, Sam. Don't give up now.
This is really what these auto-scrollers are for, is so that you have more time to smoke cigarettes and save the world from cancer.
All right, hopefully we can get this. Come on. Come on. Okay. Oh, my angle's a little off. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not getting Quantum Sam. Why aren't we getting Quantum Sam?
Platinum patched your game.
They did right before.
Volvo, please fix.
Volvo? Oh no. And it's one of my favorite things. And yes! Yes, this is important to manipulate RNG. You guys, get all the good drops in the run. Thank God, where the run is saved. If we hadn't gotten that, I just don't know. I would have had to reset, you guys. There's just no other way the run would work.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you probably would have had to reset to come in under estimate, right?
Yeah, basically. Not sure how that would work since we're several minutes in already, but...
Several, yeah, 1 or 2.
Just get that world record.
Alright.
I mean, honestly, if you'd missed that, I'm sure the tech crew would have understood if you'd had to reset and go over estimate.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we're only like, what, 4 or 5 hours behind. It's fine.
We could hit 6 or 7.
Alright. No, we're just punching around. So we don't want to use any meter here just because we get overheated by those bombs if we do use any boost. So instead we're just punching to dodge. Now we get a QTE, mashing fun times. How'd you like that squeeze, Woola?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I felt the firmness of your bromance. I'll donate $50 if you accidentally hit the PS button at some time during this run, by the way. It has to be accidental. I'll be able to tell.
Okay.
So if you guys thought the auto-scroller was done when the other transport crashed,
nope.
It hasn't been 9 minutes yet.
No, it has not. And we can make Sam dance now. That's pretty good. This rapid weapon switching to the rocket launcher gets Sam very excited when he's in this position.
I mean, who wouldn't get excited about the rocket launcher?
Also, studio, more donations if you have them.
All right, so $20 from Vino saying this run
Are
has
you okay,
been so
studio?
damn impressive. I mean, this auto scroller is just leaving me breathless right now. I can't speak after seeing all this action. But anyways, this run has been so damn impressive so far. Hashtag Puns for Life. Keep up the awesomeness and let the bromance blossom. Latency ZT, telling it like it is with a $20 donation. If you're not running Vanquish one-handed, you're doing it wrong. Woke up extra early to watch Half go slidey zoom. Here's 20 for Half to put towards whatever he wants. Ostem Weg.
Oh, yeah, I need to make another runner's choice.
Oh, yeah, I guess you do.
What's coming up that hasn't been met?
Go ahead and refresh the bid page. The Ocarina of Time glitch exhibition is off by about $6,000. The Melee finals for Super Smash Bros. Is off by about $17,000.
Okay. Anything else?
There'd be a couple more.
We're closing in on the end here.
I mean, okay, there's name donations for Final Fantasy VII. Defeating Sephiroth with the Omni Slash is about $200 short.
I think I'll put it to the Ocarina of Time glitch expedition at this point.
All right. Not a Smash fan?
All right, so we're getting some sweet upskirt shot right now. This also manipulates some RNG. It's very important as well.
This is very lewd. Children, avert your eyes. I mean, you probably should have averted your eyes like at the start of this game, but whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. All right, so the auto-scroller is over. Yeah! Yeah!
I got the one-handed clap, and it's going pretty good. Thanks for asking.
That's what that sounds like.
Oh, let's get stuck on some walls. Pretty good. All right.
I do apologize for that.
Okay. Oh man, I can't do the super awesome strat here because I need to save the rocket ammo for a moment, unfortunately. So we're just gonna have to shotgun that and pick that up. Be nice, you gorgies. You gorgies.
Nice, and another one.
Yep. Alright, boosting through. The next section is actually fairly difficult. Hopefully everything will go nice and we'll get some good patterns as well. If you remember the Argus that we fought in Mission 3, now we get to have fun with 2 of them, because why not? So hopefully he's looking at us. That's beautiful. Get a few extra shots with the assault rifle, because if we just do rocket launcher, we don't quite get enough damage in. And he's walking, which isn't the best, but we can make do. Oh, this might be a risky shot, but yeah, we got it.
Nice.
All right. Now we're gonna do another QTE, because Platinum Games, they do like their QTEs.
This is
a fun QTE.
It is, because
You get to see Sam turn into a human drill.
Why would you not want to be a human drill? If you could. If you had the choice in your life to become a human drill, why would you not? I ask you this.
I think that's a loaded fantasy.
Oh man, you've been reading my diary, haven't you?
Sorry.
Okay, so he kind of landed in an awkward angle for us. This is a fairly difficult strat to pull off. Okay, I think we're going to be good though. We might be close enough. We got it. We
nice, dude.
Yes. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh, that skipped another QTE that would have wasted another good 30 seconds or so. So I'm very happy we pulled that off.
That is one of the harder skips on any of these fights in the game.
It's not easy at all.
No. It's very difficult, and it's, again, one of the reasons we have to run this on casual.
Reminder, one hand.
One hand. Oh no, now it's a co-op run.
Oh no.
The moral support, it matters.
Now my question is, Vol'jin, how come you're not holding the soda in your free hand now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got that going. Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to, you know, to slack here.
I don't think we explained reload canceling yet.
We did not, and that was a big part of that skip.
Yeah.
When you are in the reload animation, if you switch to another weapon and then immediately switch back, the weapon reload animation is completely skipped and the weapon is reloaded. I had to do that with the rocket launcher in order to get enough damage in. If I actually did not reload cancel, one of the rockets would have hit during invincibility frames of that core, and the skip would not have been possible. So I had to do the weapon switching, reload canceling pretty much perfectly for that to go right. Yeah, and we're just gonna wait here. Hopefully all of them actually run.
We can't leave without burns.
We can't leave without burns. Our hearts would not forgive us. But thankfully, Burns is here. Thank you for the extra hand, Flula. But Burns is here. They all are here. There's a very rare glitch sometimes where one of them will just decide to walk instead of run, and they just...
Walk is a pretty generous description. He'll just kind of shamble forward
yes.
gradually over the course of minutes.
And I mean, hopefully this doesn't scare people too much, but... Oh god, Burns is gone!
No!
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go, Vula?
Wait, no, wait.
Where? Oh, thank god. Oh, he's back. You got any donations, studio? It's a good time.
Let me catch my breath first. That was too spooky. We have $100 from Anonymous saying, half coordinated is really impressive. Nice work, man. Really is telling the truth with that one. LFQ Soon has $50 saying, second donation this year. Keep the hype and the speed going. Sebastian K has a $50 donation saying, "Thank you for your passion. You're doing a great job. I'm so hyped for AGDQ."
So we're hitting these guys here actually does have a purpose. We're trying to get them closer to the gate since they trigger the next checkpoint. But also, it's fun. Just hit some Marines.
Ladies and gentlemen, the speed strats.
The speed strats. It also keeps Burns from drinking some whiskey right before he's supposed to actually run, because we care about his liver and we want him to be healthy. We're back to the lock-on laser here. Lock-on laser, very useful. Again, enemies are spread out over a very wide area. Just take them out fairly quickly. Hopefully we can get some good luck with that. I thought, yeah, hand grenades. Yes, we upgraded the hand grenades. That is so good. That's all we want in life.
Just thinking about the lock-on laser, it's worth mentioning that, you know, this is a Platinum game that they only released for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. Unlike, you know, most shooters, there's no, like, PC version of this. So it is designed and expected to be played with a controller. So they made kind of some, I don't want to say concessions because it's a Platinum game, but, you know, they kind of designed around that.
Yeah. I will note there is no aim assist, however. All the aiming is, it's all me. Alright, so lots of boosting, lots of melee dashing because everyone wishes they could punch to go fast. If you could punch to go fast, why would you not?
I can't think of an answer to that question, actually.
Okay. So we're going to need Marines to break open the door for us, but they're very slow, and also Burns is not close to us. And again, this is emotionally hard for us. So as soon as we can, once it gives us control back, we're going to reload this checkpoint, and that will respawn Burns and the Marines like pretty much right next to where they need to be. This honestly saves about 2 minutes of waiting for them to run up to where we are now. It also despawned all those enemies that were right next to me, which is nice as well. Go, Marine, go. Get to that door. I believe in you. Yeah. That random yell at the end. Thank you, Burns. Oh man, a 159. That's so good. And here's one of the few times the Marines take advantage of teleportation technology. Get into this elevator with us.
Unfortunately, it only works at short range and only if you look away from them.
They're very shy. And there's one of the disagreements between cover and actions. We're hopefully going to get a very small skip here that kind of condenses 2 small cutscenes into one. And we did get that. So that there would normally be 2 separate cutscenes, one for that thing falling, one to show us the Argus just like, hey, I'm at the top of this hill. And you don't like that, do you? And we're like, no, we don't.
Dude, these guys are going in on you.
They are. They don't like me for some reason. Why don't they like me, Bula?
Robots.
Robots. Can't trust them.
These robots aren't programmed to like nor love.
Oh no, that's the real reason there that we have to fight them. We have to win for love. Alright, so more lock-on laser action. There's a lot of enemies here just kind of hanging around doing their thing. And there's going to be a whole bunch of enemies that spawn up in that upper area. We're going to throw 2 grenades up and hopefully we'll get most of them, if not all of them. We did get all of them.
Very nice,
Sweet.
dude.
That saved so much time. Ridiculous amount of time. That triggered these guys to spawn like immediately. And destroying those with a rocket does prevent a second wave coming out of those hatches. And here's the BA. He's a very dangerous enemy, kind of scorpion-like here. We're gonna shoot him with a rocket, and we're gonna kick him, and we're gonna shoot him with a shotgun, and it's all good. There's no problems.
He was pretty dangerous.
He was very dangerous. He did drop the upgrade. Of course he did. I knew he would. It's okay though, we have to wait for Burns to get on the next little elevator. So it's fine if he takes a little bit of time just to hang out. Burns is already on the elevator? Oh my god, Burns. Hold me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I put this down. I apologize, guys.
Okay, so we're gonna try and get all three of these guys at once by kind of blowing up the flame pack on the back there. We got it, good. The boss here is this jamming array. We have to destroy these 3 heads of it. Normally there would be like a bunch of enemy waves in between each of the 3 heads of the jamming array, but we reloaded checkpoints. We'll just get to shoot the next head, whatever. Game doesn't care, fine. Although it's not quite able to be shot for a few seconds, but still this saves well over a minute of time.
That whole section's really, really annoying casually.
Yes. Fulgen has done 1 playthrough of this game, so he has some experience with that.
That's right, I have a total of 5 entire hours of experience with this game.
It was over 5.5.
Wow.
Hey, that's a lot more experience. Look at it like that.
All right, so here's another good time for donations. We're going to be waiting here and gazing longingly at Burns for a bit.
All right, well, Red Necro has $25 saying, shout-outs to the great one-handed arse manipulation. Dodge bullets, kill cancer, save animals. Sigamo has $25 saying, greetings from Germany. German translation in games is awful most of the times. So thank you for breaking the tradition of me playing or watching any game in German for probably over 5 years.
You're welcome.
You're welcome to all Germans. You deserve this.
That's soda slurp.
No, I actually do like Germany in general. I'm sorry.
We have a $10 donation from 2-Bit Marksman. Final donation, bringing my total with everything to $100. Going towards hold hands percent, as ice cold fingers will keep that soda at optimal drinking temperature. Hugs to Voligen.
Alright, so we're going to boost all the way down to the bottom of the stairs area. It makes a few enemies spawn sooner, so we can take care of them, particularly this Flame Pack Romanov. And we just shoot him in the back, it takes out the other Romanov at the same time because explosions. And we just come up and take out that one. We're going to do some shotgun fun, because shotgun is fun when it actually hits. You actually have to be fairly precise with the shotgun, by the way. It does have a good healthy spread to it, but you will not get enough damage if you are not aiming precisely at the enemies. So, Marine, good job. Good job, block those shotgun shots. We didn't need to hit things with those. I mean, why would we, right? We're a robo-synth. He was just a robot sympathizer. So, looking for some enemies to actually take out. You do have to kill all the enemies in this area. Sometimes it can be fairly clunky to actually get all of them, just because of the way they move around and how they spawn, pretty much. And the fact there's a bunch of walls in the way. I would like to bring the lock-on laser with me here, but there really was no good way to have that because I need the rocket launcher for very soon. So, sacrifices that had to be made.
The nice thing about the AI of your teammates in this game is that they're actually, I would say, surprisingly effective, like compared to most of these types of games, which is to say, probably around 10% of the time.
Yep. So look at this strat. I love this strat. It makes me happy every time. And now we have to wait for Burns to yell. Come on, Burns. You can do it. Good job, Burns.
Wow.
That is what triggers the next enemy spawn. Oh, we want to boost kick these guys, if I can. Oh my god.
Oh.
But we did get both of them at once, so it's fine. So that might, it did not look nearly as smooth, but oh well, it's fine. And here again, we have to wait for Burns, because we love him so much.
Keep the bromance alive.
Keep it alive. Look at that strut. More forced walk and talk. Fun fact, Japanese actually is fastest for these walk and talk sequences, but German is by far the most amusing of any language choice, and that's really what happens here. Because everyone watching, I love you.
Aus dem Weg.
Aus dem Weg.
I mean, but don't actually get out of the way. Like, please stay and
Yes,
watch the run
yes,
and
yes.
donate money.
Alright, so rockets are good, rockets are nice. We use them here to clear out a good bit of the enemies. They didn't quite group together as nicely as they could have, which is unfortunate, but still fine. Alright. Sniper rifle, everyone loves you. Hand grenades, everyone does actually love you. Okay, so we're just waiting for this drawbridge to be dropped. And
Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Brücke ist unten! Ihr könnt rüber!
Achtung, Feinde von unten!
Sammelt euch auf dem zentralen Platz!
Alright, so we've got more of those drill transports coming up. We're going to wait for the enemies to run off this time because they have a chance of dropping upgrades, which we do need. And I would be very sad if one dropped it while on there. So I wouldn't be able to pick it up. And that would not make my day, for sure. That was very good. It immediately triggered the tank after the 3 rocket shots. It's hard to get them to group together properly for that. I'm very happy that occurred.
And of course, the way to deal with the tank is to shoot it with a shotgun.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that works.
That's how you do it in every game, right? I think so.
And in real life.
And real life. Alright, so we've got... Shotgun is almost fully upgraded. Once it does get fully upgraded, it will fire 50% faster as opposed to the 25% we currently have. I could have swore I saw another shotgun somewhere. But we'll just have to keep going.
Auf der anderen Seite ist ein Aufzug. Mit dem kommt ihr zum Highway.
Geht klar. Aus dem Weg!
Oh, no. Can't put this down. I keep reflexively putting my soda down. I'm not a soda percent expert like you, so.
Okay.
They actually can't even see your hand on stream, so.
Oh, really? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Here, let me make sure that it's visible. This is just some, kind of arbitrary.
Right, so we're looking away from the Marines right now because they're very shy about getting on this elevator. Other than they would have taken forever to get on otherwise. We know their true feelings and we respect them for that. So again, we're hitting them to make them trigger the next enemy spawn sooner.
This game really has the best speed strats.
Basically. Oh, that guy decided not to run the way he always runs. Good job. Good job, one robot guy. See here, he was right over there. That wasn't so bad. Pretty good, pretty good. So there'll be a cutscene here to show us the Creon, or as we like to call it, at least Guy and I, the Crayola. So, and it takes out this bridge, it kind of shoots it with a big old laser, and it's falling down, we gotta get across. Good times. However, of course, there is some rubble in the way that we cannot move ourselves, and we just kind of have to wait. And I would say to hold on off on donations for now, because the very next sequence you will have so much time. So.
And this one is just so action-packed.
So action-packed. I'm sitting here and I'm shooting stuff with bullets. Shooting things with bullets, you guys. It's my favorite.
That's some good gameplay right there.
It's a very unique game mechanic. I'm not sure if any other games do it.
There's a lot of speed tech involved right here in this section too, where you kind of have to wait.
Oh, cool! Shotgun drop. Thanks. Thanks for getting hurt, dude. Oh, did I even pick it up?
Yes.
Yeah, I did. Okay. All right. Now we get to move quickly again. Yay! Oh no! Oh no! So we got overheated. That's really bad. My melee attack timing was pretty dang off. Let's be honest. Hopefully we don't get too wrecked. It seems we're good.
So yeah, when you do a melee attack, if there's any enemy nearby, it will lock onto them.
It will lock on. Now we have max shotgun, and the gate is already down. Nice. Wow. The gate, you have to kill a certain amount of enemies and wait for burns. So 2:15, that's a really good time on that mission. Now, we are on the most hype section of the game. It is both an auto-scroller and a stealth section and a sniping section at the same time. So, I mean, hold on to your pants, you guys, because it's super intense. And if there are donations, it would be a great time.
All right. We have $50 from Anonymous saying, I actually plan to donate this at Ocarina of Time, one of my favorite games of all time, but I guess I'll just have to donate some more later. Greetings from Germany. Really bringing out the German crowd with this Vanquish run. I don't know if it's out of, pride or just disgust.
I did actually contact the German restream to let them know I really wanted German to win.
Good work.
Revealing your secret plans there.
We have $20 from Vino once again. Seeing someone play so skillfully with one hand is really impressive because you had to learn how to play like that on your own from scratch. No hand holding.
That's true. We didn't get to the hand holding until like this marathon.
Yep. Yeah. Reminder, this is a pun-friendly donation stream right now.
Yes, by the way, any puns about soda, holding hands, the game itself. Reminder, the suit I'm wearing is literally called the Arse.
Yeah, you guys have to work for the puns. I'm just gonna sit on my arse and let you guys do everything.
Our love interest is named Burns. There is so much potential.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys can think of any puns and you want to make a donation, just do it.
If you get a good insult, then you have a sick burn. Like we're so close.
These puns are fizzling out, guys. Come on.
All right, we have $25 from Tessa Wolf. Never played Vanquish, but the hold hands percent got me hyped. Here's $25 to holding more hands. I hold hands even harder, guys.
We're holding pretty hard, especially when he gets when he starts pressing buttons hard.
Yeah, I have very poor grip control, so when I do get to more tense moments, I'm definitely squeezing that hand right there.
We have $50 from Philip Walgren. Hi guys, love what you are doing. Instead of studying for an exam on Tuesday, I've been watching the stream day and night. I'm already longing for the next event. Greetings from Sweden. $25 from Rami. Hi y'all. Rami here live from the French Restream commentary.
Oh man.
Don't tell anyone, I'm multitasking. Without your beret half coordinated, you don't look as French as you used to. Also, too bad donors don't know what's up and chose German for voices language. Good luck on the run, I'll do my best to cast it. My thoughts go to my good friends Noir Des, who lost his aunt yesterday due to lung cancer. Love to all from France.
So we actually don't have to shoot these guys. And by the way, apparently just shooting them doesn't alert anything. It's fine. No one heard that, right? Because I have a silenced gun, so it was a silent explosion, right?
Nice and sneaky. Nothing obvious about that at all.
Alright. So we're just going to smoke some more cigarettes again, go towards his preventing cancer goal of smoking every cigarette in the universe.
Just want to make a quick comment. This section has the best achievement. If you do it completely silent, you get the Sam Fisher achievement. If you get the joke, then you're more than welcome to laugh.
The achievement is actually called Fisher is the other Sam.
I can hear like one person out there, like right outside the door, just.
Thank you for the petty laugh.
All right, so we got all that. So that's done. The most hype section of the game completed.
It's honestly all downhill from here. Like.
I mean, I can just go wait outside. After that, I don't know if I need to watch the rest of the game.
No, but actually, like, stay.
I'll stay for the bromance.
Stay for the bromance. Alright, so we have to blow this up. Important, so we can go forward again. Hey, slide a zoom. They're pretty bad at actually hitting me when I'm going fast. Again, remember, I'm drift boosting, which goes faster than the game intends. So you can dodge a lot of enemies that otherwise would be able to react to you and hit you. Another technique that I'm doing right now is boost dodging, which does give you more invincibility frames than if you were just to dodge normally. Okay, now everyone, look at the sky here. It's super dark, it's super blue. It's obviously nighttime. So just very dark, kind of sleepy times and all that. And now we have a cutscene, and it's day.
Nice.
So yeah. This is the first appearance of the buzzard, and this is still an auto scroller, by the way. So we just picked up the heavy machine gun, kind of take it out without using any other resources.
So once he takes this out, he's going to do something very important.
Very important, and no donations during this time.
And I would just like to add, please start counting, Laz. I'm going to donate $10 for every single Austemweg that he gets here during this auto scroller.
Aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! 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 Geht aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg! Geht aus dem Weg!
43, very nice. That's a PB, I think.
That is a PB. That is a record for Austemwegs. Yes.
So that'll go to the runner's choice. It's a lot of money. Oh no, I can't put this down. Jeez.
Dude, come on, soda percent.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. My dedication is to you, not to the soda percent.
I appreciate it,
but I'm trying. I'm
trying so hard. All right. Picking up item. Yeah. Okay. So this is kind of a sort of time segment. We have to wait for all the talking to finish anyway, so we don't really need to go so fast. I mean, it's nice to try and go fast, but there's a lot of talking there. And just got to finish them off, and then the next sequence does trigger. Okay, it's good. We're in position.
It's worth mentioning that Sam references his ex-girlfriend there. Obviously, the reason she is his ex is that he now wants to be with Burns, obviously.
Yes. Yeah, they were probably together like before this game started, and then he met Burns. And there was just no one else. No one else for Sam. And you kind of just have to take out all these tanks here. It's gonna take a little while. You know, do some stuff. It's a turret. Okay.
Tanks are really slow.
Yep. More tanks. They do speed up a little bit here at this point, though, so it's nice. They're considerate. After that, they kind of realize that we're speedrunning. I don't know why I thought that line was so funny in German for Elena, but it was. Oh. Okay. Okay. No, we have to stop the Creon from moving. We're just gonna shoot its feet with a shotgun, because shotgun, again, it likes to destroy things.
If you were curious how strong the shotgun actually is, apparently it can blow up that giant metal thing.
That giant foot.
Engine
Ihr seid außer Reichweite des Kabelwerfers. Die Kampftechniker müssen sich unter das Loch im Kreon stellen.
Alright, so there's a lot of enemies here. People's first playthrough, they tend to like hang back, try and kill everything. It's very rough, takes a very long time. However, you don't actually have to shoot a dang thing. We're just gonna boost and roll. We have to roll at this point because being next to the Creon boosters does overheat us. And now we're just gonna wait a few moments. And we're gonna get inside the Creon. No problem, don't need to shoot any of those guys. Fine.
I mean, why shoot them if you could just walk up?
Yeah. Alright, so here is also a very hype auto-scroller, and you'll see why. Sam will show the donors how much he appreciates all of them, and we'll just have to wait a moment for that. But it's very important that we get this as well. Sam is not wanting to take off his helmet at this time. Come on, Sam. You know it. You know you want to. There we go. Okay. Now, this is also very important to the run. Okay. Get in there. We're gonna do some, Sam is really thinking about the donors very hard right now. And he's trying to give you all kisses for all of the good work that you're doing with your donations. Oh, that one was really passionate. He's also thinking about Burns, but he's really thinking about the donors as well. If you want to read donations right now, you have to do it in a sensual, sexy voice.
We have another $20 from Vino. Sorry, it's me again. But I've noticed he seems to be putting away cigarettes before finishing them. What if he burns his arsenal?
Oh, wow.
Please don't actually die.
Yeah, that would be kind of sad. I was really focused on getting as much kissy face as possible.
Is this maximum kissy face %?
We're trying. We're trying. Oh. Man. So much passion.
I can't look away.
How Kissy Face actually works is that if you cancel a cigarette, it actually doesn't cancel the facial animation for that. So I like to say that he goes to smoke a cigarette, realizes how much he's hurting himself and how much we care about him for that, and decides to go for a kiss instead. That's how that works. We're about to fight the unknown. A lot of people have difficulty with him their first time, but he's not really that big of a deal. It's fine. That's the unknown.
The unknown is no match for a fully upgraded shotgun and EMP emitter.
So what is that thing called again?
It's called the unknown. That is its actual name.
Like you don't know? Like.
I mean, yeah. If you don't know, it's fine.
Like I mean, you've been playing this game for like how many years? Like.
We can look it up on Game Facts or something.
Oh my God, where were the other enemies? I need to shoot them with bullets. Oh hey, upgrades. I like upgrades. Alright, so now there's a death laser. Big old death laser. We don't want to touch it. It's bad.
If you touch it, you die.
On any difficulty.
That is why it's called a death laser.
Yes.
I guess.
I believe it's like the engines of the Crayola.
Yes. Crayola's colorful engine to generate all 64 colors.
Which is why it appears white.
Yeah, yeah. Here we go. We're gonna try and skip. We're gonna skip basically one cycle of the laser. There are two places to do it, but this is the safest, and just skipping either one, you know, will save the same amount of time. We did skip one cycle there. Thanks to drifting and melee dashing. Man, they're going hard.
Jealous of what salmon burns out.
This is true. They're very jealous. Alright. A little bit more auto-scrolling. Oh man. I mentioned when practicing yesterday that this reminds me of like the slow trains you ride around amusement parks to go from one place to another.
Yeah,
shout-outs
while getting shot at.
Yeah, shout-outs to Cedar Point. Wow, going hard.
The truth.
Throw that grenade there. Hopefully we'll get most of them. And we got all of them but one of the little guys. He's hiding really good. Very pro at hiding. Okay. And a few more guys spawning here, but we don't like them either. So.
Oh, he got in the way.
He got in the way of my grenade. But it's fine. We still got it. Oh, there we go. It's all good. All good. Oh, shotgun. Okay. So slow-mo does some interesting effects to how physics work as well. And we will see that here. By using in slow-mo, these flying things will explode in place instead of flying up like that one did because I messed up slightly. But it's all good. And an interesting thing too, like your fire rate does slow down less than the surrounding area, all the enemies and whatnot. So that's part of why I use slow-mo to get certain skips and do one cycles on some enemies, some bosses. So to go fast, you first must go slow.
So deep.
And we were just basically boost dodging there to not take a ton of damage. Shout out to saying ton of damage while Studio is hosting your run.
I said that in a cast once with Freak, and I felt so good.
so it's just these little elevator things. It's fine. Boosting around.
You're gonna shut off, right?
What?
You're gonna let people see this, right?
Do I have to let them see the dance party?
Yes.
Now that you've said that, yes.
So normally I would just, we're gonna go up this elevator and I would normally just throw a grenade and end all fun in the world immediately, but it is a marathon run. This is about entertainment. I want you guys to have some fun. So, there you go. Okay, no more fun.
Remove fun.
Okay, now we're going to count, because counting is fun. Everyone loves to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And
Nice, dude.
Basically, every time you fight one of the unknown, you want to not let them move ever. So they do have instant death attacks on any difficulty, and they're just generally a pain to deal with. Now Sam gets to show off how strong he is.
Hence.
Yeah, this is true. He has a very strong arse. He's worked on it very, very hard.
And I get to find out how strong half-coordinated's right hand is. It's pretty strong. He says half-coordinated, not half-strength.
Alright, so there's another quick good time for donations here, if we have some.
Alright, we have $50 from Black Spot saying, "Greetings from Estonia. I've been watching since the first AGDQ, donating for the second time. As a chronic disease sufferer, your kindness is inspiring and gives hope each and every year. Thanks to all the runners for their impressive runs and keep fighting the good fight."
Okay, and here again, we've been holding on to a lock-on laser for almost the entirety of Act 3 because there was no other guaranteed drops of it in between that point and here. And again, we don't want to actually have to aim at all of these enemies just taking cover and going all over the place. So we're just gonna sit over here, it's all good. Just fire some lasers. And all of these enemies do need to die for the gate to open. Yeah. Very important to take them out. We're actually going to get rid of the assault rifle temporarily here. Surprise. For a few strats coming up. Oh. Okay, there we go. Got both of them. Now we take them out with LFE just because it can shoot through any sort of wall, any sort of obstacle. Very handy in a few very specific instances. Those walkers on those Romanouts make them sad, although I hear one of them likes it. Could you inform them of that guy, BB?
Yeah, I programmed like all the enemies here, not really, but I did. And I programmed the one on the left to really enjoy getting shot by a walker. Just a secret passion of his.
There's a lot more backstory to these enemies than you normally see while you're shooting them.
Yeah, most of which you can find out by asking Guy BB.
Each robot has their own personal history.
Yes.
Robots are people too, Studio.
Okay, so now watch the radar on the top right. There's a bunch of enemies just running over this bridge. Just a dozen of them or so. But it doesn't matter because we can shoot through walls. So that makes them kind of sad and us happy, and that's our general goal, right? I think, maybe? Okay. I think I missed one of the guys there, it's fine. Okay. Oh wow, that one survived. They're normally grouped together close enough that they both get shot by that previous rocket. But they did not want to play along.
Gut, dann öffne das Tor, wir gehen rein.
Right, gonna do a lot of weapon switching this particular section. The wide variety of strategies going on. But again, we're gonna take advantage of the lock-on laser and its beautiful, beautiful shoot everything ways. So we don't have to actually aim at all of these ridiculous amount of enemies. Right, so clearing them out pretty well. Some of the shots are getting blocked by random things, because why not? Okay, we got all of them, good. Now we're going to switch to the rocket launcher again. Take advantage of the melee attack with the heavy machine gun here. Do this flip, fire a rocket straight into all of them. They become saddened and explode. Then we just take out these dropships with the turret to make sure we don't have to wait for them to fly away and despawn. And very soon here we're going to have to ferry Burns, because Burns likes to show off just how manly and strong he is. So we're supposed to go to an elevator, but Burns likes to get distracted by all the robots that will jump in his way, and we just want to make sure we clear a path for him. We only had to shoot one robot though. That was very, very good. So Burns, he knows this is important.
On the other hand, we didn't get to see him walk up and just kick a robot in the face.
Yeah, he likes to kick the robots. I mean, sure, he's holding a massive machine gun, so you should just obviously kick robots with your human legs. And here we have another couple fight because we left Marines behind, and we don't quite agree with that, but Burns is, this is the way we do it, we're Marines. We'll try and work through this rough patch. I think we'll be okay. I mean, hopefully everything will work out.
Your grip is kind of loosening up. Are you alright?
I don't know, man. I was thinking about how we might lose Burns there, and
oh, yeah.
it was a bit much for me.
We'll get through it together.
We'll get through it together. Yeah, let's see. Normally I would be tossing a grenade here. However, I want to save the one grenade I still have for a very particular part. I mean, I think it does save a little more time to use it at that point. And say hello to the buzzard. Buzzard is very unique in that if you shoot its arms, not shoot its arms, if you hit its arms with a melee attack, it does not overheat you, unlike every other thing in the entire game. So we're going to charge up a back fist, miss him somehow. That's fine. That's actually very surprising. I thought it was right next to it.
It's okay, it's only a shotgun. Made some quick work of him and everything else in this game.
This is true. But we could have gotten like 2 melee attacks in, which is a very nice strat. I'm sorry I let you all down and could not show it to you.
I'll forgive you one day.
You will? Thank you. Thank you, studio. I appreciate it.
I guess you could say that you just missed him. Was that too subtle?
Yeah.
Out of context a little bit,
Sierra
I guess.
looked like I missed him.
My frown is so big right now.
That one's a reach. It's hard to make a pun on that one.
It is. Okay, just use some slow-mo before that guy ducks. Make some art with our arse. Okay, good. He's looking at us. We want his attention. Argus Senpai, please. Please notice me. Alright, so again, as with Argus fights, we have to wait for him to transform. This Argus does have significantly less health than any of the others that we have fought so far, which I do appreciate. Kind of just helpful in general to not have to shoot him as many times. Oh hey, a rocket launcher.
Nice.
I will pick that up soon. And we just kind of wade through that lengthy transformation, and he glows, and we shoot a leg. So again, this is not nearly as technical as the other QTE skip that we had done previously, because one, our shotgun fires so much faster, and two, he has way less health. However, he has a gigantic instant death beam that he fires. But standing right under him is just the safest place to be. Whenever there's a giant death beam coming from a robot, I highly recommend just standing right under it. You'll be safe every time.
This game teaches like the power of being close to people around you and robots around you.
Yes. Always be close.
Both physically and emotionally, of course.
Yes. Alright, just take out a few of these guys here. Hopefully my bullets will actually hit them. I would like if bullets hit them. And shotgun does funny things to these guys when you shoot them in slow motion. Goodbye. Alright, so rocket launcher time. Alright, we got that. Pretty good. They did not drop the rocket launcher. That's really what I was hoping they would drop. They're very likely to drop from them, but they did not. We'll make it through though. We'll be fine. Another forced walk and talk. And right after the walk and talk, we will actually use the cigarettes for the game's intended purpose. There is actually a point to the cigarettes, and that is when you smoke one and let Sam actually toss it instead of canceling into kissy face. The enemies will all shoot at the cigarette instead for several seconds, so I can just boost through this area without any risk of taking damage. And otherwise, you'll be very likely to get overheated or forcibly overheated from damage.
I would just like to point out that that's the only time he's actually going to do that in the run. Every other time he uses a cigarette is just to prevent cancer.
Pretty much. Okay, good. We got them. Now Burns is far away from us. That makes us sad. So we're going to reload a checkpoint and make Burns spawn right next to us so we can be happy again. Yay, Burns. Also, he happens to trigger the next checkpoint after this, so we need him close to us to do that. Otherwise, we'll have to wait extra time for him to run. And again, we don't want to have to wait around. More tanks, more shotgun action. Okay, we got the sniper. Alright, an area is clear. Good to go. And this is a wonderful time for donations. We're going to wait for like a minute.
All right.
Do anything more.
Well, we have a $20 donation from Julian W. Vanquish doesn't make me think of puns. It makes me think of replacing all of Burns' dialogue with Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Romanced. Yes, excellent. Sorry, my Mr. Burns isn't up to par, but it's the best I can do in short notice. $50 from Retro Next Gen. Thanks for another week of awesome entertainment, donating to good people and a great cause. $150 from Drinar. Great runs this year. We must save the animals. Who knows? They might be useful for cancer research.
Wow.
I like that one a lot. $40.13 from Peach Mom. Good luck, AGDQ, and thank you for the work you do for Prevent Cancer. We are donating in celebration of Mark and Jessica, I'm sorry about this, Dziecki's 4th wedding anniversary on January 13th. We won't get to see them in person as they are all with you there. So please give them a hug or huzzah if you see them. It's wonderful to see you all having fun while helping to fight cancer. Love, Mom and Dad.
All right. Wow.
Hast du eine bessere Idee?
Nein, du hast recht.
I did miss some of that comment. Was that from my parents? I'm confused now.
No, just other parents out there.
We'll pretend it was their parents.
Okay, we'll pretend.
Are you here for your wedding anniversary?
Pretending is fun.
I mean, thanks to all moms and dads around the world.
Alright, so here's the Crystal Viper. We don't really like him, so we're gonna punch him. Make him a little bit sad. And more shotgun action, boost kick, and Crystal Viper is down.
Like everything else in the game, that is actually a challenging fight. Even on casual difficulty, because this is a platinum game.
Pick up some LFE action here. Gonna use that last grenade that I've been saving as well. Hopefully take out 3 of the 4 enemies in this room and then fire the LFE. Take out that last one. And the Marines just decide to run inside of a big electromagnetic field because why not, right? Right. It's all good. No problem. I'm really hoping we do get some more EMP grenade drops, though. Those are things we like to have, just in general. But hopefully, RNG will be nice to us.
The screams are just too good.
Oh, hey, EMP emitters. Thank you. I love you too, Vanquish.
Hey. What the hell?
Don't. I'm trying to make the game be nice, okay? Oh. So we're gonna meet our friend again, the unknown. I did charge a little less than normal there. I was a little distracted by trying to comfort Woolagin and reassure him that I do truly love him. But, you know, it's fine. Unknown still got to do nothing. Now, Degrassi is going to lead us to the containment wall control panel. It's very confusing. We might get lost. I'm kind of scared. Oh, thank God we made it.
All right.
Very. That would be a decent time for some more donations as well, if there are some.
All right, we have $50 from Nanner Hammock. I'm amazed every time I watch the amount of time and effort you guys put in just shows your passion, not only for the games you play, but the cancer you beat. Ooh, and by the way, kill the animals, save the frames.
Those poor frames.
I mean, every day frames are being wasted, killed, lagged out, and we gotta do our part to save as many of them as possible.
Yeah, so we're separated from Burns right now. It's a very emotional time for us. Burns is somewhere else for some reason. I'm not even sure. But he's not here, and we'll try and make it through. Normally I would hopefully have some rocket launcher ammo here, but I do not, so we're just gonna pelt him with the assault rifle for a little bit until he jumps down. It's buzzard here. Ignore everything else, they don't matter. And was he floating? It almost looked like he was floating. Anyway, that triggers another checkpoint. We're going to reload that checkpoint, which will despawn a ton of enemies that we just don't want to deal with them. It's fine. We don't need them. And we'll take care of these guys.
Eventually.
Eventually. More showcasing of just how great the shotgun is right here. Oh wow, he was not wanting to die. Shotgun's really good, guys. Let's not actually kill things with it. Okay, hopefully we can get this skip here. Oh nope, we got lasered. We have to wait until this containment thing goes away. Or this field goes away. And then we're gonna roll and hopefully not die. Alright. Not too bad. Doesn't waste too much time. Just doesn't look as cool. And I wanted to look cool for everyone.
You're already holding my hand now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You look totally cool.
Yes.
Right.
I'm totally going to brag on Facebook. Why would someone use Facebook, actually?
I have no way to rejoin into that. Sorry.
Oh, look at that upgrade drop that we can't even get. So unfortunately, that upgrade is actually going to prevent an upgrade from dropping in a very useful place later. That makes me a little bit sad inside, but we'll try and, you know, just won't go through it and it'll be fine. We gotta take out all these guys. They are making us sad just by existing, and we don't want them to exist. Also because, you know, we need to progress forward in the game, but... Oh wow, he got kind of stuck back there, didn't he?
That guy doing?
I don't even know. But it's fine. Okay. Switch to that heavy machine gun here. Rocket launcher. Shotgun ammo. Ooh, rank 4. Okay. Whee! You got a few donation time bit here.
All right, so first we have $25 from Anonymous. Amazing week so far. Great games, great cause, and great people. As a cancer researcher, I understand how much donations that seem small actually help make breakthroughs and save and extend lives. Put this donation towards the Ocarina of Time glitch run. Also going to give a shout out to World9 Gaming. They helped kind of build our practice room. So since 2005, Goldeneye Gaming has been the premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest. With dedicated staff, tournament expertise, and an expansive collection of games and consoles, they guarantee the best gaming experience at the lowest cost for all events, large and small. Check them out at world9gaming.com.
Yes, thank you for supplying the things for our practice room so we could practice hold hands %. Thank you, World9.
They brought an original Xbox. I got to play Crimson Skies on it, which I haven't done for like 10 years.
Alright, so we're going to see another Crystal Viper here, but T. Smithers, he kind of has to sacrifice himself. We will miss you, T. Smithers, as we shoot the Viper in his arse. But. Did not want to throw a grenade there for some reason. And this one box is the one guaranteed drop of a specific item. It's the only set drop I know of in the entire game, guaranteed to give us EMP emitters, which we really want for stuff coming up. Now this part's gonna be pretty emotional. I might need more support. If Laz and Guy could hold Volujin's other hand and we create a chain here, I would really appreciate it. I need the emotional support for this next sequence.
Don't worry, we'll get through it, buddy.
Okay.
If you need some tissues, I can get them to you.
Thank you. I mean, I have some over here. It'll be fine.
Whatever happens, guys, just stay strong. We have each other.
Stay strong. So we're coming here. We're gonna meet up with Professor Candide. Again, the professor we're here to save, and that's very important. For both actual plots for this game. And however, there's just a few things that we'll be kind of upset about. So Burns is jealous, and he actually kills Professor Candide here. He's so angry that we were thinking of another man, and we have to kill him. Very sad, but it has to be done. And oh wow, he was invincible there, I guess. We kind of missed a lot of damage potential on Burns there. Missed one of the rockets, missed a kick, but we'll be fine.
We've got each other.
We've got each other.
It'll be alright.
It does, however, mean we're going to need to use some augmented reaction time here during this auto-scroller portion of the battle, and make the auto-scroller longer.
You know, this this final battle is so hype with this auto-scroller. Well, I guess not final battle. But you know, I really think the thing that would like really enhance this right now in the middle of this auto-scroller, if we could have like a quick time event or two. I think that would really enhance this.
It would. I mean, hopefully we can have some of that, but I'm making no promises.
Alright.
Would stealth be going too far?
That's a bit much, Studio. I don't know.
So I was really hoping that one of those guys would drop additional rockets for us to use. I don't have any grenades either, so I can't use those to speed up this portion of the fight, so I really need to get as many shots in as possible. You cannot actually kill Burns in this particular part of the sequence, but you do want him to be right next to death. Oh god, you don't actually want that, but we have to. We have to, okay? And oh no. This hurts so much.
I mean, let's be real. The message here is the most important thing in a lover's quarrel is to win.
Yeah, that's true. We don't actually have to be right, which we are, though. Look at him drink whiskey while I'm shooting him in the face.
Wow.
Such disrespect.
What a man.
That's why we love Burns, you guys. Oh, thank God, a
QTE.
QTE.
Yes, dude, we got one. All right.
Amazing.
That solo clap. Alright, so more slow motion, in case you guys were feeling like, you know, we were done with some slow motion. We're not.
I mean, technically speed doesn't have to refer to going fast, it's just how fast something's going, so this would still be a speed run.
Yes.
Just in slow motion.
Yeah. It's all good. No worries.
It's okay, we'll adjust the time at the end to account for the slowdown.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it. I just realized that I'm like almost out of ammo as well. It's kind of cute.
It's fine, you got a shotgun.
Yeah, that's why I have a shotgun. Burns is stuck as well. Look at him be stuck. So adorable. So currently Burns is invincible at this point. We've done all the damage we can do here for a few moments. I'm following him a little dangerously close. He's moving very slowly.
He's just trolling the crap out of you.
Yeah, he just wants you to be close.
We're waiting for him to fly again. Oh god. And that's the end of that. However, we do need... Oh darn, I was trying to kick an enemy there just to force the slow-mo to end.
Bible thump.
Yeah. But Burns is gone. Burns, we've lost him. We'll never love again. A moment of silence. And now we gotta go fight the final boss.
That was a pretty short moment.
I know.
It's alright, we still have each
I
other.
couldn't let myself dwell.
We speedrun the moment of silence.
Alright, so final boss, it's 2 of those bogeys that we saw earlier. Oh wow, it wants me to really hit the other guy. I can't quite do that. Anyways. Okay. Okay, we're good. Now we're going to pick up some EMP emitters. Really want those. I don't have any ammo on that. Alright, QTE. Look at them punches. Oh man. This is the anime.
Wrong one.
Oh darn. By the way, it's the wrong one no matter which one you do first. Okay, and get ready on time. This is the final QTE. I will let you know when it's done.
The perfect finisher.
Sam, verschwinde da!
Beweg dich! Beweg dich! Verdammter Scheiß!
German, thank you. Okay. Now these shots, the cursor wavers in random directions, so it's actually fairly difficult to hit. Time. 1 shot.
Holy crap.
That can be up to 3 shots. So oh man. Yeah, so if you don't get a headshot, that can take 3 shots instead of just 1. And again, it was randomly wavering. But that was Vanquish. Now, oh man, thank you everyone for letting me do this run. It wasn't long ago that I would just get like 4 viewers to a stream at times, so this is an absolute honor to be able to do this run for AGDQ. And if you are hankering for more of Sam in a robot suit, destroying robots in a platinum game, we have a treat for you. The next game is the Jetstream Sam DLC from Metal Gear Rising, so definitely stick around for that. That's gonna be hype. Nice, 146. I am happy with that, especially since we let the robots dance.
Also, thank you guys very much for donating for our bromance. Thank you.
Thank you
Can't
so
see me in
much.
the back, but I'm crying right now.
So when do you think we should let go?
When should we let go? Do we have to let go?
No, I mean,
the hands are a little sweaty right now, but
I don't remember the donation incentive saying anything about letting go.
This is true. We don't really need to keep watching this. We are basically done.
Yep.
And chat, I love you, Hype Cat.
Hype cat. Alright.
Tolu, if you're out there, I'm sure you spam Hype Cat. Thank you.
Nothing to be.
Yeah.
All right. Once again, thank you to Half Coordinated for his fantastic Vanquish run and the entire Bromance couch. It's beautiful. We have $50 from PK. Thanks for putting on another awesome event for a great cause. Many Pink Hats donating $50 as well to commemorate Lieutenant Colonel Robbie Burns. How about a round of Auld Lang Syne? Should old acquaintance be forgot? And what do you mean, what's wrong with Robbie Burns? $25 from Kunske. Great marathon as ever, guys. Looking forward towards the Taskball Encore. I was going to save the animals this year, but after watching Ritz Praise video on Other M, I've completely reconsidered. Sorry, animals. You can blame that game for it. I know. We'll be taking a short commercial break while we go ahead and set stuff up for Cramer's run of Metal Gear's Rising DLC of Jetstream Sam. All right, and a shout out to Humble Bundle. Check out the awesome Games Done Quick bundle on humblebundle.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's www.humblebundle.com. My throat is just so dry after all the crying from that Vanquish run. All right, we got a few donation incentives still left open. It is the final day of Awesome Games Done Quick 2015, so a lot of them have finished up, but we're about $5,000 short of the Ocarina of Time glitch exhibition. We need about $16,000 more to show the Melee Finals and Adventure Mode speedrun during the AGDQ 2015 bonus stream. That is a Adventure Mode speedrun for Super Smash Bros. Melee. We're like $80 short, almost there for defeating Sephiroth with Omni Slash. Final Fantasy VII will be broken quite hard, so let's just slash it up at the very end as well. We have a $50 donation from Toolrific. Had to wait all week until I got paid and paid my bills to donate. As my family, like many others, has been affected by cancer, I am so thankful for everything you guys are doing. Keep it up. Shoutouts to our sponsor, The Yeti. The Yeti is a t-shirt site featuring an awesome new design every 24 hours for a low price. The Yeti has partnered with us for AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts with $3 from every unit sold going to Prevent Cancer Foundation. Check out the collection at theyeti.com/AGDQ. We also have a sponsorship from Turtle Beach. Turtle Beach transforms your gaming world with a selection of cutting-edge technologies, creating a product that completes your high-definition gaming experience and puts you a step up on the standard headset competition. Check them out at www.turtlebeach.com. I've used their headsets before. They're pretty good. I can see people swarming all over the place. Looks like the game is running, which is a good sign. Hopefully we'll be able to get started soon. Cramer moving the chair into place. Another shout out to Tiny Build Games. Tiny Build Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game Speedrunners, available the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle. Once again, check out Speedrunners. Of course, this charity is for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. The Prevent Cancer Foundation is a nonprofit organization that focuses on prevention and early detection of cancer via research, education, outreach, and advocacy. Their staff has worked toward their goal in countries such as China, South Korea, Australia, Canada, England, and other countries spanning a total of 6 continents. PCF has invested over $138 million over the last 29 years and funded more than 480 grants and fellowships. We have a donation from the one Nintendo Freak. I never got around to donating earlier as I fell asleep, but here is the amount I promised way back in Mario Sunshine. That was $45, and shoutouts to Nintendo Freak for keeping his promise all the way through the night. We only got one more day left, so those nights of rest can finally come back as I am excited to sleep 8 hours once again. Big shouts to Speedruns Live. Speedruns Live is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They're also hosting a short series of racing starting on January 17th titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. I've raced like 70 races of Give It Robot and SRL. I liked each and every one of them. Shoutouts to EMBW, who donated $25. Their donation. Looking forward to the blindfolded all-child dungeons run by Runner Guy. Also, bonus stream hype.
Alright, this is 10 minutes long, and all my food's in there, so...
Test?
Test.
Cramer, show the hype to the world. Show your excitement.
All right, let's go, guys. There's my hype.
I love you, Cramer.
Hassan Chap.
You need to go to the...
Yeah, hold on. Oh yeah, can I get audio?
Oh yeah, do you want me to?
Wait, you need audio to play video games? I don't know about that, man.
Is this... Yeah.
Oh yeah. I just noticed.
Do you want me to play Eurobeat in the background as well to help you relax?
Yeah.
Oh. That was easy.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting that to take ages.
All right, you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so I'm designated talker.
Yeah.
Kramer's been drinking, so he's not allowed to talk. But it's simple. It's short and sweet. It's played on Revenger's difficulty because anything else isn't really worth it. You don't get any upgrades or anything like that. And basically, what you see is what you get for the first bit. There's a reset here to get extra items just for the marathon, which is a bit safer. So the main part of this run, the way it works, the way you can do this quickly, is because of taunting in this game. You'll see taunting, enemies will turn red and make a strange noise. Then they take more damage and do more damage. So basically everything in this run will kill Sam in one hit. And that's the main basis of how this run is even possible. So this first boss here is basically the only real RNG part of the run, which is which attack it does. And that claw is one of the 2 attacks. And this strat here is very precise. If you mess this up, you've got to uppercut him into the air, taunt him while in the air, throw an RP grenade, and then slice him down. And then this is actually a quicker kill as well, where he got lucky and the dog looked at him and he could kill it instantly instead of having to execute it. So that saved about a second. So that's actually really fast. I wish I had a W split. But
yeah, that was like a perfect fight.
Yeah. So a lot of these strats that are being used here were found by either Mike Cobb or Beatrix. This one here is an example of the stealth detection in this game. It's not very good. So it's either General Beatrix or Mike Cobb found these strats, or Cramer. Mike Cobb originally made a segmented run of this game, put it on YouTube not long of this DLC after it came out, and then Cramer and Beatrix adjusted it. For example, this strat here is Beatrix. This strat here is you, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the next strat coming up is also Cramer, and my sole contribution to the game is that you don't have to taunt to do it. So the next strat will be Beatrix 2. So basically, to put it simply, a lot of different people have worked on this, but mainly it's Beatrix, Cramer, and Mike Cobb who are the ones who rooted this game. This strat, for example, was found by Beatrix not long ago, and he's using a slightly safer version of it because he picked up a second rocket.
Oh, this guy's still alive. That's not good.
Right.
These take forever to kill.
So one of the other things with taunt mode is that you can't parry enemies who take chip damage if you do. And just an example here, without taunt, this enemy would take significantly longer to kill. The problem with this enemy is that you can't actually tell when it's taunted or not, because it has a red mode that's exactly the same as the taunt red mode. So you're just sort of not actually sure if it's taunted or not.
Yeah, I don't even know if you actually can taunt them when they're enraged like that.
You might not be able to, because they tend to take forever to die. So then next up is Ray. This is a pretty straightforward strategy, but if this goes well, this will be a one combo kill, so we can just watch. Yeah, like so, dead Ray.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. So that's basically perfect Ray fight. You can't really get it any better than that without using kooky, weird double rocket strategies that Beatrix fond of, but no one else wants to do. So it's really simple what you see there. Basically, if you're too far away at the beginning of the fight, the taunt will whiff and it won't do anything. If you're too close, it will use a headbutt and kill you. So there's a lot of hidden precision in this game that you're probably not really noticing because it's being done right. For example, in the fights with the Raptors on the lift, where the rocket launcher didn't kill both of them, it's just an example of what happens when spacing goes wrong. More great stealth detection here. All right.
You're everything they said you were, Sam. Yet, you made. I'm. Well,
Did that say memes?
Huh?
Did it say memes at the bottom there?
Maybe.
I think it did.
Is this now a meme run?
Yeah, this fight coming up here is really tough.
Yeah. So this is in the Japanese Goldeneye. You just get the 3 items you need. Pick up a homing launcher, an EM grenade, and a regular grenade. And this strategy is a real, you just got to believe in it. Because you have about half a second between the last attack of this hitting and stunning the enemies, and they're all dead now, so that works perfectly.
Nice.
That's about using the taunt and precise damage and skills to hit all 3 of those enemies and knock them back. This guy goes for a ride, because otherwise he joins this fight.
This place is huge.
You can see him in the top right, just despawn there. This is the Cramer's way of doing this. And he's going to use a double grenade there. You can see more examples of how the taunt just allows you to kill things instantly. Like so. And now he's going to kill the last guy here. Okay, so that was a perfect lift fight as well. That is not easy to do. Takes a lot of resetting normally to get that right.
Yeah.
Right, coming up next is a very interesting strategy that can be a real pain in the ass sometimes. So hopefully these geckos are going to cooperate. And I think they are. I think he's got that. Yeah, okay, so please clap for that one, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What happens with that strategy there are 2 geckos. One of them will let you parry it. The other one will not let you parry it, no matter how hard you try. There's a video of 9 parries in a row on the second gecko not landing, because the gecko just dodges them. But what you have to do there is execute with the kick like you saw, and you have to do it while the second gecko is kicking as well, so you catch both of them in the single attack. It's not easy, and if you miss it, it misses a lot of the time. Alright. So here we're going to see something a bit strange. If you look at the top right of the screen, I think you might have done it. But if you see look at the top right of the screen, it's going to... Oh, it didn't.
Didn't get it.
Okay, well, never mind. It's fine.
Yeah, it only saves like a couple seconds anyways.
Yeah, it's a second, so that's fine. So don't worry about it. Right, now coming up to the last two fights with the Choppers and Armstrong. These Choppers have been being a massive pain recently.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, hopefully they'll be well behaved here. We're gonna try and use one Chopper to kill the other Chopper. And there you go, the rocket exploded. There you go.
Oh, well.
That'll do. So, yeah, you use one Chopper to kill the other Chopper, and yes, you can taunt helicopters for some reason. Right, now this is really precise, this whole section here. No matter what Beatrix and Cramer say, it's really precise. You want to do these two rolls, and either of his first two attacks can result in him doing this combo of moves that you can counter exactly as shown here. There's going to be a stagger, and then first phase is over. Now, Armstrong's going to throw some helicopters. If anyone could let us know how he does this. I don't know how he manages that, but he does, I guess. Then a quick dodge of those, and now reset to get the perfect start of the next fight. And when you're going to see a really strange clash. You're going to see Sam do an odd backflip, which doesn't really occur anywhere else in the game.
Oh, and I messed it up.
No worries. And it's what happens when one of Armstrong's attacks clashes with one of Sam's attacks, and they both hit each other. Sam sort of ricochets backwards. It's really strange, like that. I'm not really sure what happens there, but that's a good setup. That's very consistent. And then Armstrong takes that, and we just got to do the QTE. Fun random fact while this QTE is going on. General Beatrix was doing a run of this game. There would have been world record, but his keyboard became the prompt for this next QTE section, and he died because he pressed a button on his pad instead of Z or something.
Oh yeah, and this is time coming up here. And time. Nice.
Nice. Good job.
Sub 10. Was very pleased with that.
Yeah. Basically, what he wanted, or we all wanted, was sub 10. That beats my PB, which is why we're not racing.
Yeah.
All right. So we don't have long, so we got a list of Kramer's duties to do, which was written down on a notepad for him.
We got our Platinum Clovers speedrun leaderboards on speedrun.com/platinumclovers.
With an underscore.
Yeah, that's with an underscore
yeah,
in there.
That's all the Platinum games and all the Clover Studio games together. So if you like any of those, which you really should, that's what that is.
And then we got our Twitch team, twitch.tv/team/PC lovers. Go ahead and go there and follow all of us. And I'd like to give a special shout out to Beatrix and Mike Cobb. They really helped push this run to where it is today. And another special shout out to Dark Devastation, who used to be a Metal Gear Rising runner, but he was claimed by the Halo community.
He's now being super famous in Halo Land.
And then shout out to half-coordinated Maelstrom and Laz, who are in our Platinum Skype group.
Yeah, our super exclusive Cool People Club. There you go, we didn't forget about you. Alright, so then yeah, we hope you enjoyed this mini Platinum block.
Yep.
Vanquish and Rising. If you want to know any more about running these sorts of games, just head to the leaderboards and message one of us there, or find us on IRC. We're happy to help you see the light of Platinum Studios.
And we'll tell you the good categories to
run. Don't ask about Bayonetta New Game Plus. Or Blade Wolf Revengeance difficulty.
Yeah.
And great, that's all from us.
Yep, that's pretty much it. Thanks for watching, guys.
Thank you.
Haven't watched this cutscene in a while.
Like Monsoon said. Losing a limb or two won't stop us. The hell? The job's yours. Welcome aboard.
A quick break to lead into a Twitch commercial as we resolve some stuff right here. So we'll be right back at Awesome Games and Quick 2015.
Email.com or what games you
Welcome back to AGDQ 2015. Once again, this is Awesome Games Done Quick. Games Done Quick's event held every year in January featuring members of Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns live communities. SDA proudly hosts speedruns over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning planning and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns or visit the website at speeddemosarchive.com. We still have a couple donations. $5 from Herman Sill. The answer is nanomachines, son. Also, save the animals. We need save the animals % for Super Metroid. Thank you, Anonymous, for a $25 donation. Glad to see Platinum getting a little love this year. Bayonetta next GDQ? Thank you, Kakalakin, for your $50 donation. I've been watching for the past 3 years, but this is the first time I've been able to catch you all live. My mother passed from breast cancer in 1998, and when I was 8, video games helped me get through some tough times. Since we're all about saving people here, save the animals, kill the frames. Thank you, Shiori Yusaki, for your $50 donation. Thanks, AGDQ, for doing this every year for a good cause. It's always admiring how much knowledge, stamina, and effort the players put into their runs. It's insane. And thanks for the ones who help the stream runs and announcers. Shoutouts to the Team Liquid community. Thank you, Manny, for your $50 donation. Shout out to the Geekbox community for telling me about this awesome event. And don't forget, we have lovely sponsors. Tiny Build Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at tinybuild.com and check out their game speedrunners available at the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle. Since 2015, World9 Gaming has been the premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest. With dedicated staff, tournament expertise, and an expansive collection of games and consoles, they guarantee the best gaming experience at the lowest cost for all events, large and small. Check them out at world9gaming.com. Turtle Beach transforms your gaming world with a selection of cutting-edge technologies, creating a product that completes your high-definition gaming experience and puts you a step up on the standard headset competition. Check them out at turtlebeach.com. Just so you know, there still is the bid war going on to save the animals or kill the animals. Right now, we're at Save the Animals at $60,546, and Kill the Animals is at $48,101. So if you want to save the frames, get in those donations to kill those animals. Otherwise, keep saving them. Also, every year, AGDQ donors decide whether we kill the Super Metroid animals or let them live. This time around, we're making it last. Whichever choice wins the bid war will be immortalized in the Games Done Quick Twitch sub-emote. And we partnered with Twitch, so 100% of proceeds goes to GDQ Twitch subscriptions go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Check out the Save the Animals and Kill the Animals emotes on the GDQ tracker or on the stream between the runs. Alright, who doesn't love t-shirts? Yeti is a t-shirt site featuring an awesome new design every 24 hours for a low price. Yeti has partnered with us for AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts with $3 from every unit sold going to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Check out the collection at theyeti.com/AGDQ. SomethingArtistic.net offers decals and stickers made to decorate your consoles, walls, computers, and more. $2 from every decal sold this week is being donated directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can find all the decals, including some designs just for AGDQ. And once again, if you subscribe today to Games Done Quick, all Twitch subscriptions and 100% of its proceeds will go to Prevent Cancer Foundation. have a $10 donation from Timor. Amazing work, you guys. I worked on the UI of Rising and noticed some speedrun strategies while testing the game, but I never imagined it could be broken down to this extent. Every single one of you has my deepest respect and admiration. Keep it up the marvelous work. This event should be showed the media and all the trolls out there that gamers are alive and kicking. Kicking cancer's ass, that is. Money goes to Reader's Choice. I have a $50 donation from Ribbon. You guys are awesome. I always look forward to AGDQ every year. Kill cancer, save the animals. Don't forget that we still have prizes for you to win that's going through since Vanquish to Halo 2. Donating $20 will give you the Designed by Humans art print, and donating $25 will enter you for a chance to win a LED light desktop stand. So get those donations going if you want to get those prizes. You still have until Halo 2. SRL is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They are also hosting a short series of races starting on January 17th titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page at speedrunslive.com for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. For more information about Games Done Quick, you can follow at Games Done Quick on Twitter and see the information about the event at gamesdonequick.com. Once again, when the foundation began 29 years ago, no one was talking prevention. Today, Prevent Cancer Foundation is still the only U.S. organization solely focused on the prevention and early detection of cancer. Its mission is to save lives and stop cancer before it starts. Don't forget that Pinball Joe has donated a Swords of Fury pinball machine as a grand prize for AGDQ 2015. This is a chance to win, to own your very own pinball machine at home and help an awesome charity. Who wouldn't want a pinball machine, seriously? Because this is a very special prize, the minimum bids is $50, with up to 4 bids for $200. Pinball Joe has also provided pinball machines at the AGDQ venue for people to play. Lucky! Throughout the marathon, you can watch ADQ attendees speedrunning pinball for new records at pinballdonequick.com. You can also follow the Twitch channel at twitch.tv/pinballjoe. I have a $30 donation from Sponge143. It's currently 1 a.m. in Australia, and I think I'm going to push for the finale without sleeping. Good luck to all the runners, and keep up the good work. I have a $50 donation from Dustin D. Vincenzi. Our white goose is dank. Killed cancer and the animals. Hashtag Team Lockwood. It seems we've met most of our incentives, but we still have the Save or Kill the Animals bid war. Right now, Save the Animals is winning by $60,696, while Kill the Animals is only at $48,216. If you want to save those frames, kill the animals. Otherwise, save them. We have a $50 donation from Garrick16. Let's get that million, guys. Also, $25 donation from Pocket951. Shout out to the Elite.net and Goldeneye /Perfect Dark Speedrunning. The winner of this race can choose what to donate this $25 to. Let 2015 be a year for killing cancer and nailing world records. Don't forget, we still have the bid awards for the Final Fantasy VII character names. Right now, Aerith is at the top with Sean Bean at $1,533. For Barrett, we have Caleb Hart at $2,215. For Cloud, we had Ferdy at $3,240. Red 13's at Konor at $2,170. And Tifa is at Toji Sucks with $4,120. So get in those donation guides, those bids, if you want your name to be one of those Final Fantasy VII characters. Once again, donating from now to Halo 2 will give you a chance to win 2 beautiful prizes. If you donate $20, you'll get a chance to win a Designed by Humans art print. And donating $25, you might as well just put 25 so you can get a chance to win both, will give you an LED lit desktop stand. It is beautiful. I just looked at it. It's gorgeous. We have a $5 donation from Hans Shank. So excited to see our white goose on the stream. Solid, baby.
On jungle.
Yeah, I want to be able to hear I guess I could wear headphones. That'd be cool. They put me in the zone. Yeah, actually, I'll take headphones.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Good.
We have a $50 donation from Too Kawaii to Live Too Sugoi to Die. Unfortunately, I've missed most of my favorite runners and games due to the work this year, but because I'm working, I'm able to donate to this wonderful cause. This is my second time donating. The first time was during the Banjo-Kazooie run. You're all doing a wonderful thing. That is destroying these games for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. But you know what else you should destroy? That's right, the animals. I want that sexy Kill the Animals subscription emote.
We need to say something to ourselves. This is actually on the mic like this. I doubt it.
Are we saying free design at all?
We have a $50 donation from Bytecode. I knew I should have set a budget. Whatever, it's for a good cause. Thanks to all the runners for their great work. Once again, the money raised by AGDQ is enabling the Prevent Cancer Foundation to continue its tradition of forming partnerships to bring free cancer screening and educational programs both nationally and internationally. The foundation is currently working to develop a vaccination campaign with a global service organization that has 1.2 million members and 30,000 chapters in 200 countries. This vaccination campaign is to reduce the 600,000 cancer cases and more than 250,000 deaths related to cancer caused by the human papillomavirus.
You want to just use the TV then? Yeah, I'll just flash it.
Good. Yep. Yeah, we'll give it.
Is everybody back there ready for some Goldeneye?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, girls. Check and make sure.
Hype. All right.
Hype.
So I just want to introduce the players here in this Goldeneye race at Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. On the left of your screen, you're seeing from Key West, Florida, with 17 career world records, including the legendary Streets 112, started ring in 2008, Ryan Lockwood. To his left, from Davis, California, starting running the game in 2012, with a mustached man with 14 career world records, Wodis Rekla. To his left, one of the most decorated Goldeneye players in all of history, running the game since 2002, with 202 career world records, 97 untieds, from small town Minnesota, Brian the Big Boss Man Bosshart. And on the right of your screen, from Perth, Australia, with 33 career records and 2 untieds, running the game since 2005, the Thunder from Down Under, Luke Scholars. We've always wanted to do this sort of race. We've been running this game since 1997. That's when our community started, and really it's all led up to this here in 2015 in front of you all. I hope you enjoy. Runners, get ready for a countdown, and let's get this started.
3, 2, 1, go!
Commentating with me here is Jimbo. Jimbo, do you want to get into any details of various things you're going to see throughout the run?
Sure. On Dam, we started out the little bit of randomness. I can start with the level as the bad cinema. Everybody escaped that. Everybody's on the same playing field right now. We're approaching a set of double doors at the moment, which can differ somewhat greatly between the runs. They can be either very fast or very slow, and slow down the pace of some of the runners. Looks like everybody got through at just about the same time. So.
What can you tell us about why they're looking down, Jimbo?
The reason they're looking down is because the game, if you look down to render less frames for the N64, it doesn't slow down the hardware quite as much, and it makes Bond a lot easier to handle. And in RTA runs like this, it can speed up the whole level because the players are able to more smoothly control Bond.
It looks like Wodis had a little bit of trouble with the lock shot there. I think Lockwood might be in the lead. This level's pretty straightforward. You're not going to lose more than 1 or 2 seconds. It looks like actually Luke, quick, by about 1 second over Lockwood, and Boss not far behind, and Wotus not far behind that. Facilities the next level. It is one of the trickier levels in a speed run. The nightmare is having Trevelyan at the end of the level die. You have to blow up these set of 10 tanks here with your mines, and Trevelyan dying will cost you, make you forced to restart the entire level, costing about 70 seconds. So you're going to see them be pretty cautious with that as they make their way through the facility.
And as they go through, they're going to be doing tactics to lure guards and get next doors open for them to not slow them down quite so much. There are damage boosts in Goldeneye, and in this game, we'll lay down mines on the ground, detonate them behind Bond, and that will propel them forward a bit for a small damage boost.
Wotus with a really clean facility is actually taking the lead now here. Looks like everyone else is pretty far even.
Everybody's in the tank room at the same time.
Yep. And Wotus nails it.
Boy, this is close.
It looks like everyone's succeeded through facility.
And this is where the damage boosts are going to come into play. There's going to be a lot of grenade tossing to try to get explosions to happen behind Bond, and thus propel them forward quite a bit.
Yeah, you're going to wonder why they're throwing grenades to the ground. Those grenades are propelling themselves forward. Each damage boost saves roughly 0.3 seconds. So in this level, you'll save about a second by throwing grenades at the ground, having them boost you forward. Wotus still in the lead. Looks by about
Boss
3 seconds over Boss.
Luke
Lockwood and
third.
Luke pretty close.
Yeah. Next level is extremely straightforward. Just run to one satellite area, deactivate a console, and then run to the end where there are 4 locks on a hatch. And the objective is to take those locks out as quickly as possible. So this is a little bit of downtime.
One thing you're going to notice at the end of this level is what we call a warp. Anytime you get to a door or a ladder, you can press A to switch weapons or just cause lag any other way. And in the instance of a ladder, you will actually jump up the ladder, and on this level it saves about 2 seconds. You'll see oftentimes when a door is very slowly open, they'll be squeezing through a crack, and that again is just a way to push through the level as quickly as possible. Wotus still making good ground. He's into the building first, and Boss right behind, and Luke and Lockwood very, very close.
And when they get up to the main hatchway here to take out the 4 locks, we try to shoot for about 24 bullets total to take all 4 of these out.
Wotus no warp there. Boss nails it. Luke nails it. Lockwood misses. Wotus still up, but Luke has closed the gap, and so has Boss.
Something we don't practice in ILs too much is speed in the pause menu, but it's critical here in RTA runs because every second counts. So you have to know exactly where every single item is in your inventory when you pause for it. Items like the camera you can't access normally by cycling through weapons with A, so you have to start and get everything out. In this level, there's 2 pauses. Wotus is with a very, very clean bunker 1.
Yep. A little bit of a mishap at the door there. Luke's pretty close. And Silo is really a finicky level. You're going to notice a lot in Silo. The runners are going to be shooting sort of randomly. It'll appear, but what you're doing is you're luring guards' attention. And those guards are going to come open doors for you. If you look on Boss's screen now, you'll see this door at the top of this room. A guard will come to open it right about now. And throughout this level, you want to be shooting to get guards to open the doors. It is touchy because if you're too slow and you alert them too early, they'll open a door before they're rendered in the room, and the door will actually not open despite the guard being lured to your location.
You'll see the runners also go out of their way somewhat to take out guards and reduce the overall lag in the level, because once you progress further and further in, the frame rate drops dramatically.
All these players, very experienced Silo players. It is one of the levels that most of the skilled players really enjoy playing. Just you want to cut through the guards almost like cutting through butter with a hot knife. Just use your gun like a knife.
Lockwood with a little trouble there.
It looks like Luke may have taken the lead here. He's the first to pause for the camera. Oh yeah, Wotus is actually still ahead.
Wotus at the end of Silo.
On Frigate Agent, you're required to save 2 hostages, and they need to escape from a boat before you can exit the level. And one of the problems on Frigate is there's a little bit of randomness because they can each choose from one of 7 unloading locations. And, you know, the fastest 2 or 3 unloading locations are far, far quicker than the slower ones. So this level could vary. Generally, the way we do it, it shouldn't vary more between 32 and 44 seconds on this level, but there is still time to be won or lost here. Lotus had shot a lot. That's one of the things you want to avoid on Frigate. You want to be very quiet so guards don't get in your way and they give a clean path for the hostages to escape. You're going to see everyone waiting for Objective A complete to come up on their screen. Luke's got it first. He's now up.
Lotus with an exponentially longer wait than normal.
Lotus is really having to pay for these extra shots in the Frigate. They're getting, he went from first to last on that level with those extra shots. Those guards getting in the way of the hostages.
105.
There's still plenty of run left, but that hurts.
There's not much to this level. Run to the satellite. This level was played previously. This is just a darker setting. Throw a mine up at a ceiling, blow it up, run to the end.
Yeah, there's actually a set of computers inside the building you saw earlier on Surface 1, and you need to blow those up. We have an extra remote mine, which is not needed on the agent difficulty, so we're going to just use that to blow it up. If you miss, though, you have to do the sort of intended route, which is finding one of those cabins and killing a guard and getting a key card. You know, you take it for granted, but you can miss this throw, and that'll cost 30 seconds. Luke's lead looks to be close to 10 seconds here. Bunker 2 is a pretty clean level. Not much, you know, varying on Bunker 2. Usually they get around 30 seconds, so guys will have to make up some time in statue to catch him. You see once again the use of shooting a lot of times to lure guards, and on Luke's screen here, he lured a guard with the key card, which you need to exit the level. You'll see all the Forerunners go ahead and do that. And again, an instance of a little warp here at the end of the level. All right, on Statue. Statue is one of the more interesting levels in the game. It's